Welcome to the In Season podcast, rated R for language.
None of us are doctors or neurologists. The things you're about to hear are opinions of people living with epilepsy or seizures. These are firsthand experiences. Epilepsy can cause speech problems, and the medications are hard to pronounce. So please bear with me.
Epilepsy can cause bad memory, so some stories will be repeated. I'm Pookie. Get ready. What has been the most difficult time you've gone through, and how'd you get through it?
Toaster, you're up first. Welcome.
I gotta think on that.
That's why Toaster's up first.
Yeah. Muted now. Think so. Okay. The most difficult time period. I would say Nevada. Nevada was terrible. Don't get me wrong, I love the desert. Beautiful place. Never want to live there again. And it wasn't just the relationship, which was the thing of itself, but you couldn't not be down on your luck in Las Vegas. If you worked there, it was a hellhole. Visiting, perfect. Never lived there because casinos, which are the only place you can really work, have a 6-month cycle of people. They will hire people for 6 months, then another 6 months with promises that we'll hire you full time. We'll hire you full time. That never happens. So you're in a constant state of, I need to get a job. I need to get a job because everything is so expensive because it's a vacation place. It's bad. Okay, thank you.
Trying to think of a rough time. Like, I've been through some shit, but
Tell us about prison.
Never been.
Making assumptions? Come on now. We gotta cut that.
So I've been
Ann, what
to
about
jail.
you? I mean, you want to talk about going through some shit. What about Ann?
Oh God.
Oh,
You lived a minute. You've been
I
around.
lived a minute. I'm gonna say it was Maryland. I loved Maryland. I absolutely loved Baltimore with all of its faults, but I didn't plan on being in Baltimore, living homelessly in Baltimore. It was my sister that was uncomfortable with me being alone in Buffalo. She lives in a very remote area of Southern Maryland. And I'm talking remote, okay? And
nowhere near Silver Springs.
I don't even know where that is. It's closer to Virginia than it is to Baltimore. And if you know where Patuxent Navy Base is, that's where we basically were. Her husband, he's a retired chief. What they do forget to say is petty. So I make that a very official issue with the petty chief, but he thinks he owns the world. They both do. And
there's a reason why there's petty in the name.
Yeah. And they have control issues, and they thought that I was just another child to them. And after years of getting my nephew through their trauma, I didn't really want to do it, but I didn't feel like I had a choice. She was very controlling, very invasive. And the way it ended was what really got me. I had a seizure on January 3rd. And apparently she just couldn't handle that because she didn't know what to do. And asking me what to do while I'm having a seizure is not productive. So, of course, she was mad at me for that. And a week later, she had the police remove me on an order of protection. So I was like, you've got to be kidding me. So I had to gather a few things, not thinking I'm never coming back to this house. So what's the first thing I grabbed, Pookie?
Weed?
You know it. And I grabbed some weed, I grabbed some Fecco, everything I needed for that. And I didn't know what I was going to do, where I was going to go. And I'm heading outside, and I collapsed on the lawn. And the police called an ambulance. And by the time the ambulance got there, I was in status. And they took me to the local hospital where her daughter-in-law works, and then transferred me to a psych rehab where they took pictures of all those bruises, the busted lip, the black eye. How did this happen? I have no idea. I do remember this. So they had to look at video at the hospital. I got beat to shit in their emergency room, dragged face down naked, ripped the skin right off my knees and at the top of my chest. Literally, I needed wound care for a month for those. And
Those are not healthcare professionals at all.
at all, but they were told to treat me in a certain way.
We did say psych, right?
Oh, yeah, it's true.
Well, that was the emergency room. Then I was
Oh,
transferred
okay.
to a psych rehab because my sister is convinced that this is a psychiatric issue because she has those. And, this is epilepsy, and Risperidol won't help me. So at that psych rehab, after they did all the pictures, they're doing everything. They took me off of all of my medications and put me on psychotropics. Well, what happens 12 hours after my last dose of Vimpat? And they're not a medical facility, so they had to ship me off to the nearest hospital, which was MedStar East, which is right next door to Johns Hopkins. And Johns Hopkins already had my records. So they're like, okay, we're going to send you over there. But they still had to send me back to the psych rehab because
10-day hold.
I was on a 5150.
Yep.
So I had to get it to go from involuntary to voluntary, which takes a week. And the very first thing I said was, are you going to give me my medication back, or are we going to do this again? Because then I'll sue you. Okay. I don't know who you're listening to and why you're not looking at medical records, but this is your last chance. And I have my full faculties now that I'm full of benzodiazepines and anticonvulsants. So fuck around and find out. So they gave me my Vimpat, and the psychiatrist sat down with me and said, okay, from what she said and what I see, I believe you. So we're going to get you out of here. So I get out of the psych rehab, and what is it? I'm homeless in Baltimore. That was an experience. But the phone call when I was at the rehab from my sister, they record every phone call, every single phone call. And she called and she's like, oh, I just want to see how you're doing and yada, yada. I'm going to make you pay. That. Pay for what? What did I do to you that made you do this to me? You're lying. You lied to me. What did I lie about? And she literally went psychopathic on the phone. So the psychiatrist was like, okay, let's get you out of here. And that phone call nullified her order of protection, but it made it possible for me to get what's called a federal restraining order. So she can't even visit the state that I live in. And her husband's family lives here. Too bad. Because if your GPS shows that you were in New York, you go to prison for life. This is a zero tolerance crime. And what she did was, and so that was the worst. And coming back here after being homeless for a month, that was the worst part. Nobody wanted to help me. And it got to the point where I said, okay, fine. Then you're never going to see me again. That's it. You're never going to see me again. And my sister wouldn't give me my phone back. So I had to go get a burner phone. And I'm running out of money fast in a hotel room. So it's like, okay, I had to hit the shelters. I couldn't keep my weed. I couldn't keep my Vimpat. I couldn't keep any of that. So I had to sleep on a bus for 4 days until I had more money for a hotel room. So all of that, and then coming home, my family was like, we don't want to hear your side of the story. Okay, you're going to listen to her. That's fine. I can have her arrested anytime till the day I die. And that's my sister. So she's recently reaching out to my kids again. Oh, I really would like to talk to her. I really miss her. I this, I that. And we had a family meeting. It was May. It was Mother's Day. And I said, look, I don't know if you guys understand this whole thing, but this is what happened. This is where I stand with my sister legally. And any attempt to contact me third party, she can be arrested. And trust me, I'm not going to wait this time. This is the last time. If she asks about me, just don't tell me unless you want her going to prison. And it's not going to be county jail. This is federal prison on a zero tolerance crime because she put a vulnerable adult in a life-threatening situation. It was code blue. So it got as low as 22 degrees in Baltimore. And I was homeless with epilepsy. And yeah, it's like, go ahead, make my
You
day.
got back into
So
a corner and you fought it.
oh yeah, and I still do, and now my kids understand, and their dad had something to do with it because his attitude. And it's like, all right, I'm going to explain what I've learned in therapy. Okay. There are these things called narcissistic personality disorders. You can have narcissistic behavior, but when it becomes a disorder, these are the things that happen. And it turned out that she was convinced that I was on Social Security disability. And she looked at all of the construction, the adaptive construction, and looked at the dollar amounts, added it up, figured out she could put a second story on her house with all that money. Only problem, I was not on Social Security disability. I'm living off of a structured settlement from a work-related accident. Okay? I do not get so. She sat me down and she's like, I want you to open your Social Security account. I don't have one. So she's like, da 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 da. So for I think almost 2 years, because she had all my paperwork when she had me locked up, she's been trying to apply for Social Security and access my bank account. And the last time she went after my bank account, she got arrested by the bank because they knew what was going on. They know my address. They're like, you are not Anne. You don't even look like her. She looks more like Katie does. Okay. Dark hair. She got all the Native American heritage on her. Okay. I got the Irish and through and through. So I'm like, I know you're my sister. I will love you till the day you die. But if you keep doing this, I'll make that day happen sooner. And, I don't have a problem with, I did, and which is why I avoided it. It's like, I didn't want her going to prison. And now it's like, I really don't care. If she's going to continue the behavior that's going to put her there, that's where she belongs. But that was my worst time, was having my entire family betray me and believe her when I finally said, look, I still talk to her neighbors to this day. They are crazy. These people are nuts. I didn't know how bad it was till I moved there. And they're like, yeah, she told us all about that she wanted to redo all this and do all this to her house. And you screwed it up because you lied to her about where your money came from. And I'm like, whose business is that anyway? If I'm paying the rent you asked for, it doesn't matter where my money's coming from, right? So, I mean, it just kept snowballing. It's, oh, you never paid rent. I did a direct transfer from my bank account to theirs, and you have to write what it's for to do that Zelle transfer. And it was rent. So they send me this letter. Oh, you were a guest in our house. You never paid rent. So I had the bank send them the printout of all of those transfers, and shit hit the fan, and it's like, and then it wasn't too long after that my ex-husband was picked up and ended up in federal prison himself. So, my kids were believing them. And now that it's been almost 3 years, they're like, oh my God, we feel so stupid now. Well, an apology would be nice, but yeah, that was the worst time, was having my sister move me. It was a 10-hour drive. Um, it's a 3-hour drive just to the airport in Baltimore. And I was like, what the hell am I doing here? What the hell am I doing here? So yeah, I needed therapy by the time I got to Rochester. But that was the worst time in my life, was being betrayed like that by somebody who was absolutely convinced and convincing everybody else. Oh no, she has psychiatric issues. Only when I'm having a seizure. But yeah. That
Did
was the
you
worst.
say? Did you say 10-hour or 2-hour drive?
It's a 2.5-hour drive from Lusby, Maryland to the Baltimore airport. So even if I wanted to take a plane home, it was like a 2-hour drive. It was okay. Yeah, it was about 2 hours, about an hour and 45 minutes. Because when we were going to see the doctor in Bethesda, who is connected with Johns Hopkins, it was an hour and 40 minutes. And I don't know if you're familiar with Baltimore, but they have, it's called a beltway. Their highway is a beltway. It's all loops, exits, entrances, and I call them get them on and get them off. They're not just on the right, they're also on the left. It's a 6-lane highway, okay? And it's all turns and twists and insane. And she drifted after this one appointment where we were talking about surgery, because no, this is a psychiatric issue. And she told the doctor he was a fucking asshole, which I was like, okay, you're going to have to leave. I need to talk to this doctor. You're going to have to go. And she made this huge issue. And because of where that doctor's office was, she had to be removed by federal, federal agents, federal police, because the Champlain building also holds the CDC, the NIH, and several other government departments. And that's where my doctor's office was. So you create any kind of havoc in that building, you are literally dragged out by the ears. And she didn't account for that. So by the time I get back in the car, she's yelling at me because that happened to her. And I'm like, oh, I get this. No, you can't do that. The way you talked to my doctor was unacceptable. Well, I don't believe him. I'm not going to let you do that. It's not up to you. If I have to have surgery, I'm going to have surgery, So it's like, and it was after that, she's like, I'm not taking you back there. So I ended up getting Medicaid transportation. And because they had almost 30 cameras surrounding their house, she could see whatever I did. Okay. They even had microphones in the bathroom. Okay. It was fucking psycho. And I was like, I was the only one that didn't have access to these cameras. So if somebody came to the door, I had to get up. I'm like, that's ridiculous. So, but anyway, she found out that I was coming and going. Who was that picked you up? Micro managed. And, oh, I told you to have dinner ready at 4:45. I am not here for that. So when shit like that started getting worse, I got a case manager. And yeah, so she actually did me a favor throwing me out of the house. But that was the worst time. And it still is, because I lost my sister. I still love her, but she's dead to me because she cannot come back in my life. you know, and everybody is like, oh, why can't, you know, oh, you're such a good person. I thought you were better. I thought you were somebody, I thought you could just forgive her. Unconditional love is not unconditional tolerance. There are certain things that are unforgivable. She nearly killed me. She put me in death's hands and did not care. And for a caregiver to do that, that's inexcusable and unforgivable. So, you know, that's still a thing. Well, she knows she wants to talk to you. She can do it through a glass window. Okay, I'll make those arrangements, and she can talk to me through a glass window. She looks better in orange than I do anyway. You know, I can't. So that was the worst time for me. Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't there like laws to protect people from caretakers? Because I know there's
Yep.
laws to protect me and the people, they always want to come see my living situation. And if I'm in a safe area or whatever the case, they want to check
Yep.
the closet to make sure you really stay there and all that stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And then the laws outside of like that would be like care management, case management. The federal law for ADA, for the American Disabilities Act, is if you place a vulnerable adult in life-threatening harm, that is a zero tolerance felony. You don't have the privilege of a trial. You do not have the privilege of a hearing. You go straight to jail for the minimum of 10 years before you can even consider a trial. And if after those 10 years the government says, no, you don't deserve a trial, you're staying, you're there for life. And that's ADA. But her interpretation was, well, I can say I didn't know. Now that doesn't work. And that's what she did in court for the order of protection. Oh, I didn't know about her epilepsy. And I'm throwing all this stuff at the judge. I'm like, this is what she wrote to my doctors in Buffalo. And she still got away with it, but she nullified it less than a week later when she called me at the at the psych rehab and went psycho. And I'm like, yeah, I think I'm grateful that this call is being recorded. You didn't tell me you were recording it. I'm not home. You know where you called me. You know where I am. You know better. So too bad for you. Yeah. But that was the worst. That was the worst betrayal. And still, it still makes me cringe. It's like, how the hell can anybody, you know, and she's one of those, for lack of a better term, it was virtue signaling. Okay. Oh, I moved my sister here so she wouldn't be alone. I was so worried. Oh, I want you to go to church. I think you'll be better if you accept Jesus again. I accepted Jesus and I accept that religion, and I do not practice that. I also accept Buddha and Allah and those religions, but I don't practice them. I am not, I mean, I divorced a Baptist preacher for a reason. And she was no different. But it was just the ticket that she was using, that she was helping me when she wasn't. I was the maid. I was the live-in pet sitter maid, you know, and it's like, oh well, too bad, you know, but lucky for her, she still has her independent life. Um, but I did tell my kids, either don't tell me or tell her to stop. Because if you forget and you tell me, I just have to make one phone call and they will pick her up and she will be gone forever. And I really don't want to do that, but she didn't think about me. So, yeah, I have a little more empathy, but let me tell you, narcissistic personality disorder is very dangerous, very dangerous. And learning how to protect myself from that after surviving 3 of those relationships, I'm like, yeah, okay, I can see right through you. Now I can come right out and say it. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, okay. How nice of you. You know, or could you repeat that, please? I need to hear what you said. Or I need you to hear what you said that. You know, I don't understand. And when you do that to a narcissist, it's like, oh, you heard me. Yeah, okay, let me repeat what you just said. That's not what I said. Oh, yeah, it is. That's why the record button on my phone is great. It's like, oh, yeah, listen, this is what you just said. But I mean, having somebody that suffers from, I don't know what kind of psychopathy she suffers from, chasing me around her house with a gun. And I didn't know if it was loaded. And I'm like, just praying to the universe, go to my room, grab my cane, which I don't use a lot. I don't have it with me all the time. And I'm like, go ahead. Go ahead. And she's like, oh, what are you going to do? And I swung at her hands. That's what I'm going to do. You hurt me. You were trying to kill me. And, oh, I don't know what to do now. And she went to touch the gun again. And she got the cane on the back of her neck. So go ahead and tell me I am incapable. I am not. And I'm like, then that's the day I found out she's not supposed to have firearms at all, because she was gone for 3 days after I called the police. I'm like, I'm really scared. I don't know if I can trust what's going on here, what kind of guns they have in the house. I don't want one, but I feel threatened. So they came and got the gun, got the girl, and she didn't come back for 3 days. Good. So I'm like, there with my brother-in-law, and I'm like, where are the guns? Oh, don't ever, ever say anything about Denise being, having access to a gun. Yeah, I know. I know now. Oh, I know why. She's not supposed to. And I'm like, yo, you want me to get one? How about I get one? How about
My
if I just get
ex-husband
the
can't get a gun
compound?
anymore.
Well,
Can't own a gun.
no, I can't own a
Reason.
gun, but I am a sharpshooter with darts and an arrow. You do not want to see me with a compound bow. I will take your head off. Okay. You get the right arrowhead on that, and yes, your head's gone. It's not going to just go through it. It's going to rip it apart. So don't. Just don't. Yes, I can't have a gun, but it doesn't say I can't have a bow and arrow.
We gotta go to the
range. But yeah, the worst times. The worst of times.
Can I add on?
Yeah.
Thank you, because it gives me a wonderful idea.
Oh no.
My ex-husband, okay. The reason why I now live with my parents is because my ex-husband decided he found out about me smoking and decided that he was going to use my head as a hammer.
Smoking what?
Right. What's
a cigarette?
Oh,
okay.
I know. I mean,
oh please.
Oh God, yeah.
Tell me
if you have
super
ever
conservative, right?
read a book called, I'm actually gonna get it out of my bookshelf. Now, don't let the pronoun confuse you. Why does he do that? In the forward, he says this is he uses the term him, but it could be for girls
Anyone.
and boys. It is synonymous because it's all about narcissists and how they get into your mind.
Oh yeah.
And my dad got me this book when I came back, and it has helped me so damn much.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I will post it on the Reddit or do you not? You don't do Reddit?
Yeah,
I'll post it in the chat.
I'll be back. I had a tantrum. What can I say?
It's okay. We love you. You are allowed to have a fucking tantrum.
So
you're allowed.
Okay, that was 100% Irish. Okay, I'm like, fuck this shit. Yeah.
So can I use Delta still?
What?
Can I still use Delta on her babies?
Yeah, I still have Delta. Yes. I count on Delta.
Annie, you only did one thing wrong. You should have said it was heroin, not guns. and they just
Oh,
left the house with bags of heroin.
well, when when there's a psych tag on the house and the person who is tagged has a gun, that's
Mm.
even more effective than saying it was drugs. So
Oh,
I knew
okay.
that. I knew that. And I'm like, oh, this is not going to fly very well. This is going to go really bad. And it did. But hey, I wasn't the one chasing me around with a gun. I wasn't doing that. And it's like, you want to play, you're going to pay. I'm not, and that's when it's like, I was surprised the way it ended, but I wasn't 100% disappointed because I had to get out of there anyway, you know? Oh,
Yeah.
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 Hey, Lufa, what do you have to add to this?
I couldn't get my thing to work.
Yeah, you could.
I lived with a nurse. Well, I lived with several narcissists, but when I was a kid, my mom dated a female, and she by far is probably the most vile, evil person I have ever met in my entire life. I thought that for 4 or 5 years, I thought that she would just gonna kill us because she would put ads up on Craigslist. And it was like insane. So narcissistic people are like it's it's a really tough ball to play with because it's like that most likely is rooted from somewhere, but that doesn't mean that you get to have me hiding in my closet fearing for my life because your parents did the same to you. I I'm like I don't know what else to like there's just not really too much of a and that would be like me doing the like going up to people and doing my self-harm to them. It wouldn't it's just totally incorrect. It doesn't
No
make any sense.
excuse.
No, there's no excuses for it. There's ways to cope. There's ways to get through it. And if you really are that bad of a narcissist, learn to be alone. Like, there's nothing else that you can do. You gotta learn to be alone. Then you gotta learn to only do people in doses and things like that because it's like iffy. It's an iffy game. Because I know
Yeah.
you're
I mean,
never,
Yeah.
it's never their fault either. It'll never be their fault.
No, never, ever.
They'll never take accountability. It's never their fault. They could throw a wine glass at you, which my mom's ex has done, and that was my fault.
Oh,
I,
yeah.
I provoked that.
You made me do it. Oh, I know.
Yep.
always. Yep.
What else can I say? I just have those powers within me.
Yeah.
I like it's like I can control people. Oh my God.
Yeah, I know a
That's what's
similar situation. Well, kind of. How you said, it's like they never did anything wrong. Someone said, oh, she slapped me. And the other person said, well, why'd she slap you? And she's like, does that matter? And he was like, yeah. And I was just listening. It wasn't my conversation. I was like, wow. It's your fault. Just basically, she was like, so what did you do for that to happen? And yeah. No one acts to get slapped, I guess. Lufa, the icebreaker question is, how did I forget?
one of the worst times in your life. What is the worst time since I guess since diagnosis that that you've had to deal with? How have you managed?
And how'd you get through it?
Since diagnosis?
Well, let's
I
just
should
say
I
a hard
shouldn't yeah,
time.
I shouldn't have included that part. Just think what's the
Well,
worst
that
time in your
was
life that you've
doing me a
had to
little.
manage?
That might help. Wait, can we specify? Because I've had a lot of worse moments.
Okay. What's
Like
been the most difficult moment ever? And how'd you get through it?
Let's keep it epilepsy related. I'm gonna keep it epilepsy related just for the safety and sanity, and so there's no editing concerns. Um, Probably the worst moment in my epilepsy is during it. Either when, well, definitely for the years that it took for them telling me that it was psychological. But probably getting injected with 3 booty juices in the psych ward and the doctor telling me it's all in my head and refusing me my medication, and then me waking up in the ER because I had a seizure after they shoved 3 needles to sedate me for no reason, just because I wanted to talk to the doctor. Um, it's not my fault that he was short and he didn't feel like he could back himself up. So I might have come off a little aggressive, but when you're, let me talk to the doctor. Or probably, well, there was another one. There, oh, it's not like, okay, the myoclonic seizures are probably like the worst just overall because they're so painful and they just never stop. They never stop. But and the Capra's been bad. But I was I have a loose definition of dating. So people often think that they're dating me, but I don't think that I'm dating them. So, just to preface that. So I was with this guy and I was living at his house at the time. So maybe that might have gone into a little more. But I think that he's a narcissist, and I think he thought that he could separate me from my mom. But I've already lived with a narcissist or two before, so um, you know. And he started threatening my cat. So I was like, no, I'm gonna leave. And you cannot disconnect me from my mom. I have a phone. Bye bye. So I got out, but before that happened, he brought me to one of my neurology appointments, and that was the one that I had a seizure in. And he was the one that was there for that, so that was like the breaking point of it. Um, but he was like, oh my god, it was so annoying. He was like, I held you through a seizure. How could you leave me like this? Like, you're just gonna take all your stuff, not tell me, and the cat, and leave? Buddy, you were threatening to taxidermy my fully healthy cat. Please. And you have a million taxidermied rats around the house. One's doing cartwheels and handstands, so I need to leave. And he's like, I literally held you through a seizure. Okay, that was the least you could have done. Anyone could have held me. You were in a neurologist office, so I bet on my butt that there were other people assisting me, because then I ended up in the ER. So I'm not gonna assume that you specifically held me through the seizure. I think you just witnessed it. I think it traumatized you, and I think that you don't like that you can't manipulate me like you can manipulate the other girl. He was literally trying to be like a Mormon some or other, like having a million different housewives, and I'm not a housewife. I didn't know what I was getting into. I was just trying to get out of the other house that I was in, got into that house, then I got into my mom's. Thank God. Got back in with my mom, and now I'm safe again. But he was really annoying because he just kept using that as the excuse or like the reason why I shouldn't have left him. Um, but I was already backed stuff up before I had the seizure. So, like, what? Anyways, yeah, that was that.
So,
Sorry.
not Rick, Jeff and Raven, the
I might
icebreaker.
I might have to go really for a little bit because my friends unexpectedly showed up and I haven't hung out with real friends in a while. So I hope you guys understand.
We'll be here.
Okay. Hearts. Bye, guys.
All right.
The icebreaker today was, what was the hardest time you've ever been through, and how did you get through it?
Well, you know how I got through it, Pookie. I put one foot in front of the other, and it just kept moving. The worst moment in my life, and it's really the only regret I have in 77 years. I was another person, and I cheated on my ex-wife. I did it once, and it was maybe 45, 50 years ago, and I still regret it. And I've told her I still regret it. Um, but it was, I was doing one drug, she was doing another drug, and we were drifting further and further away. And somebody approached me that I worked with, and I wasn't thinking, I was high, and I said, sure, why not? Um, and I regretted it ever since. And
Hey, at least it
that's
sounds like
not.
you learned from this experience. Not beyond regret. You know why, and what to not do it again. It sounds like you used it as something to learn from.
It's yeah. It's certainly I learned from it because I never wanted to do it again. Uh, but even more than that, I was disappointed myself, and I never wanted to feel that way again.
Totally understand. I've cheated and then regretted it. Yeah, been there. Still regret it.
Hmm.
It walked past me all the time. Raven, it's your turn.
Um, that's a hard one because I've
You had a lot of time.
I've had a little too many
Hmm.
traumatic experiences. I'm sitting here like, oh, which one was worse? I have cyclic vomiting syndrome, and it's kind of related to the epilepsy. Like the seizures will trigger the vomiting syndrome episodes, and I think just pick one. And that was probably the worst thing I've ever lived through. I've had probably 100 of them, but they're always the worst thing every time. So that's probably top of my list. And how do I get through it? I mean, dissociation and trying to just breathe. I don't really know, but I'm still existing, so I guess I did get through it. Yeah.
Absolutely made it through it an even better person.
Um, maybe so. Yeah, I don't know.
Hey, at
But
least you have techniques, knowing how to manage it. That's something that doesn't always make sense until you actually practice it.
yeah, I think the way you get through it is you exist until it's over.
I like
Yeah,
that
that's one way to look
answer.
at it.
Yeah.
Kate, it's on you.
Yeah.
All right. Figured it was going to happen eventually. And my monitor just shut off. Sounds like everybody's still there, right?
Yep, we can still see you.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna start playing with wires. But I guess I would have to say that it's probably the divorce. You know, it's what's going on right now. Just uncertainty, not know what's going to happen. Most of all, thinking that anybody will ever have control over me or, you know, where I go or what I do. Just feels like a big no-no.
Yeah. I haven't been through that yet, but I plan to not go through it,
Yeah, you
especially
never will.
divorce.
You got enough sense.
Yeah. Yeah, that's rough. My worst time, um, you guys got it all worse than me because I was very sheltered and I didn't notice until I got older, maybe now. So yeah, I didn't have rough times. I mean, I guess high school. High school was the rough time. That was the part having epilepsy and kids know, and you're walking past people who you think are talking to the people about what's going on with you because they're all whispering to each other when you pass. Maybe I thought they were whispering, maybe they weren't. But that part when everybody's in that class and they're whispering to their friends that aren't in that class and telling them that I'm having seizures and stuff. And yeah, then you got to walk past some of those people and all kinds of stuff. Kids are cruel. That's what I've come to find out. Kids are cruel, like no filter, and they don't understand. I'm not gonna say I don't blame them, but I've come to find out children are cruel. Um, there's some creatures that we just wait till they grow up and get better.
Yeah,
Okay,
high school
well said.
kids are cruel. Yeah, absolutely. Or kids in general.
Yeah,
And
especially high school kids.
yeah.
I feel like they mean it more because they got more common sense at that age.
I have time to plan the attacks and what to say and when. Timing got a lot to do with it.
I got another icebreaker.
Okay.
It, it says, "How do you handle people who talk at you instead of talking to you?" I'm pretty good at one ear and out the other thing, looking right at you. So I've come to master that one. My ears are always just one ear and out the other.
I'm not sure I even understand the difference. Talking to you, talking at you. What does that mean?
Me and you were talking to each other. We're having a conversation. Instead, someone's talking at you is more, maybe a little more
I would say a
demeaning.
more
Condescending.
condescending vibe. Exactly.
Yeah,
Thanks for explaining.
Or like he's talking to you like you're a child, even though you're a full grown adult.
right. There you go. That's one. Yeah, I pretty much mastered the one ear and out the other part of this life. So you got
Yeah,
that.
you have to with the memory, short term memory loss.
Well, that helps.
Yes, it does. It's like, oh, we argued about that yesterday?
Yeah,
Okay. That was yesterday.
right. I don't remember, and I feel better because I don't remember. Um,
Yeah.
Next, go ahead, Ann.
Yeah, when people, I used to just let it go, you know, I'd be like, okay, blah, 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 let them talk. But after a couple of years of therapy with a trauma therapist, she helped me fix that. She said one of the best things to do, because they are not going to listen, they're not going to hear you, is to either one, turn around and make them talk to your back. And that usually gets their attention faster than anything. Or interrupt them and ask them to repeat something they just said. And if they can't repeat it, that means they're talking at you without thinking. So then when you repeat what they said, they're like, whoa, I never said that. You know, and that's where that comes in. But every now and then, you know, I'll do the turn my back trick. And it's worked with doctors, it's worked with family members. Yeah, when they're just like blah 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 blah, and you this and you that, and it's your fault, and this, and this isn't going to work because you this and you that. Oh, you're in too much pain for pain management. That doctor got my back. He, it wasn't completely turned around, but he definitely was talking to my temporal lobe, not my face. Okay. And I was like, yeah, okay, we're done here. You didn't hear anything that I said, nor did you look at the MRI. And you are reading exactly what you read to me 2 years ago, because I'm reading it in my chart as you're saying it. And he was like, uh, um, okay, so what's next? So then he got up to see if we could do injections. And oh no, you're too acute. Because I jumped when he poked his finger into my cervical spine. Yeah, anybody would. So yeah, but that's when they're talking at me. It's like I'll either turn around or I'll ask them to repeat something or expand. Could you expand on that? I want to make sure I understand what exactly it is you're trying to tell me here. But there are people that simply will not stop and they just keep talking, and I've been known to walk away. And especially in a conversation. Like if you were having a conversation and then all of a sudden they're just talking at me and I don't have a chance to interject, that's where the conversation ends. So I can leave the room, right? So yeah, that's how I do that.
That'll catch your attention.
Yeah, most people, they look at me as like non-confrontational. So a lot of people kind of do talk at me. And like my dad, he was like, well, no, I'm not going to say that's the example. But one example is my dad, he was just like, he was angry. I forgot what it was about because it went in one ear and went out the other. But he was looking at me as he was talking to me, and he was like, you don't even care. Look at your face. And I was just like, I'm not let things get to me. Like you might tell me to do something, anybody. I'm gonna do it. Not that I want to do it, but yeah, you're looking at me and you're talking and angry. I'm gonna take my time. Um, yeah, just don't let things get to me, and then that bothers people when it doesn't bother you when they're talking at you. That's the main part. So it's not bothering me if you said it. I listened, and after that, it went right out the other ear. I might ask you again. What do you want me to do? That's me. So yeah, you got to master that one. Sometimes it's hard because some people will get to you and you can't get out the other ear, but breathe in, breathe out. It works.
Yeah. As soon as they say, you're not paying attention or this isn't making you upset, my defense then is, were you expecting a reaction from me? Is that what this conversation is about?
Yep.
Because if that's the case, that's manipulation. You told me I needed therapy. I went to therapy. This is what I learned. And I'm not going to let you do that. And I think that's one of my favorites. I did that to my son-in-law once. And I'm like, you expected a reaction that you didn't get. And I'm so happy that I disappointed you. But let's have a conversation about that. And it's just that by then they don't want to talk because they don't want to hear what you have to say because they didn't get what they wanted. And that is like, check, red flag. Okay, we're done. That's it. Mhm.
Jeff?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I forgot. Oh, how do you handle people talking at you and not talking to you instead of talking
Don't
to you?
I don't pay attention to them.
Nice.
I just it doesn't affect me. I don't listen. I, I go elsewhere.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, those are the interactions that I make a point not to make a note of. because
Right.
normally I literally need to write down anything and everything that's said if I want to be able to recall it from the tone, like when you said in the doctor's office, it's kind of those red flags when you can't get a word in. That's a little bit of a red flag when they're talking to you. And those are the ones on purpose. I'll just leave it on the my chart and add my own notes of, keeping it factual and just not even I'll make my note of why to not go back to that doctor. But I don't relish remembering the people that are not worth, even that much. So I guess you could call that letting it go.
There you go.
How about Raven?
Raven, you there?
Uh,
Oh,
yep, I'm here. That caught me off guard. I don't even know if I experience this very often because, or like if I don't know when it's happening, like maybe. I don't really have an answer for that. I don't leave the house very much, and I haven't had anyone like talk at me in a while because I don't interact with people very often. So I like everybody else's answers, and I hope that I can emulate that if I'm ever in that situation and can identify that it's happening.
yeah. You ever have a moment when you'd be like, why are you talking to me like that? One of those moments.
Yeah, not I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but if ever I do, then I'm gonna try that turn in your back thing.
I heard it works.
Yeah, sounds like
Um,
a really good idea.
I got another one. What's a sign that you got good friends?
Hmm.
At
They
this point in
check up
life,
on
I
you.
need the good friends that come around. That's a good
Yeah,
friend. Or
it's
you
gotta be
call.
right. The people who check in on you.
There you go.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Toaster.
You guys,
Thank you.
uh, friends who will tell me, well, them, if that makes any sense.
So anybody that you feel like is being genuine with you.
Yes.
Yeah,
All of
that
you.
makes sense.
Oh, I'm 35, but I learned this term today. I am ADHD as fuck. It's not a medical term, but it describes it perfectly.
Yeah.
So I am literally I am the person that my mom still okay. If she says my first name, I should listen. If she says my second name, I need to look around because I'm about to get squished by something. If she says my full name, I'm in trouble. And she still has me trained of wait, wait, one, two, and I stop whatever it is I'm doing. Like that happened my during a neurology visit up in Durham. We were in the parking deck and I went one way, she went the other, and notice I'm not following her. And so she starts calling out to me and calling out to me, and I froze like a freaking 9-year-old. Oh, I'm in trouble. My mom's pulled out the numbers.
That's amazing.
I know. I'm never going to let her forget it too.
I don't think she'll let you either.
No, but it's a mutual funny story that we like. I forgot where I was going with that. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, I bounce all over the place all the time. The only time I really focus is honestly when I'm writing, and that's not really writing. I'm just speaking out loud.
Gotcha. So,
Anyway, again, I'm rambling.
good friends. I don't think you gave me the perfect explanation. What's a sign that you have a good friend?
People who don't get annoyed by my hyperness. There.
Okay, that's a good one.
That's excellent.
And you got any good friends left?
No, I can't say that I do. Um, but I do know the sign of a good friend is they are there for you as much as you're there for them. And when they don't show up at all, they're off the list. And I would rather be friendless than have to deal with people who are less of a friend. Um, and there's people that come into our lives for a reason, a season, or a lifetime. And there are people that came into my life for a reason. I needed the help. They needed the help. It worked out. Yes, the people in Baltimore that saved my life, um, the Bloods. Okay, that's all I'm saying. The people that were there for me were wonderful people. And unfortunately, life puts you in a place or you choose, whatever, but they were still amazing people. And they were right there to help me. And, it was a short period of time, so that was a reason. And then there are people that are there for a season, but I haven't had anyone stick around for a lifetime because I remember when I stopped driving, I lost a lot of my friends that lived 45 minutes away. And it's like, well, you can come out here. I've been going out there every weekend. And, that's $20 in gas, what have you. And it's like, well, you can come out here. And even when I was in the hospital, my kids called my friends, they never showed up. And that's what sealed the deal. It's like, okay, then you don't need to know what's going on. And then one day this friend showed up with all these gifts, literally love bombing me. And I'm like, just take that back to your car, get in and drive away. It's Yeah, you could give me a mountain of gold and it will not repair what happened. I mean, yeah, when yeah, it's when they're there for you the way you were for them. And I think it comes down to that for me personally. And I understand we can't always expect certain things from some people. We all have limitations, but within those limitations, I think, people need to be there. And if they're not, they're not. So I'm friendless and single, but
You got us. You are not friendless. You know that.
I know. Oh, I know
You
that.
know
But to
better.
have somebody I can call and say, "Hey, get over here, I need help." That's a little tougher, but I don't know. I kind of like being by myself and doing what I want to do when I want to do it and
Me
not,
too.
and I don't like making plans. That was another thing with people. My saying is one thing you can count on with me is that I'm unreliable. And that was before I was even diagnosed. Okay. So, something can come up and those plans are going to change. And some people just couldn't accept that. And in 2023, somebody who I thought was a friend, a lot younger than me, more like, my kid's age, but she had this celebration coming up, but I ended up in the hospital with emergency surgery, came out 2 days later. I was back for 5 days and I just gotten out of the hospital. And she's like, well, I'm expecting you to be here. Oh, well, that's your problem. If those are your expectations, that's your problem. I just, a get well soon would be nice, but I can't make it. And she stopped talking to me because I couldn't go to her party because I just got out of the hospital. And yeah, that was yeah, stuff like that. It's like I don't go back to that. I won't chase people if they're not going to be there for me or do something like that. It's like you could have at least listened to why I couldn't come, and she didn't care. She's like, you told me you would be here. I didn't know when this party was. Well, I told you when I planned it, I expected you to be here. Well, I didn't know when you were planning this. Well, it doesn't matter. I expect you to be here. I literally just came home from the hospital 2 hours ago, and I can't go anywhere. So it was one of those things, and it's like, okay, yeah, she was there for me. I appreciate everything she did, but that you can't, yeah, she sliced off her arm in neck, she just kind of, yeah, people do it.
Jeff, you got any friends around?
Not good friends anymore. I thought I did up until I needed someone around, and they weren't there. Uh, and I kind of wrote them a Kepler rage letter. Uh, and I mean, uh, not really. I have friends that aside from you, that I communicate with via email. Um, and my wife has friends that when I'm in Pennsylvania, I see, but they're not my friends.
I understand that. Hey, Mark.
I was thinking from listening to everybody else's answers that I would consider a friend somebody that I can keep learning from. Somebody who's kind of continuing to grow and change and I don't want to say necessarily keep it exciting, but allowing me to help them just as much as, you know, they've done for me kind of thing. Like that thing Ann was saying about when people just put up a wall and it's never like a two-way street with the friendship. Then they throw that back in your face later on down the line. Those the ones I'll try to stay away from.
Yeah, I got my best friend. He's not around as much. I understand him because he went and had, I think, 2 or 3 kids maybe, and I have 6. So yeah, it'd be a hard time for him to take time off and find a sitter and then come out here 3 hours away. Um, so yeah, there's that, and yeah, I still call him like a good friend. Then I got my cousin. He's like my best friend. He's one that calls me, asks me how I'm doing, keeps in touch. That's kind of a good friend. And then I got you guys. Like, you guys, you're gonna say you're gonna come. You either come or you call and say I'm not. You don't necessarily call, but you guys, you get in touch and you say I'm not coming. I don't have anybody like that. It's gonna be like, oh, I'm not coming. I'm either gonna call you like, hey, supposed to be here 20 minutes ago, and what's up? And then nothing. Or you get the voicemail, you don't even get to say that. So yeah, I
Yeah,
got you guys.
straight to voicemail's a red flag.
Especially when
All
you're
right, Mark,
supposed to
you
be
back
here.
on yet?
But still can't hear you.
Nope, still okay. All right, maybe just restart or unplug it, plug it back in or something. Did we hear from Raven yet on what your definition of a true friend is?
Um, kind of. I just inserted. I think it's just somebody who checks in to see how you're doing.
Okay. So one of the
That
things that I
was
was
mom checking in with her friend. Okay, sorry.
Thanks,
there you go.
Mom.
Hey, it could be anybody. All right, so one of the things that I was taking notes on for today was the types of epilepsy. And the way I went about this was using the ICD-10 codes because that's what the doctors will actually use at the office to diagnose or, supposedly diagnose what kind of epilepsy you have. And this has a lot more to do with billing than I realized. So the original, kind of the base code is G40. That's idiopathic localization related epilepsy. So they can call it idiopathic focal epilepsy too. This is focal onset, so there's seizures that start in one localized part of the brain. depending on the affected area. So this one comes in handy when somebody describes, the twitches on one side during the aura, then the doctors know kind of what side of the brain to look for or to start at. And idiopathic is the cause where the cause of epilepsy is not identified. So they have to prove a lot of times using this code how many tests they've done and questions that have been asked, and that didn't lead to anything. A lot of times when they diagnose you with idiopathic epilepsy, you'll have a normal brain structure. So the MRIs are clean. And this is the one where the onset can occur in childhood. So it can occur at any point in life, really. But this is some of the ones that they use for the more confusing cases, or right at the beginning. Whether you're diagnosed as a child, adolescent, or adulthood, this is the G40 is kind of the base code that they might start with. And this is the one that they'll go for on especially those childhood syndromes that they might grow out of. Now, G40.1 is localization related symptomatic epilepsy. So they call it focal symptomatic epilepsy. And that's the kind where it comes from that localized part of the brain. But it's different from generalized epilepsy. So it will never involve both sides of the brain at the same time. And this can be focal onset. It says there is a known cause though. So this code is only used when they do find a cause. And I gotta pick this up when bro chills out. Sorry.
Yeah, I got one. It says, "What does a seizure feel like? I am not diagnosed with epilepsy, but I think I had a seizure. I know not all seizures are the same, but would love to hear your experiences to help me come to terms with just happened to me. I remember abdominal pain to the point where I couldn't stand up. The pain got so bad, I felt like I couldn't breathe, and my head started to rush, and I felt like I was going to faint. I blacked out after that. My um, SO, so like significant other. My significant other said I collapsed, but thankfully he was there to catch me and take me into our bed and started convulsing with my mouth open, and I was shaking uncontrollably. I don't remember anything. I just woke up with the body aching and sore. That pretty much sounds like a seizure. But what does it feel like? It's unexplainable. It's just feels like you just been ran over by a bus, and then the worst. Then the headache is the worst. It feels like I've hit my head with a baseball bat, but it just sticks around. That's the worst part. The postictal headache, that's the worst part. But yeah, the feeling. Actually, when I have the ones where I seem like I'm kind of awake, well, not kind of awake, I've had a seizure to where I'm doing the convulsing and all that. I'm gritting my teeth, biting down, but my eyes are open and I can see what's going on and I can hear what's going on. Those ones are odd. Yeah, and they feel like you're just getting tasered. That's what it feels like. Just imagine just getting tasered for like 30 seconds. And then I also feel like myself hitting my head. So I can feel that. I'm just hitting my head and I can't stop it and I can't do anything because I'm no longer in control. But I can see and I can hear people in panic and I can see them saying, "Get this person or get that person, get a pillow for his head," and stuff like that. But yeah, those ones I absolutely suck. That's what a seizure feels like. Imagine the taser. Well, any of you guys ever got tasered? So yeah, just imagine getting tasered for like 40 seconds and you can't stop it. Can't push the person, none of that. Just getting just nonstop. Hey Mark.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yay, okay. Hey guys, how you doing?
All right. Icebreaker
How is
question.
that how is that false awakening thing, Pookie. You didn't actually have a seizure, did you?
No, it was odd. Yeah, I felt like once it started to have like drama in the first dream, I kind of woke up. Well, I thought I woke up, trying to get out of that dream. And I woke up and I felt like I was like 2 minutes away from it being too late to join you guys. And I had panic and I went to a seizure. And then I woke up after all that, another fight at the hospital. That was the part that actually woke me up all the way. And there was like a brawl, like all of my in-season friends from the epilepsy universe were all there fighting nurses and doctors and stuff. You guys came to the hospital when I was in a coma. That was that feeling. It was odd, but after the second fight is when I woke up. The first incident where, yeah, that one, it ended. I woke up and got out of it, but I thought I was woke and I wasn't. I ended up waking up and like, oh, nice. It's 7 o'clock. I got 5 hours left to start. Instead of 3 minutes before and 4 hours late. And then you guys had Kate for a year. How was that, Kate?
Oh, I'm sure that was draining. Nah, it's totally gives purpose. Would have made some schedules and yeah, made time for sure. I think this advertising thing is gonna peak for real. We're
Yeah.
examples ourselves of how well B12, can actually make a difference. So I don't see why people wouldn't try, especially getting off of the clobazam now, 2 weeks. That's when I would suspect that it's all out because now I'm getting a vibe or an indication of maybe what I felt like before the clobazam. Back when he was 2, I wasn't taking notes on things like that of how medications affected me differently because I was just so used to taking it for a couple weeks, telling the doctor I was still having seizures, up the dose, and it was the same cycle over and over. So I wasn't being really specific in my notes. But now I think I have a feel for maybe how much more energy I had. Maybe this is why I wasn't in the plus sizes 2 years ago because I have so much more energy to not need enough sleep, but also to want to make use of my day, of any awake time is not just laying around lethargic and, getting necessary chores done, but, wanting to do like a full spring clean instead of
Oh wow.
just, you know, yeah. So it's exciting to definitely feel a difference, but I'm not pushing it any further yet, one step at a time. So I feel like the second I relish in the glory, I'm gonna go down. So we'll see.
That's how it always feels. I feel like
Still looking over
like
your
when
shoulder.
something's going too well, you feel like it can't last, and you feel like it's gonna disappear the second it's you get your hopes up about it continuing.
Yeah, with the B12 thing. Also, I got the bracelet. I had to get me a medical bracelet, so
Oh, I've
now I
got a
can
road
go
ID
places.
one. I've got a road ID one too. Yeah.
Yeah, it says don't Narcan me also, so they don't give me Narcan. Um, it's happened to a few people I've heard. That's a nice bracelet, Toaster. Do you ever replacement bands? No.
You think this is my last one and I just found it like yesterday.
Um, oh yeah, the thing about the B12. The B12, it's been working pretty good for me with the focals. I haven't had one, and I just noticed that I'm getting more energy. I'm not taking as many naps, and it's like today when I woke up, I can't go back to sleep. It's like you got energy now. You're not gonna go back to sleep, and I try and try. I'm like I got an alarm to go off when I take my pills. I usually wake up at 10, but it's 7, and I just feel so awake and that's what the B12 has been doing to me. It's giving me, I'm not going to say unnecessary energy, but I like to sleep till 10. And my body was just, I was just laying there like, I'm not going to sleep. I am no longer tired. Like, you know how you lay on the pillow and just get so warm again? That didn't work. I was just laying there feeling warm, but it's pretty good. It's been working pretty good for anybody. Shout out to Nature's Made for the B12. Works really good. I got some other witnesses. Hold on. That can't happen.
Chances are, though, we might have something in the works. Before you go and purchase a B12, let's wait until Pookie gets his code so the sponsorship can get going.
Shout out
Enter
to
this
B12
code
again.
upon purchase, and that's the way to do it.
Yep.
So we'll get that to you guys soon.
Yeah, shout
Did
out to
Rachel hear the
B12.
icebreaker yet?
No, I did not yet.
Okay,
But
I think it was Rachel and Mark still.
Rachel and Mark, shout out to B12 by Nature's Made as well. The question was, that was one of them. I don't know how I forgot. You guys, how'd you guys forget? Oh,
What was the most devastating time in your life, and how did you get through it?
Oh,
Or I think it was, how do you know a good friend?
how do you know you have a
That
good
was the
friend?
second one.
oh, I know. I've got an easy answer for the first one. The worst time in my life was I had my first surgery in Boston, and I don't live in Boston. And it was when I was well enough that the hospital wasn't keeping me, but 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 I was still sick enough that I needed to recover. And the people who we had been staying with, they had a I'm sorry. They had a daughter who was not cognitively normal and just got too excited about things, so we couldn't really stay with them. Um, but so we went to this stranger's house. I didn't know who this woman was. I don't remember her name even. And the house was decorated so weirdly. And I remember for a week, it hurt to be alive. And all I would do was sleep, because if I was awake, it didn't matter what I was doing to try and distract myself. It just hurt. And I couldn't eat anything without immediately throwing it up. And it was just awful, and it was just the worst week of my life. And my brother Joseph and his wife had come up when I was recovering from my first surgery for like moral support, and they kept asking me, like, we're gonna go do this, we're gonna go do that, do you want to join us? But every single time I felt bad, but I kept having to say no because it hurt to exist. I felt so bad. And I was sleeping all day long, but I didn't even care because it hurt to exist. And I would throw everything up, and it hurt to walk, and it hurt to eat. It was just awful. And also they had shaved my head only halfway. And my incision was like bright red. So I looked ridiculous, and it hurt to exist, and I had no energy to do anything. I got through it because my mom was there, and she would guide me through like walking exercises to get me to walk better. And then one day, she took me out of the house when she was sure I was feeling better, and went to a restaurant that had my favorite food, which is chicken Alfredo. And she made sure that I was feeling well enough to eat. And I almost threw it up, but I didn't. And it was her being there, and then Joseph and his wife were still there, so they were also support. I would not have gotten through it without them.
Yeah. Shout out to Chicken Alfredo.
Yeah.
Heck
On
yeah.
to the next question. The next question was, what's the sign of a good friend? Or there was another one. Oh, how do you handle people who talk at you and don't talk to you? Mark, you can answer too.
I mean, I'm usually the one talking at people. I kind of have been trying to work on that a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. I forgot the question already. What was it?
How do you handle when people are talking at you and not talking to you?
Um, yeah, that's a
Yeah, we
that's
get it all, I'm sure. We all get it a little bit every now and then.
it's I don't know. That's something that kind of sets off my internal stuff, psychological issues. And I kind of just been working on trying to stop and step back and, think about, are their intentions really what I'm initially feeling and assuming? Um, yeah, that and just patience. Um,
Mine is pretty much I pretty much mastered the fact of one ear and out the other. Got it down packed. So that's mine. The other question was, what was the hardest thing you've ever been through, and how did you get through it?
um, well, I don't know. You want the story of my life?
Right.
That's kind of
Whatever
what
you want to offer.
um, I don't know. If I were to pick something, it would be getting laid off, losing my job. I was an engineer, working in the power generation industry. Um, and that came at a really bad time for me emotionally. And yeah, I just kind of spiraled. And right around that time was when the first time I recall, like waking up on the floor with the mother of all headaches. Um, so, um, yeah, how did I get through that? My parents, they're letting me live with them. They're supporting me. I wouldn't be here without them in just about every sense of the word or words, you know. But blessed to have a good family.
Yes.
God bless supportive parents.
The other question you didn't get to answer, Rachel, I forgot what it was. I got to go back through the questions. You answered the hardest time question. Oh, the other question was, how do you handle when people talk at you instead of talking to you?
Depends. What do you mean talk at?
Talk at you like, why are you talking to me like that? You have to go through that.
That's usually not related to epilepsy. I usually just I'm a very kind of meek person, so I usually just kind of like try to avoid talking over people. And if they say that, then I'm like, oh, sorry. And then I just stop
And said walking away or turning your
walking
back to them
away.
is a good one. That's a good one. Turn your back to them, and that'll piss them off. That'll get to them.
Yep, that'll get them.
I'm gonna try that one time. See how it works out.
One thing I'd like to know is how you guys deal with people who just kind of like see you as your disability and only as your disability.
Say that one more time.
Sorry, my internet cut out. How do you guys deal with people who see you as like just your disability and only your disability? Like the kind of people who, though they may be well-meaning, don't really see you as a person. They just see you as the one with epilepsy.
The people who have been traumatized act like that.
I had somebody who associated me only with epilepsy. She was my Spanish tutor for a little while. And I remember we were starting to become friends because she was only like a year older than me. And then it was Epilepsy Awareness Day. So I came and she thought she might have epilepsy, but she turned out not to. But this was when she thought she might have epilepsy. And I came to class with I've got an epilepsy awareness pin and and my shirt that says that I own that says I got a brain surgery and I had a brain surgery and all I got was this stupid shirt. Um and I told her it was, and she just distanced herself away from me immediately. And from then on, it was like she'd put up a wall between us. And now, even when I see her around, because she goes around, she just seems to still put up a wall, even after she knows that she doesn't have epilepsy, because it's like I just represent that trauma to her.
What's the difference between Spanish teacher and a Spanish tutor?
A Spanish, oh, she didn't know how to be a teacher, and it was just us.
Okay.
So it's one-on-one.
Yeah, it was one-on-one.
Got it.
Okay. Something says when focal clusters ruin your day, how do you stay productive? How do you get things done?
Huh.
The first response says, I'm not strong enough anymore for these many panic attacks with aphasia a day. Luckily, that on is it cinnabatamate? I now have them very, very rarely, but when I'm immediately hammering, in my midazolam, or clobazam, maybe 3 to 4 times a year, maybe. Before that, I really don't know how I made it. And on clobazam, you can get simple things done, but it makes you stupid. How do you handle the focals? The focal clusters. How do you stay productive, and how do you get things done? I was on Zoom like for 2 or 3 hours, like going through it. So it was crazy. It was fun though. What brought me out of it is like every time she would ask me, "Are you okay?" And then I'd just be like smiling, like, "Yeah, I'm okay. I'm back for the second." And yeah, I handled that pretty well, just going through focals over and over. And yeah, after B12 the next day, no focals ever since.
That's so cool. How long have you been taking the B12?
The Nature's Made? Nah. Yeah, I've been taking the B12 for about 8, 9 weeks.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Like I said, the day after I started, I think I got the gummies. So the day after I started taking them, I haven't had a focal since. And I'm just now paying attention that I don't need naps in between the day anymore. I don't really get tired anymore. I have so much more energy that I don't know where to put now. Because usually I'm waking up at 10, but now I woke up at 7 just to go to the bathroom and couldn't go back to sleep, wide awake. And I'm like, this is having me not sleepy during the day, which I like, but now I'm just adjusting to having more time during the day. So there's that.
That's always something big to adjust to. I'm slowly adjusting to that too.
Yeah, try this. B12.
B12.
Made the extra strength, and they're 3,000 micrograms. So you got to make sure you get the right one. And if you have Instacart, you can do Instacart to a Safeway, buy one, get one. Shout out to Nature's Made. Anybody else?
I don't get anything done. And I give myself space for that because yeah, otherwise I get frustrated and depressed. I have to just say, okay, I cannot do the stairs today because when I'm feeling that, you know, seizure, you guys know exactly what I mean. I'm afraid to get on the stairs because I might miss a step because my brain shuts off. And that's how we think I fell on the stairs in um what was it, 2024? I don't even remember. I think it was last year, but I didn't feel my left leg at all. I still felt conscious, but as soon as I didn't feel my left leg, the thought went in my head like, what am I doing going on? What am I doing? So it may have been one of those split second focal seizures, but normally it's my right side that's affected, so at least this time, the epileptologist I'm seeing is putting all those little pieces together. And he said, well, you don't have temporal lobe epilepsy anymore. You're more generalized. We can't find a single spot. So that could have happened. You still have a focal onset. We just don't know where. And that could have happened. I could have just not been aware that I was on the stairs for a split second, and that side of my body went numb that was going down on the step. And being mid step, there's no way to rescue yourself when you're mid step on a stair without railings. So it was just like, boom, so I don't know. I don't know. But the B12, I'm really interested. It's not it's not causing any insomnia or anything.
No, the thing is, I have insomnia for the lamotrigine. So I
Yeah.
still have the insomnia. It's like, why am I up all these hours and now all I only need is 5 hours of sleep? Up till 2 in the morning. I'm up by 7 and I
5 hours.
feel like I
Wow.
can't go back to sleep. So it's like all
Right.
this, like I said, all this unnecessary energy now. Yeah. So like, yeah, going to the bathroom, don't do that. Hold it as
Yeah.
long as
Ugh.
possible because I swear, like after that, I felt so tired that I wanted to not go to the bathroom. And then when I did, couldn't go back to sleep and started noticing that I got more energy lately. I
No,
didn't
any
take,
Yeah.
cold tile on your feet. Once your feet touch the cold tile, you're
Oh
out for
yeah.
good. Yeah.
but I had on
Same.
slides. I keep my
Oh,
slides
okay.
on, so I didn't feel the cold floor. Um, it wasn't like anybody was playing music or anything. It was just, yeah.
You're up, you're up.
Yeah.
No, that thing Ann said though, that made me think too. It's on my left foot. That's the one where it seems like all these random why did that happen kind of injuries happen to. So, it was 2 steps out of this RV on the last trip. So there was a couple of triggers that could have maybe lowered a threshold, and I'm thinking that could have been one of those cluster type times when it went unnoticed because everybody was just trying to do their own thing, get the fuck out of this camper for a little while. And again, just coming down the steps, I remember opening the door and that was it. That I was on the ground and left ankle definitely missed a step or maybe just I don't know. And same thing with vacuuming. This hauling around this. I don't know if you guys know what Electrolux is, but it's a fucking tank of a vacuum. And I've backed up into it. I've been using this thing for long enough that I know the technique of how to not bust your ass using this vacuum. And of course, left foot, it's like I stepped backwards right into it, and it's worse than like wearing shoes that wear away on the back of your heel for all day. It was like that. Lasted for 2 weeks, so I know it wasn't a regular step. And that's what makes me think these focal seizures got me actually still moving and not knowing for little milliseconds sometimes. And those are the
Goodness.
ones that I would never dream to record.
I I don't I have I have something for I have advice for the panic attack part, not for the other part because I tend to just take the day off whenever I have a major seizure of any kind. uh, which is around about the time that that my I was done with all of my brain surgeries and life was returning to normal. On my I've always had kind of bad anxiety, but it's like flared up into complex PTSD and it got worse and worse. And really the only thing that helped was, probably doesn't help everybody, but meditation was the only thing that could just like break through. Because like stress is definitely a seizure causer, and it wasn't causing seizures then, but you know, it is a seizure causer for me at least. But I would suggest meditation for that.
Yeah, when it's things that I have to do, or like things for me, I'll just be like, I'm gonna take the day off, like you said.
Yeah,
But if it's things for other people, I just take my time and I go slow. And
yeah, exactly.
sometimes they give up on having me do it. You're taking forever. Give it to me.
Can I
Um,
jump
Let
in
it
on that?
Go ahead.
Please do.
What you just said, Pookie, because this is something that I had to learn. I think we all should, especially when we have any type of disability. The people pleasing. You said you'll just let things that you have to do for yourself go, but if it's something you have to do for somebody else, you'll take your time and get it done. Why?
Mm.
Why?
good question.
Because I think if I keep doing it, if I be like, no, I can't do it, I don't know. I guess people take me as you're a
You
big guy.
you
You can do
you think
this.
that'll be seen
Yeah.
as rude that
Yep.
you can't do it on the same day you can't do anything else?
It's
I
like,
know. My thing
yeah,
was I always had to prove that I could still do it. And my stuff can wait because I didn't have to prove it to myself. So I would be, okay, I can still do this so they don't see me as, you know, whatever,
Yeah.
incompetent, whatever. But when it all came out in the wash, I was actually people pleasing. And it's like, well, I can't do that for you today because I have these things to do for myself. But if you want to help me do my things to get that done faster, I can help you do those things. But I had to learn, and I'm still learning it. I have to put myself first.
That's so hard to learn.
It is
yeah,
so hard because I feel like I have to always prove myself to be competent and do those things that those other people are asking when I'm not even thinking about, what it would take to get my stuff done would be a lot easier than what they're asking me to do. So I had to learn how to say no. And if I had to explain it, I can explain it. I
Yeah.
just had that happen. Somebody wanted me to help her do something and, take a trip to the res, get our cigarettes, but then, and that's fine. I'll do that. But she wanted me to go back to her house, sit with this dog that she was fostering, who was an absolute terror. In 6 weeks, it's cost her almost five
On
thousand
the
dollars.
same day that
Oh my
you
God.
had an
And I'm
amazing.
like, I can't do that. And, I said, if you want to do this, you're going to have the dog in the car. She had to pick up a prescription. I'll run in and pick it up. No, you can't do that. It's my prescription. Honey, if you think I don't know how that works, I can go and get an antibiotic for you. It's not a big deal. Um, but no, she had to do it where she wanted me to go back to her house, sit with the dog at the house so she could go pick up the prescription, come back and get me, and then drive me back home. And I'm like, I can't do that. And she's still mad at me. And I'm like, I don't care. I mean, not, I don't care. It's like, that wasn't my choice. Am I the only person in the world, But it's like, I had to say, I really can't do that because I didn't feel safe being alone with a dog that could attack me.
Yeah.
Because I was in one of those moods. I know, I don't know what I would have done to the dog. Okay.
Yeah. So, and I just didn't want to be in that situation when there was an easier solution, but it's like, oh, well, I didn't get my medicine because, oh, because I'm the only person you know in the world. Um, yeah, no. Uh, but I had to learn to take care of myself first, but I still do it, Pookie. I do the same thing. I will drudge my way through doing something for somebody else while I'm looking at a total disaster in my bedroom from a week ago, and it's like, what the hell? But yeah, in those days, I just don't even try to do anything for anybody. Um, and I just have to say, this is just one of those days and be grateful for the good ones.
Generally all of my friends, like I said, are online, but they understand. Like I'm used to like helping people, talking things through and stuff like that, but I just generally they just generally understand that if I say I just had a seizure, that means I'm not doing it. And if they're doing that out of pity, then I don't even care because it just means that I don't have to do anything, you know?
Yeah, yours is a little better because it's like I told you, maybe it's because of my stature because I'm the biggest person around sometimes, most of the time. Um, so yeah, most of the times it's like, can you do this? Can you lift this for me? Can you put this IKEA table together before you go to sleep? Move the car. It's in the red, even though I'm not supposed to be driving. Just move it forward a little bit. All you need to do is move it forward. You're not driving. Yeah, I could press on the gas and now your car's down the block. But
Yeah.
anyhow, yeah. So there's
Yeah,
that
it's
part. Those are
like
the
me on the
times.
lawnmower. Yeah,
Those are
I
the
almost
times where I'm sitting there like, I hope I have a seizure while I'm doing this because you want me to do this.
So
I'm
sometimes
like,
sometimes I'll
let me just
sometimes
have
I'll
a
have a
seizure
seizure
while I'm in
like
your
right
car.
before I have to go to the hospital, and then like everyone, including my parents, are like, "You got to get in the car," and I'll just like be in seizure land, still barely like I'm post-ictal, still barely knowing what's going on, and there's just knowing that everyone around me feels very stressed, and then I have to go somewhere I don't want to go, and it's generally like I don't like no.
Yeah, like I said, those are the times where I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm not supposed to be doing this. You're you're talking at me to get me to do this. I hope I have a seizure in front of you and show you that I shouldn't be doing this. And I told you so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this one time I was so stressed out that I literally after I had the seizure, I sleep, you guys know, the tonic clonics, I sleep, and and when I slept, I was so stressed out that I literally the stress song from the show Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared was my entire I usually don't have a dream, but it made an exception to play the stress song from Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. And then when I woke up, I was like, whoa, I was thinking, whoa, that was weird. And then my parents were like, oh, thank goodness you're awake. We got to get to the hospital. Quick, 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 out the door. And I was like, oh, I get why my brain was playing the stress song on loop while I was asleep.
Mark, you got something for that?
Um, for what? I'm sorry, for what? I mean,
When you have
the
clusters, how do you get through the day when you have things to do?
um, I mean, I'm with Annie. I really don't. If I have a cluster, I take a clonazepam and just sit with this one. Perfect timing. But yeah, I think it's important not to push anything further. If my brain has proven to me that it's already on edge, um, I just
Yeah. Just
try to listen loud and clear and catch up
gotcha.
whenever if I need to. But or well, I don't know, make a point to be around people that will understand, you know. My social circle is very small, but very understanding, very supportive, and I just um I yeah, I think that's important. Um
Yeah, when I
Friendship
pointed
should
it
be
out just a
helpful.
few minutes ago, I pointed out that like I'm usually the biggest one in the room. I kind of just paid attention to that when I said that. Like 95% of the time, I'm the tallest person in the room. Um, but yeah, um, there's also Jason. How you doing, Jason?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Just I just got back for a walk, so
Nice. We were on a question. Um, it was basically like, how do you get through a day where you have a bunch of clusters, or do you just not get through the day? When you have things to do, how do you stay productive after a cluster? Or you can go to sleep. That can be an answer.
well, like I get through the day. Depends, depends on like where like if it's a hot day or if it's a warm day.
Okay. Yeah, I don't get things done if it's me. If it's just me, I'll take a nap. I'll do what I got to do, get out of the way. But one of the icebreaker questions was, oh, what's the hardest thing you ever been through, and how'd you get through it?
So, hmm, so so like the hardest thing that I've been through was like packing all my stuff for Tallahassee and moving down to Pompano. And I told myself I told myself like man, like, do I really want to do this and stuff like that? So but at that time I was staying at my parents' house, and my parents was not and my parents didn't really care. They didn't want to help me, so like, you know what I mean, like, so like I did everything on my own, but
Oh
like
wow.
but like I did but like I did have a friend that helped me. But I did have a friend that helped me. So like, yes, yeah. So like, shout out to Kelja for helping me. So, so, so like I pack, yeah. So like I had to repack all my stuff in a U-Haul and then travel down to like South Florida.
Oh, Florida. Is that where Miami is in South Florida?
Yeah, like, well, no, just like I don't live in Miami. Like I now live in Palm.
Miami's just the tip, so
Yeah, like
it's kind of far away. South Florida is like 100 miles of the bottom of Florida. I'd say like Stewart, like the Stewart area down all the way down to the end is all South Florida.
yeah. Like Tampa to Sebring's like 2.5 hours like south. So like, I stayed there in the treatment center, and that's where I tapered off to Pyramid. So because like I was because like I was having like a lot of speech slurring side effects, and like, and then like I moved down to Pompano. So like I'm in Pompano, so like, my doctor helped me, like, and he was telling me, like, you really gotta get off the Geodon. And I was like, okay. And like I was kind of nervous a little bit, like getting off the Geodon because because of the side effects, and it was an antipsychotic medication. And
Mm.
the worst part, I was using it for 7 years. So so I gave it a shot because like I knew like Geodon had like turned me down emotionally and drained out of me basically. So like I had basically so like I had to like make a choice, and I told myself like just just get off the Geodon.
Um,
Like,
Go ahead.
so like right now I'm taking like Keppra. I'm taking like 1,500 milligrams and vitamin B6. And like I'm looking on more on what I should take, like for epilepsy.
Okay. Another one was
I've got, sorry, I've got an answer to that. I think the hardest thing I ever did, epilepsy wise, was, my epilepsy was really severe, and I was told, my seizures went on for so long that they became status multiple times, and so I was just told to my face multiple times, you could have died, or you would have died, or you almost died because of this seizure. So for a while, SUDEP was in my brain, and I kind of misinterpreted SUDEP as just like I would wake up and I guess I didn't misinterpret it, but but for a while I was very, very scared that I would just die at any minute and that would be it. Not even seizure related, because I guess I did misinterpret it because I thought I would just go like that, just all of a sudden die with I didn't even relate it to seizures. I knew that it was in epilepsy, but I used to like go to sleep and not know if I'd wake up and pray that I would wake up. And how I got through that was I had to basically stare death down in the face and go through a long battle of how do I feel about death? How would I feel if I died and all that? And just automatically come out the other side deciding um uh if I die, that sucks, especially since my whole life so far has been, like fighting to stay alive. But if I die, I get to meet God. So I'm not afraid of death. I don't want to die, but I had to like overcome the fear and just be like, if I die, that's fine, I've done enough here. Does that make
okay.
sense?
Yeah, it
Basically,
makes sense.
yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So we got somebody new. Hey AJ, I mean to put you on the spot. How you doing?
Hello.
Your mic is off, I believe.
You're talking with me?
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, hi.
So usually for new people, we start with what are you taking? When were you diagnosed, and when was your last seizure?
I was diagnosed in 2021, I guess. English is not my first language, so it'll be kind of hard for me to speak.
It's all right.
So, I was
But you're a
diagnosed
pro in the chat.
in 2021 in August, and
When was your last seizure?
that's a hard one. I have no idea. Right now, I'm having a lot of seizures, focal seizure. So I have no idea when I have them.
Okay. What are you taking?
Um, I don't know if you ever heard of this drugs, but it's called zonisamide or something like that.
I
Yeah,
think I've
zonisamide is a
heard.
common one.
Hey,
Zonisimade's all over
Sia.
the place, for sure.
Yeah. We had an icebreaker question. What's the hardest thing you ever been through, and how'd you get through it?
I was forced to give up on my dream.
Yeah, me too.
I was no longer able to go to the university, and everything I knew and I learned, prepared for almost 20 years was taken from me in a second because I had 2 seizures, and then in 4 years I had 500 or more. I don't know.
I think some of us are close to you. in the seizure amount wise. Earlier in my seizure days, I was having a lot. Yeah, that sucks. Also, you guys have the gaming chairs. I'm kind of got a love-hate relationship for you guys all sitting around those gaming chairs. Mine is on the way. It's paid for. Amazon says 4 days. So everything, gaming desk, all that'll be here tomorrow. You'll see that Friday, but yeah.
Hell
You
I
yeah.
guys,
just built a gaming chair for my nephew.
yeah, everybody's sitting around with these gaming chairs. I had to get one. So
I don't, if it helps, I don't have one.
Same.
Yeah, me
that's it.
neither.
It's a love-hate
Sitting here on an
relationship
old
with all
love
these
seat.
unnecessary pillows and things that it comes with. Mine did anyway. It's
Yeah.
comfy though.
Jason, another icebreaker question was, how do you handle when people are talking at you instead of talking to you?
I'll just let the person speak. I'll let the person speak, and then just say what I have to say, and then say what I have to say, and then talk it out like within like a conversation.
Good answer.
For me, I pretty much learned the master to going in one ear and out of the other. It's worked for me for a long time. So, hi, Sia. See, you're here. The icebreaker question was one. There was two of them. One that I just asked Jason, the same thing. The first one was, what is the hardest thing you ever had to go through, and how'd you get through it?
Oh man.
I find the hard
Is it
questions.
bad that I can't think of one in particular?
Yep. No, I
Um,
mean it's not
No,
bad. My
that's not
bad.
bad. Thank you, thank
I'm
you.
sorry.
You can throw out any example or time in your life when that comes to mind. No wrong answers.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was mistaken with the yeah.
No, you're good. You're good. Hmm. I think so it's like the worst. You said the worst thing.
Worst thing you ever been through, and how'd you get through it?
I would say that was probably the worst thing that I've been through has probably been when the first time I went to the hospital. I have no idea how I got through it. I just did. I don't remember any of it. Um, but I think it was just the reason it was the worst thing was because it was terrifying. I thought I was dying, and my husband thought I was dying, and the doctors thought I was dying, and I wasn't sure if I was gonna come home from that. It was really scary. I had lost a lot of blood, so many seizures. I think I had a total of like something in the 60s or 70s on the first day. The first 24 hours being there. Um, and so in total, probably like 150 in 3 days. It was a lot. And I remember on the last day that I was there, I had no idea like what had even happened. It was just really scary. But somehow I managed to make it through. I think that's what kind of made me sort of believe in God. And I know that's not for everybody, but that's kind of where I got my faith from because somehow I was saved and I have no idea how still to this day.
I was about to say thank God that you got out of there.
Yeah,
Before you brought
exactly.
up God.
That's what I was saying too afterwards. I was saying thank God. But yeah, I'd say that was like one of the worst times. I mean, I have too many in my life, but I would say yeah, that's one of the worst times.
I feel like
You
we
were
all have
close
too
to
many in our
death.
lives.
Yes, I was close to death. Yeah. I was supposed to get a blood transfusion. And I don't know why they didn't do it. They still haven't really fully been able to explain it to me, other than that there might have been comorbidities. Like if they had done the transfusion, I might have died from the side effects of the transfusion not like integrating with my body and how weak it already was. Because I was in metabolic failure and my kidneys were severely damaged and my liver was severely damaged. Um, and I had like my respiratory rate was super low. I had a severe bradyarrhythmia at the same time. And there was just so much blood that was coming out that like they were having a really hard time stopping it. They gave me huge amounts of what's it called? TXA. I think it's called like tranexamic acid or something like that. That's used to stop hemorrhages. And it was all because of a stupid seizure. Or not seizure, sorry, a stupid surgery. I can't talk today. That I would needed to get, but the surgery just didn't go the way that it was supposed to because the doctor that I had was a piece of crap and she claimed that she knew everything. She had all these fake awards in her office. She's like super top accredited in my state. And lo and behold, like a few months after my surgery happened and all of this shit went down that she blamed on my adenomyosis, um, she started to get really, really bad reviews on her office, like really bad. And she got fired and removed
Good.
from that
Good.
office. Yeah, thank God, I know. But yeah, so it all worked out eventually. But yeah, I just nobody wants to touch me for surgery now with my endo and adeno because of how much damage she caused when she went in there. So yeah, kind of screwed up.
Yeah,
I
screw
still
her.
think of stories like that though as success stories. Even though so much went down, you still managed to find the positivity in it. And I mean, in a sense, justice was served for,
Yeah, I mean, she
I
did
guess
get
you could say, the
fired.
offender.
She did
Yeah.
get fired, yeah, yeah. And it was probably for medical malpractice. So one way or another, I got my last word in with her.
And she lost her reputation.
Exactly.
Well, if you don't start out with any dignity, then you get what you get.
Well, and it helped me be a more positive person, so
There you go.
it is good. Yeah,
Positivity is very important in epilepsy, or else you're just gonna be constantly drowning.
exactly. So I gotta
Yeah,
laugh.
this
Gotta have laughs.
Yes.
absolutely. This question too that I don't know if you guys were here when everybody was talking about friends. Like why would you do something for I think Anne took this from somebody else's context and saying why would you want to do like kind of tough out the favors that you do for other people before handling your own needs. And I
I
can
think
relate this
yeah, on the same day you had a seizure, right?
something like that.
Yeah.
But I was thinking from somebody else's answer that we can relate this back to the epilepsy because honestly, I think it feels more rewarding when I can do something for someone else rather than, like you said, that big pile of laundry that's been there for more than a day. And, yeah, that's just kind of a boring chore to do. But if somebody else can actually, I get more of a rewarding sensation knowing that somebody else can actually remember me doing something right when I do
Mhm.
it for them. So that's just one of the notes that I had here. So who else did not get the icebreaker today?
Sia didn't get the other one. There was two.
Okay, there you go.
Sia, the other one was how do you handle when people are talking at you instead of talking to you? One of those times where you gotta be like, why are you talking to me like this? You ever been through that?
Yeah, I have been like quite a lot. I'm like I used to be. This is the way I used to handle it, is that I used to be completely quiet and I just wouldn't say anything at all.
Me too.
But I've kind of become a little bit of a spicy person since then. And I've started to just say so much back to them that they just stop and they leave the conversation.
Good
Which
for
I guess,
you.
yeah, I mean, to me, it's like, yeah, I got it handled finally. I could protect myself. But my husband's like, maybe you should bring it back a little bit. But in my head, the way that I see it is just that, you know what, I've been hurt enough times by people before. I am not going to continue to, just withstand it and just sit there and listen to it. If I feel strongly that it's not
Did
fair
I
or not right.
misinterpret what talk at means? Because I might have misinterpreted it. Did I? I don't know. Sorry.
No, it's all good.
Somebody described it really well as you're being talked at when you feel like you can't get a word in. Like it's a total
Mhm.
one-sided conversation.
Yeah, I get really like angry, but I just kind of like push it down. I'm like, uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
I don't even
You
do
got
that.
it.
I just listen and it just like one ear and out the other. I don't even piss him
Yeah,
off.
I feel like it's a waste of energy to get mad about it. So I
Well, I
just
don't
like
I don't show that I'm mad about it.
no, I don't mean it against you. I mean like for me personally. That's why
yeah.
I don't I didn't used to get mad at people when they would do that to me. But I would just be like okay, I'll just, I'll take it. But now I'm just like, you know what? If you're not gonna let me talk, then I'm just gonna talk over you right back.
This isn't unrelated to anything, but this happened since the last time I was in a chat, a Zoom call, and it's epilepsy related and all that. But I went to the dentist, and I'm someone who has never been afraid of the dentist, even when I was a kid. I just thought of the dentist as like I go here, somebody who wants to talk to me while I can't talk, pokes around my teeth, and then I get a toy. And so I was never afraid of it as a kid. And 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 I also have OCD, so I brush my teeth really rigorously. So I have never really had a cavity, but I had a cavity for the first time, since I was like 2 or 3. And I was going to get a filling, and so it was different, and they laid me down in the chair and they gave me the anesthesia in my gums, and all of a sudden, well, I was sitting there and the dentist was and the same dentist who usually just pokes around my teeth and says, okay, you're all good, was filling it. I started to realize, one, that that I now associate anesthesia with brain surgeries because that's the only time it's really been administered to me. And two, I was scared because I was reminded of brain surgery, and this feeling felt like it was a minor surgery to me, except I was awake because the anesthesia hadn't put me to sleep, and I just felt like this place that was normally just like, okay, it's fine, I'm good with this, had been this, like, I guess you could call it a friendly place, had been turned bad, and all the friendly people were now doing things that I didn't like. And I could tell why, and it just kind of like it scared me. It
That'll change your perspective of any
yeah.
place.
Yeah, I got the also Brandon and Angel, so you guys didn't get the icebreaker. So I'm gonna ask you first, Angel. Brandon, you gotta think while I ask him because it might get rough if I ask you first. Um, the question was, what's the hardest thing you've been through, and how'd you get through it?
All right. Is my mic on now?
Yeah,
Okay. Um, Epilepsy related. It's
it's in particular
probably
just life related, or you can go epilepsy related. It's up to you.
epilepsy related was probably definitely the first cluster where I was aware because it lasted hours, and I really did feel like I was going to die. I felt like an out of body experience and stuff. But, and like Sia said, it's what makes you think like, yeah, God's there with you, holding you together, you know? Um, Non-epilepsy related, I'm still going through the hardest experience and I'm still trying to work through it.
Okay.
Uh,
Another one was, how do you handle when people talk at you instead of talking to you?
I just pretty much let them go and let them think what they want and, just brush it off. With the meds, sometimes it's harder because you got some meds that want to kick in, like I wouldn't say Keppra-ish, but uh, you
Definitely,
can feel that, and
definitely wanted to kick in for me.
you can feel that anger like rising, and you want to say something, but it's like it's harder to control.
Mhm.
But yeah, I just try to avoid it and try to stay to myself, like try to go into my own little world in my head until the whole situation is over, because I know what they're saying already, and it's not making any sense most of the times.
Yeah, I pretty much just kind of just one ear and out the other. I'm listening to you, but I'm not taking anything into nothing. I'm not gonna do it. I'm just listening. Sometimes I might not even be listening, but I'm looking at you. And that's what gets to people is when you're not reacting to the stuff that they're saying as they're going off and giving all their energy into talking at you. That'll get to people. I like Anne's answer. She said, just turn your back to them. That was a good one. Brandon, it's on you.
All right. Well, I think the toughest thing that I've had to go through was uh Fogi. I've mentioned this in the past. I don't really want to describe it again because it's already on video and now there's more people.
Gotcha.
Um, so I had to get stitches in a very intimate place because of a bike crash, and also here's another part of it that I can show. Uh, I have it's kind of like a quarter-sized scar here where a rock went into my arm,
Mm.
and there was bits of my sweatshirt and jacket in there, and rocks, and sand and dirt. And so when the nurse was uh, scrubbing it, they had given me an injection, a pain injection nearby, and she went, "By the way, if I hadn't given you that shot, you would be screaming right now." And she said it so casually. I was like, "Thank you so much for the shot. I feel great right now." Um, and that was basically 3 weeks of recovery for the other injury, where I guess I'll give it away slightly. I had to wear baggy sweatpants for 3 weeks. Uh,
How's the foreskin?
what foreskin?
Yeah, all right.
um,
So you want to go to the next question?
and yeah, now we can move on to the next. Yes.
The
What,
next
what was
question
it
is,
again?
how do you handle when people are talking at you instead of talking to you?
I look right at them and I say, "Talk at me or talk to me." I don't really stand for it. I'm just sort of like, if you're just going to talk at me, either I'm not going to listen or I'm going to look right at you and say, "Stop doing that. Let's have a conversation." You know? If I can't, then it's because I'm having a seizure, probably, but then they know. But most people know how I am as a person, and they know that, I'll respond, you know.
Okay. Good to know. Brandon will respond. Take no shit.
I would had to like basically do that. Well, not really basically do that, but I was just coming back from the store, and like I was coming back from the grocery store, and I was passing by the liquor store, and this woman was walking out, and she tried to fight me. So I had to call the
No.
police, and like I was trying to walk away, but she kept trying to come at me. And like after a certain point, I just screamed at
You
her to get the fuck away from me.
you
And
know
it
why
did
she
not
was
help.
attacking you?
It did not help. What was that?
Liquor store's a red flag.
Yeah, I know. It's on my walk, which stinks. It's like, damn it, I
Oh, that
can't.
makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, I was just walking past and she was exiting. Ugh.
Jason, you all right?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm like physically capable of defending myself. I'm just glad I didn't have to by just backing away and trying to de-escalate. Um, but yeah, I don't know. It was wild. That's the second time today I've had to call 911. First time was at 5:30 this morning. I'm sorry I'm hijacking everything right now. I just need to vent a little bit.
Go ahead. Get it off your chest.
Yeah, no, that's
I,
what this
wo-
is for.
I woke up at 5 a.m. to my upstairs neighbor's fire alarm going off, or smoke detector. And it's happened before, but usually it turns off after like, 5 minutes or something, and it's not a worry, it's whatever. But it went on for a half an hour, and she wasn't doing anything about it. So I called the fire department to come and deal with it. Because when I walked out in the hallway smelled like smoke. I'm like, oh, and this is the same woman who, if she sees me, she will also try and fight me. Because apparently in my area, it's just full of crazy people, and this is hilarious coming from us where we all feel like we're crazy, you know. Uh, um, and so yeah, fire department came, they went up and got it turned off, and now it no longer smells like smoke. I'm like, okay, so there was something burning, and she just wasn't dealing with it. I'm so scared to leave my house for work today. Oh
Thank goodness.
yeah. So yeah, that's my vent sesh. Sorry about
You
that.
gotta go to the gym. Be ready to fight.
I mean, I know how to fight, and the way that I fight is not a like has to go to the gym style of fighting. So,
Gotcha. So I got something. It says, how do you advocate for yourself? My doctors, although being people, kind of wrote me off. They think my seizures are PNES because of my normal EEGs and Kepler didn't work. But when you know your body and you live with it every day. Also, my husband knows. How do you advocate for yourself? The first comment says, I have a young adult daughter with epilepsy. We ask a lot of questions, including why, what made them come to certain conclusions. If you're not being heard or getting the answers you deserve, find another doctor. We changed neurologists recently to an epileptologist, and I'm glad we did. The Epilepsy Foundation may be able to help. All the best. How do you guys advocate for yourself? I'm still getting used to that. I learned a lot from Ann, though. I gotta.
Well, for this person specifically, if you're on Capra and you didn't rage out, clap to you,
Yeah, man, I was trying to kill everybody who was on Kepra.
because I had to scream. Well, I didn't get diagnosed PNES, but going back and forth with the doctor that I was on Kepra with, like I literally had to scream at him. Like it's like, okay, I'm gonna refer you to a colleague of mine, giving me the brush off. But Um, as for advocating for myself, it's you come in with your notes, your journaling, and if you have footage, camera footage, nanny cam, um, that's a good way. And you just like provide as much details as possible. Um, if you've been to the emergency room, that's also been um I'm trying to think of the word, good evidence to prove, but it's just a hard fight in general, and it's a long fight.
Yeah,
Just
for me.
it,
Oh, yeah, I thought you were done. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, this didn't deal with epilepsy, but there was a wrong diagnosis on a different thing. Well, not a wrong diagnosis. They forgot to tell me the diagnosis. And I pretty much um called I called lawyers, but they couldn't do nothing because I forgot what they told me. This was years ago. So I went to was it the governor or the state senate and the local representative to file a complaint to the doctor's office that forgot that. And hey, that practice is closed down now.
Wow.
Yeah, for me, another thing I learned from Ann is you got to go in there and be able to talk. She told me, got to calm down sometimes. Um, but also on to help the other person. I said, just write everything down. Go in there and they ask you to do certain things like taking another pill or taking something else. Know your body. You got to be able to tell them, no, I know this doesn't work, or know the side effects and be like, I don't want to do this because it's going to do this, because they're not going to tell you the side effects. They're just going to tell you the pill and the dosage. Yeah, pretty much just know your body. Be like, oh no, I know this does this, and you're giving me pills for this. So yeah.
My I don't advocate, my mom does, but and generally my neurologists and epileptologists are all, chill, they're fine, but occasionally my mom, we have met people in other hospitals who are just complete pieces of shit when it comes to doctoring. And my mom keeps all the things Angel says. She has videos of my she keeps videos of my seizures. She journals them. She does everything, and she also it has very strong opinions. And so if somebody like that person from Boston who said I had the kind of epilepsy I didn't have, she knew he was wrong. And so she just said, "You're wrong." And she just argued with him to his face until he and knew the kinds of tests that they had at Boston and insisted the kind of tests that I take those kinds of tests to determine what kind of epilepsy. And it turned out he was wrong. And she also says a lot whenever someone like that guy comes along. She says a lot, "Do you think I don't know my own daughter?"
Know your body. She
That's
knows
a
Yes.
that's a
body.
very good suggestion right there. And it's something that comes up very often in these podcasts that we do is that bringing a support person that you trust, who knows you well, who knows your condition well, and is on the same page with you, that can help kind of push you in the right direction with the team that you're
Mhm.
using as well. Because my husband back in April they wanted to diagnose me again with PNES. And he had to scream at those nurses while I was seizing behind them, while they're on the phone with him. He said that he was screaming at them because they were like, we can't give her anything because it's not going to help anyways. And so we just have to let her seize. And he was screaming at them. He was like, she
Good for
went into
him.
that freaking hospital with a busted face. She had a busted tongue. You better give her something. I swear to God. Like he was going off on them. And they finally ended up giving me something. And guess what? Lo and behold, it stopped it. It stopped the cluster because yes, it
Yeah.
helps. And they
I
didn't
was
they didn't leave me with the PNES diagnosis because I had someone to advocate for me when I couldn't talk.
I was originally misdiagnosed too at 2 years old, and I got my diagnosis a lot because again, I had two people. I had my parents there, you know, advocating for me because they told me I had aspiration pneumonia, and I was 2 years old, and they kept me in the hospital because they couldn't see any signs of aspiration pneumonia, but they were really sure it was aspiration pneumonia. And so they just kept making me take the pills and keeping an eye on me. And little 2-year-old me, and I stayed there so long that I got little baby depression. I think I've mentioned this before, and I stopped eating because I was so tired of the hospital. I was so and I just didn't want to eat anything anymore, and I was sick of being. I mean, I was so young. I had like a crib hospital bed, and I didn't want to eat anything, and I didn't want to, and I was constantly asking my parents and all five of my older brothers who visited, when can I go home? Can I go home with them? um and eventually, and my parents and them and my family just advocated for me and said it's clearly not aspiration pneumonia. Get another doctor in here to tell us what our daughter has. And then another doctor came in. He was like, she has epilepsy. And also, you guys live like 5 minutes away. So we're going to give you some epilepsy meds. And she's clearly depressed because she's in the hospital. So just drive if she has another seizure. Someone with actual common sense came in and diagnosed me.
That's what it
Nice.
takes.
Hey, Mark, how do you go about that? I really wanted your answer from the beginning.
My answer, why me?
I don't know. You just seem like a person I like asking a lot of questions.
Oh, well,
You gave me some
thank
deep
you.
thought.
I mean, I feel like my answer this time will be kind of disappointing, but um, I don't do well self-advocating. Um, I rely a lot on my mother. She comes to my neurologist appointments with me, and I talk with her a lot, about what is happening, what symptoms I'm experiencing. She uh, watches, pays attention to my moods. There's a lot of things that a third party that you're living with can pick up on and notice that um, I, as the patient, might not necessarily be aware of, especially when it comes to medication side effects and like um, emotional side effects to a lot of these medications. I've been particularly prone to depression. So that's something that I haven't noticed mood shifts that she has found concerning. And having somebody who's able to pay attention to that, and somebody who is able to remember things. Um, that's kind of joked with her that I bring her along as my external memory storage for the appointment. Uh, and she's my transportation there and back anyway. So it all kind of works out pretty great in that respect. Um, so yeah, it's
Sorry if I'm
not,
talking.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry if I'm talking too much, but I just bring my parents there to have the meeting. Up until a few years ago, I was so traumatized by it that I just put on isolation headphones I just brought isolation headphones and a computer and blocked out everything else. God bless their party people.
Yeah, yeah. Thank God for supportive family.
Yes.
Brandon, did you have something?
Yeah, I wanted to like sort of attest more to what Mark and Rachel were saying about like the third party. For me, it was my aunt who her whole job is actually working with it's a center for autistic adults, and so they do like teaching and programs and everything. And she's been with them since I was born, and so she has a lot of like experience working with people with mental health problems and like mental diseases. So when I first got diagnosed, she was like right there with me at the hospital. She actually was keeping track of my seizures. That like I wasn't even doing that; she was doing it for me, and I didn't know until we got to the neurologist for the first time, and she was like, "No, I have them all right here on in a list." uh, yeah, just having so, like you guys were saying, having someone on the outside is nice because they notice more than what you do.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to on the 10th, 2 days from now, I'm going to to request accommodations for my disability, and I'm bringing my parents, and they said and the form says they'll listen to me most of all over my parents, but my mom keeps telling me that I should request but I kind of don't want that because I'm so traumatized by the whole severe epilepsy thing. And whenever I tell my mom that, she always says, you should just tell them that you have epilepsy. So whenever your disability acts up, you're unconscious and on the floor. So how can you really attest to it as well as the people on the outside can?
Okay. So the next one is it's a question. It says, folks who have tonic clonics regularly, what is your greatest barrier to treatment? This isn't even someone with epilepsy. It says, I am a professor of nursing and giving a lecture on epilepsy next week. I'm going to skip past professor. Got one that says, am I potentially having another type of seizure? I don't have a specific diagnosis, just epilepsy. Most of my seizures are partial focal, presenting as deja vu. I'm on lamotrigine, but still have seizures. At least once a month over the past year or so, I've been getting moments where out of the blue, I'll start seeing stars. Sometimes I'll get kind of lightheaded, not every time. There doesn't seem to be a correlation to anything that would normally make me see stars. I usually just sit down for a minute, let it pass, and go about my day. Same way I handle my known seizures. I haven't had a chance to ask my neuro yet, but I read online recently that some people experience seeing stars during seizures. So I'm curious, is anyone else going through this? I've seen stars one time after a seizure, and I was smoking, and then I was like, maybe these two just don't match. Maybe I should wait till I'm all the way back to smoke this joint, because I was there. Yeah, after a seizure, I thought that would help, and I was outside, and she's like, "Stars." I was like, "I don't know what's going on. Let me go sit down, drink some water." So I understand what that person is saying, but seeing stars as the beforehand, no. Um, and this was a one-time thing, so this person has been going through this, obviously. Anybody else seeing stars? How's those eyes, guys?
I haven't seen stars, but I did have for a while what I called clouds, which was just I can't even it's really hard to describe, but it's like my brain, it was definitely epileptic, but it didn't feel like a kind of seizure. And it just felt like I just wasn't there. And then I after that went away, this also went away, but I would have blackouts, which was just where I couldn't see anything at all for a single second, and then it would go away. And like they happened so often, my mom would ask at the end of the day, "How many blackouts did you have today?" But I don't think I've ever seen stars.
You said it was like for a second.
It was like for a second, yeah.
I think I've done that, but I think I was tired then. I don't know. I was up at late playing video games, and I'd be like, I need to go to sleep, but I need to finish this
Mine
level.
Mine would happen in like the middle of the day after I'd had like 8 hours of sleep. It would just be like blackout.
Oh no, I didn't get that. Mine was like a few seconds. I felt like I was just nodding off during the session, and something was telling me to go to bed because it was late. But
I mean, mine would my blackouts would come any time of day. I'm just but yeah.
go ahead, Brendan.
Wait, when they're talking about seeing stars, they're fully aware of what's happening, but it's just stars in their vision.
I have no idea. I read it out loud and just
Okay, because if it's that, like that's been happening to me since I was a kid. I didn't think that that was weird at all. It's usually like, if you like bend down and stand up and bend down and stand up, you see stars a little
yeah.
bit in your vision. Yeah, like that's what I'm thinking they're talking about, which I mean, I've had those happen when my head is not feeling great. If I feel like I'm gonna have a seizure, and I am like trying to do physical activity at the same time, which is not obviously not ideal, but some days you just have to power through. Um, and like I said, go to pick something up, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, hang on, all right, there we go. You just sort of wait for them to clear, and then you're good. But that's happened to me since I was like, I mean, as far back as I can remember. The difference will be if I get the white colored stars, or sometimes it's the black stars. Depends. I don't know.
Mine's usually yellow like stars, just a little bunch of little stars, maybe like snow everywhere, like every now and then. Then yeah, that was that one time I thought I was too high, maybe. It's like, yeah, they gotta finish the seizure
Well, yeah, like
process.
Brandon said though, that happens during exercise too. A lot of times when I used to do the handstands and, standing back up, or if I'd like flip back up too fast after that, there would definitely be some sparkles. But unless it's accompanied by a scent or a more dizzy than usual kind of feeling, I never paid attention to that either.
Mark, did you
Yeah.
have something?
Um, like visual stars disturbances makes me think of ocular migraines, um, which despite the name migraine, they don't necessarily always come along with a massive pounding headache. But my mother has had ocular migraines in the past, which she describes as kind of a starry overlay in her field of vision. Um, and um, yeah, I don't know. That might be something for the person to look into, I guess. I don't really
Yeah.
know much more than that, but um, I do know that I have seen that mentioned in the literature for the epileptologist that I am seeing. So it is definitely something that is in the same kind of ballpark, I guess.
For me, well, for me, like when I see stars, I would actually get like, I just get like tonic-clonic seizures, and like, cause yeah, cause like I remember like this one college friend. I went to Florida State and I graduated, and I graduated. I mean, there is one college girl. Her name was like Rachel, and she always told me that like you have I have like grandma seizures like where I see stars and stuff like that. And I never like and just like yeah, just like I never like seeing stars and stuff like that. Um, I believe, yeah, I believe like when I have like the tonic clonic seizures, like, like I barely can remember. Like my legs will just go off to one side, and I'll just literally have to walk, like just limping around, like not even knowing what to do, and like that's kind of and like and just like when I walk, like after like having the tonic clonic seizure, well, like it's after when they put like an IV on me and stuff like that. When I go to the ER and stuff like that, like 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 I completely just sit down or just lay in my bed and just like and just like and not even remember anything. Like that's how bad like the seizures are. But like I tried not to be negative about the tonic-clonic seizures and stuff like that.
I actually have to go now. It was lovely as always seeing you all.
We'll be here.
All right, we'll be here.
And you have something?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say the seeing stars, like how Kate said, like from doing backflips or strenuous exercise, that can be something as simple as a vestibular issue, um, which is basically in your ears, or a vasovagal thing. But the stars, I get like I know when I'm going beyond just like a um I'll call it an absence, just a simple focal. If I go more complex and I start feeling that funk, I get like not clouds, but it's like a purple purple haze. It's I if I close my eyes, it literally looks like a purple lava lamp. And then if I open my eyes before I go into that seizure, I get what I call kaleidoscope vision. It's not double vision, it's not triple. I am seeing multiple images of the same thing over itself, just like a kaleidoscope. And I remember telling my one doctor that, and he's just like, oh, this is more than I thought. And when Mark was talking about ocular migraines, and it's very, very common, especially when you have focal to bilateral. So it's usually that's the sign that it's going to that tonic clonic phase. But I get like these weird purple, they're not bubbles. It literally looks like a lava lamp. And for all I know, that's my brain self-comforting because yes, I grew up in the 70s. So yeah, I have a purple lava lamp in my brain.
So if not a lava lamp, it's gonna be a disco ball.
Oh, never a disco ball. No, no, I can't do the disco ball. That, never, never. I'll stick with the lava lamp. But yeah, I can still do a few of those moves, but those flashy mirror, no, can't do it.
So I got something. It says, is this frequency considered a cluster? So the other day I had my first focal seizure in over a month. And since then I've had a few more. I take notes of them I take notes of them, the day, the time, not the length though. I probably will start doing that. And I'm wondering if the frequency here is considered a cluster. Focal at 3:45, focal at 9:45, focal at 5:30 the next day, focal at 9:55 the same day, focal at 3:55 the next day, focal at 5:04 p.m., and then focal at 5:48 the next day, and 5:48 and 6:50 on the next day. Thanks everyone in advance. Would this seem like a cluster? Those are like 2 a days. I wouldn't say they're a cluster. There's a pattern.
I mean, at the end there, those were just a few minutes apart, weren't they?
No, some of them were hours apart. Well, all of them were hours apart.
Weren't the last two just like,
Yeah, the last two were closer.
I think a
5:48.
cluster is like two or more though, right? Like the clusters that I've had are like
Within
I'll
half
have
an
like,
hour.
yeah, like you have them in succession in a short period of time.
Yeah,
And if
that's
those are
close.
happening like days apart or like one day and then the next day and then yeah, I would say the timeline is I wouldn't say that's a cluster, I don't think.
Yeah, I'd
Yeah, I
say
think
two
you
a
made a
day.
good point at consistent but not cluster. So this sounds like maybe somebody's trying to get to the point of should I take this med? The doctor gives you a medication and says take this if you start to go into clusters. But it sounds like maybe this poster wasn't ever advised of what counts as a cluster.
Yeah, what is the definition? I thought it was 2 seizures in a 24-hour period, but I'm with Saya on this because I'm pretty sure for all of us, a cluster is 3 or 4 seizures in an hour, not 2 seizures in 24 hours, because those I'll ignore. And I'm not really sure. I guess it depends on their diagnosis. That's definitely a question they need to ask their doctor. Like, what exactly is a cluster? Because for me, and probably you guys, if I have two of those clusters in one day, that's when I'm taking the big guns. That's when I'm getting the nasal spray out and the lorazepam, because if I have two of those in a day, I know I'm getting another one. Like last Wednesday, I don't know. I don't know what this was, but I've done it before. I was not in I had no control over what was happening, and I completely trashed my room. I ripped metal blinds off of my windows. No stitches required. Um, I pushed everything off my dresser, including my favorite glass pipe. So it was like I would not have done that. And my daughter knew. She's like, "Mom, I know you. You would have never done that." And I thought I broke the nanny cam because the lamp I had it attached to was in pieces. So that's when I get out the that's when we get out the Nasalin and the lorazepam, because that was the second time I had that happen that day. And it was 8 o'clock in the morning. So this is something that I would say ask your doctor for a very definitive um, definition of what they're considering a cluster, because that could be different, you know. Yeah.
Also too, like with what Kate was saying, if this is for like a medication that they're trying to figure this out, um, I would go with what Anne just said, asking the doctor to be more specific because I have on my Nasaland boxes, he wrote out a specific message because he knows that I have clusters. And so he put both things. He said, if the seizure lasts longer than a minute and if you have multiple seizures in a row. So if I have like multiple short seizures in a row, like 3 or 4 or 5, then my husband can give it to me. Or if I have a longer seizure that lasts longer than a minute, I'm most likely gonna go into like a more severe cluster or like a TC. So then he can also give it to me then. So yeah, you gotta have like the specifications from your doctor of like when should I do it? And then if they're just tracking it, then you shouldn't just track like what time it happens. You should track how long it happens because the length can be just as important too.
Yeah, there's one comment here. It says they're pretty far spaced out between the day. I would just say they're frequent, but not a cluster. I had 22 focal seizures ranging from 15 seconds to over 2 minutes in a time frame of half an hour. I have an app that times them for me. They'll just keep coming and coming and coming. I'll have episodes like this a few times a day, not always 22, but usually around 10 per episode. Once I start having complex focals in these clusters, I know I'm going to black out completely. Does that sound familiar to clusters?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
the idea that it will escalate is the part that I probably screwed up in ignoring because like C was saying 2 or more. I give the family orders, don't touch the nasal unless it's like 3 and I'm out of it in less than half an hour. But it sounds like the way nasal and some of the benzos are describing clusters as in individual. So if in Anne's case, you know, it's 2 in a day that could be spread across 5 hours, and you know more is going to happen, then that's the time for her to go for the benzos or the nasal. But it's different for everybody.
Yeah.
I want that app. I mean, if she's got something that's tracking and timing her seizures, his, hers, theirs, I want that app because I basically live by myself. My daughter is rarely here. Um, so yeah, I want that app, but I don't know if they would even sense a focal seizure. You know, it's because I know like my watch, I think I don't remember, it's almost outdated. But the newer watches, like I think Saya, you have one, right? The where it's tracking all of that. But I don't know
Yeah,
if
and
it would
it has
track a
caught.
focal.
It has
Yeah.
actually, yeah, and it tracked the length of time too, which I was a little shocked by. But then all I had to do was go into the app, like when I was aware eventually, um, click on the little log that it made, and then it put the seizure in my little seizure log.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah, because it's like I don't always move, but my heart rate, like I woke up yesterday morning and I don't remember having a nightmare, but my heart rate was 156 when I woke up.
that's what happens to me
And
too.
yep, and I'm like, uh-oh, so I got up and I'm the one that usually makes the coffee. I'm moving around. I come back to my bedroom, get my medication I had to take, and it was just my blood pressure meds, no big deal. And I go in the kitchen to get the mugs out, and all of a sudden I'm like retching in the kitchen sink. And my daughter comes running out and she's like, "Are you okay?" I said, "No, yeah, I'm fine now. I just had a seizure." She's like, "How do you know?" And I showed her in my health app, which, by the way, this doctor I'm seeing is we're sharing. So he checks my app every now and then. So I'll be like, "Oh, I had this happen." And he can go and look in my health records on my Apple phone watch and he can see it. So I sent him a note. He's out of town, but they're like, "Yeah, that was most likely a seizure. You wake up with a heart rate like that or below 50, below 40, you probably had a seizure." I'm like, "Yeah, I know, because I threw up and it was just what we expected, what I felt is normal for a seizure. But man, if I want that, okay, I want it now. Go fund me. We're gonna go get me one." Yeah, I
Sent
like
you a link.
that. What's up?
I sent you a link so you can talk to that person.
You sent me a link. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah.
Also, if
Yeah.
you want this app, it's the Seize Alarm one. And I think it should be available on anything over Series 4. So it should be available to you if you do want to try it out.
It looks like that one has a good reputation because it combines not just repetitive motions, but also using the heart rate.
Yeah, so I have mine set right now to only my heart rate during the day since I move around a lot with my kids. And then at night, I have it set for motion and my heart rate. And one night at 3 or 4 in the morning, I can't remember exactly when, but it was in the middle of the night. Everyone was asleep. It started going off like crazy, blaring loud. And it was because my heart rate was at 170 beats per minute. And I was passed out, dead asleep, and it said that I had a seizure in my sleep. So that was a big sign that it was working already.
Hey, Tom.
Hey.
Brandon, did you have something?
Oh, I was gonna ask what it was called again.
I don't know. Oh, the Apple Watch from Sia?
Oh yeah, it's
Yeah.
called Seize Alarm.
Seize alarm. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tom, we got
Wait,
some
did they
icebreakers for you.
Who do what?
Said got some icebreakers for you.
Okay.
One is, what's the hardest thing you ever been through, and how'd you get through it?
The hardest thing I've ever been through.
Or the worst thing you've ever been through, not the
Oh,
hardest thing.
the first thing. Oh, I was going to say I got one for those. The first thing, as in
No, worst.
It's the worst thing, not the first thing.
worst thing. Okay, the worst thing. Probably going to prison. Being in prison and being epileptic.
Yeah, sounds like it sucks. Another one was, how do you deal with people who talk at you and not to you?
I just ignore them.
Mm. That's a good one.
Obviously, you don't have anything positive to say to me. I ain't got nothing to say to you. Why should I waste my breath? I don't fight. I don't argue with people. I don't waste my breath. You don't have anything. I don't want to talk to you. You don't have anything good to say. Why?
Walk away.
Why? Life's too short to be arguing with people,
Right.
right? Ask my wife.
Right.
I'd rather you have, my wife and I were about to go at it just last night. And it's like, you know what, honey? If that works for you, that makes you happy, then fine, deal with it. I'm done. Now we're good. I will not argue, and I'll take the licks.
Feel you.
Mm.
Happy wife, happy life.
There you have it. And I just don't. I don't argue. Do not argue. I refuse. I'll walk away. I'll tell you what, my life has changed since I've become a witness. There ain't nothing out there worth me fighting about.
Gotcha. For everyone, the next one is, anyone ever woken up during a seizure? This morning, I woke up having a focal seizure. I ignored it and managed to get back to sleep. Less than an hour later, I woke up having another. In retrospect, I'm not sure if I had two or if the first one was a dream. Either way, I've never experienced that before, so I was wondering if anyone else had. Woke up in a focal, me personally, no.
And then went back to bed.
Then we're back to bed, yeah.
Well, that part's easy. Going back to sleep, that's the easy part.
That's not easy for me. And
It
my
is for
focals
me.
make me so awake.
Man, when I have a seizure, whether it's a focal or whether it's the grandma, well, we all know about them.
Well,
Grandma,
it's
you ain't
if
awake,
I
you're not
know I'm like,
alive anyway.
if I feel it coming, like my husband last night, he called me this morning at work and he was like, "Dude, you would not go to sleep last night." And I don't even remember any of it. I don't even remember falling asleep. And so I was just like, "I don't know what you're talking about." And he was like, "Well, I kept telling you to just lay down, close your eyes, and go to sleep, and you kept saying, 'No, no, I don't want to. No, I can't.'" And that's just how I get. Like if I'm about to have one or I'm having one, I can't fall asleep until after it's done, then I'll pass out.
I have to completely recall what I said about arguing. After what this young lady just said, my wife says after a seizure, I am about the most argumentative person in the world
I hear
because
you.
I have something in mind. There's no stopping me. It's not happening. And she says,
Same here.
"That's it." She says, "Tom, I saw come so close to just punching you in the face. Shut up and lie down."
Yeah.
Because I mean, I've heard stories like how I act after a seizure sometime, after a grandma even. If I've
All
got,
the cussing.
if I'm focused on something, leave me alone. Because she says, my wife tells me, she says, "There's no stopping you."
Yep.
She'll
Stubborn as hell.
lock the front door because I have walked out the front door before.
Been there.
Oh yeah, you have, haven't you?
Yeah. A couple times. Yeah.
So I
So
wonder if
next.
like when you're kind of in that falling asleep or just waking up part and you have one, I wonder if I should even consider that a seizure because that's when I'll wake up in another room knowing that last thing I remember I laid my head down on the pillow and now I'm, back in the living room. So I think those are kind of the only ones where I wouldn't say I wake up in the middle of it during a seizure, but during a focal, but right after, and I know that's like a more common time for me, like right when I'm falling asleep or right when I'm waking up for that kind of thing to happen.
I've woken up in another room.
Me too.
I woke by the time my wife actually got me awake, I was in the shower in my clothes.
Was the shower on?
Uh-huh.
That sucks.
I was taking a shower in my clothes.
So the next one, this could have been an icebreaker. It says personal record for seizures in one day. Yay. I had 8 seizures a day before yesterday. All but one were focals, thankfully. But damn, I don't think I've ever had that many in one day. And now I don't even know I don't know even know if I should call and tell my neuro. Everything has been back to normal since yesterday and today. So I think I'm gonna hold off unless or until I have another cluster today. In related news, I saw the seizure. I saw the grand mal seizure on camera for the first time, and it was weird. Me personally, I was told I had 9 within 20 minutes. So, anybody ever had more than that? Yeah, that was a bad cluster. They were all grand mals.
I've had that many of
How
TCs
do you
in
know when
20
you come out of
minutes.
a seizure? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
That's,
No, what
you
were you
know,
saying?
Go ahead,
Oh,
Steve.
I was just saying I've had nine tonic-clonic seizures in 20 minutes. That's what got me to status at the hospital.
I
Yeah, I
don't
was.
understand when if you're having seizures like that many in such a short amount of time. how do you know it's not just one continual seizure?
That's because my husband took a video of it, and I haven't personally watched it yet myself, but he did show it to my neuro, and um he could spot the times when I stopped and like only one part of my body was still moving, and then it would start again and it would be my whole body in motion. And then it would stop and it would just be one part again, and then it would go back into full blown. So they were like, I think it was like 3 to 5 minutes. Or no, I think it was 3 minutes, 3 minutes each one, something like that. I can't remember exactly, but it was
Wow.
9 of them in 20 minutes, and that's what led to me getting taken and life flighted out. Because yeah, they said status.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no worries.
With mine, the hospital was down the street, literally like in a car ride. We can get out of the car
I
in
could have
2 minutes.
rolled you down the street.
That would have been like a 10-minute walk, but yeah, in a car, it's 2 minutes. You can see it. So we were like, go out to the main street. You can see it down the street. When we called them, it was we should have went in our own car. We was that close. They took longer than it would have taken us to get there. But anyhow, yeah, 9 and 20 minutes was the worst I've ever been told, and I heard that recently. So, um,
I can't answer that one. I don't know if I've had clusters. I probably had.
Well, yeah,
Probably
it's like
should.
Anne just said in the chat. It is status. If you have that many in that short period of time, it is status, and you should probably just go to the hospital. Like, don't worry about telling your neuro about it. Just go. Just go in.
You know, I
Anybody else
told a
had
friend,
ever had a sleep study or an ambulatory and where they tried doing when they wanted you to have seizures and you had a bunch?
I had when I went in for brain surgery, I had was about a week or so before that when they mapped my brain. Of course, yeah, they had to take me completely off my medication before I had seizures, and I don't know how many seizures I had. All I know is that I was completely off my medication, and that's when they were able to find out when they mapped my brain where my seizures were coming from. I don't know how long it was, how bad it was. I mean, we're talking a lot of years ago, but
Yeah, it sounds like they still do it that way. I went in 5 years ago for 3 days, and I know the record said 50 something um episodes within that time, and I guess that was a success because that's what told them where they should, that
uh,
it wasn't a resection. That resection was not an option for me because there were too many foci.
oh, I'm wearing a magnet right now. I have been wearing a magnet I had a seizure at work, and then a few days later, my VNS went off, and I mean, so bad. I was walking down the street. I was on my hands and knees because I couldn't breathe. And still, without this magnet taped to my chest, my VNS still continue. It goes off every 3 minutes, and I can't get in to see my neurologist until the 14th. So, good old magnet. Uh, I mean, I got these red spots on my chest from the tape where the tape's been at and trying to pull the tape off. But anyway, yeah, I'm working with this taped on my chest like this. I don't know if anybody else has had that problem.
um,
I'm just going to have them turn it off because I haven't had a seizure since I've had this on my chest. So I'm just going to have them turn it off.
How do they do that? Do they have to take it out?
They've got a wand. They call it a wand. Where I'll just put it on my chest, and he's holding a monitor, and he's able to do the uh,
Adjustments.
adjustments, and he can turn it all the way down, or he can turn it off. And yeah, so I just don't want it there anymore. I don't think it does anything.
Oh, they probably still have that concern of leaving it in you with the battery.
I'm sorry.
That they would probably still have a concern of leaving it in you. I don't know how long, you could have something like that in there with the battery and whatnot.
Well,
Those things break down over time.
Well, after 7 years, they have to take it out. They have to remove it and put a battery in anyway. So, yeah, I can have it removed. The wire now that's they can't take that off because it's connected to the nerve, the vagus nerve. And I just read that on Reddit. I didn't know that.
They're on a strictly don't ask, don't tell.
That's it. That's exactly right. They're still playing doctor, trying to figure out epilepsy.
All
They're
these
still,
devices are pretty new.
they're still feeding us medication that they don't know how it works, why it works, and if it works. They're still coming up with new stuff. You're taking medication, we're still having seizures. We're having brain surgery, we're still having seizures. And the way I see it, once you are an epileptic, you will always be an epileptic. That's Tom 101. Once again, Tom 101. I got to write a book. Tom 101. But once you're diagnosed with epilepsy, personally, I think you are epileptic and you will be epileptic because not everyone, the ones that I've heard of that have stopped having seizures after so long, they have breakthroughs. It might be 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, but it might have a breakthrough. And they don't know. The doctors really don't know. So if my seizures ever stop, I'm still gonna if the medication is still there, I'll probably continue to take medication. Why? I don't know, because I don't know if it's doing anything. No, actually it is. It's something. It's obviously doing something because when I don't take medication, I will have a seizure. I can actually count it down. It's about, Tracy says it's about 18 to 20 hours before I have a seizure. I will have a tonic-clonic.
So
I like what you
somebody's
said about.
gotta go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, Tom. I like what you said about the breakthroughs because even though I haven't had a full tonic since November, which is my longest streak, um, every single day I'm still worried. I still have focals, but every day I'm worried about that TC coming through.
Uh-huh. And that's once again, I don't, I've been epileptic so long that I don't concern myself with seizures, but that's just me. I mean, I've had it so long, I've been having seizures for so long that I don't even think about it anymore. I mean, I will have a seizure, but I don't think about, oh, well, when will I have my next one?
Right.
I hope everybody can get there.
Yeah, it is annoying.
What were you gonna say, Kate?
I was checking out this other post. Somebody saying that I think someone at work is lying about having epilepsy. And then the question, do I ask them? I hope you're all okay. A little background, I had 3 tonic-clonic seizures 4 or 5 weeks ago over 2 weeks, approximately 6 years without. So a guy, I'll call him C, started work at my place about this time last year. I was still seizure-free at this point. Trying to get to know people, we got talking and about driving. He said he was taking lessons. Asked if I could drive or okay, maybe they're asking him to be like the teacher for taking lessons or something. I said I couldn't due to being epileptic and needed approval. C then quite eagerly explained he was also epileptic, listed a load of medications he was taking every day and were always changing, some I'd never heard of. He didn't mention the types of seizures or even small details when I did and question him. This was and is one and only time he mentioned having epilepsy in all this time. I was happy in a way as I'd never met anyone else with this before, so I thought I'd have someone to talk to and more understand how I feel. Fast forward a week or two ago, C had the day off due to a seizure the night before. Also had a couple after or before that, in between apparently, but not at work. However, another guy C worked with at a previous job now works here too. I'll call him A. A said that C had never had a seizure while they worked together or even mentioned anything about having epilepsy or it being on C's employee record. I put all of my information on my record so that the staff know about it and it's important. It's almost ironic when I had a funny turn at work and few months ago, not sure if it was a seizure or not. And the first seizure was just weeks ago that C had started suffering too, visiting the hospital, etc. As stated, apparently he has had a few more in between. I wanted to ask him so badly if he's being honest. A seems to think not, and so does our boss. The things I have been through these last few weeks have been horrible, both physically and mentally, and so I'd be pretty angry if I found out he was lying. What do I do? At this point, I would say it's not your concern. It might be frustrating. You have your suspicions, but it doesn't affect you up or down. If they're lying for real, they'll get found out.
And if you're wrong, you look like a genuine asshole.
Yeah. Just, oh well. Sorry.
Act two, I got something in the comments from that last question. The person says, how many seizures have you had in one day? One person said, I beat you. I had 30 one day, all at once. We honestly lost count, but it was like clockwork every 3 to 5 minutes for an entire morning until I eventually passed out in the hospital. I woke up 15 minutes later feeling fantastic. The brain is fucking weird, man. Yeah, he's beat me too. I haven't had 30 ever. I mean, collectively I have, but that's a lot to have in the morning. Something else is, did you really jest? I was at a friend's house. He was talking with my husband about, and he was talking to my husband and I about some Latin American rock star. Yeah, he just had a seizure on stage and went into a coma for 3 years and died. Sad. Anyway, you want another beer? Read the room. Did you forget I'm here? Made me wonder if how people will think of me if this disease kills me. Kept me up thinking, should I be worried to be around this person? Well, she's a husband there, but I think she's thinking they're probably thinking we'll have a beer after she has a seizure. Sucks to hear it like that, but personally, I think she's safe. But she's wondering. She doesn't know if she's safe. Obviously, she's asking this, and it actually didn't say she. So I mean, I didn't have to
I
say
mean, I
anything.
would assume there's probably more going on there, like you said, if this is concerning her being around those that are probably more close to her than anyone, that they would nonchalantly pass off her, you know, and you know, anything happen seriously to her, if if she died, just have a beer afterwards. That's I think probably not evidence to back it. So yeah. bring it up in a discussion if it really is concerning. You should be able to talk to him about it. What would you do if?
Yeah, she could bring it up to her husband. She said it was her husband's friend. Um, Someone said, "Does my dad care?" So I had epilepsy since I was 13. Will turn 29 in 3 months. Everyone around me has seen all types of my seizures and knows how to help me and has taken me to my appointments. But my dad, he has only seen my absent ones. He has never seen me in a full, he has never seen me have a full grand mal. He lives an hour away. He has taken me to my doctor's appointments only when he only when he is in the city. He has seen me in the hospital after some serious injuries from a grand mal, so blatantly said to his face, "You're scared. You're scared to see me have another one?" And he said, "Does it matter if I'm really scared? Does my dad really care about me?" To be 29 and think like that, that's it's a big sign. To be thinking like that under 22, I guess. That's a child accident, but this person's an adult. Um,
I feel like at this point, you should either just know that your dad doesn't care, you know? Like for me, I know that, even though my relationship with my uh bio dad and my stepdad are not the best, like if I'm in the hospital with a seizure, like they're gonna be there, and they do respect the fact that it is an actual thing. One of them more so because we share it, but I know the other one will also respect it. And yeah, I don't know. That's a weird question at that age. You're right. 29, you should know by now.
yeah, you should know your family, especially your father, but that's neither here nor there.
I don't know. I'm gonna just say that's kind of tough because coming from my point of view and my personality, he could be saying, it doesn't matter if I'm scared, I still have to be here to take care of you. And that she may not be hearing that. Sometimes we don't say exactly what we want to say because we don't want to hurt the other person. She's already scared. She just came out of a crisis. As a parent, I wouldn't know what to say. I have 3 kids and they've all had their things happen. The worst one was my youngest got hit by a car when he was 5. I didn't know what to say for 2 weeks. And I was in nursing school and I knew all the nurses at the hospital. And yeah, and I remember my one friend saying, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Does that even matter right now?" So,
Not the one.
but I know that she was but you know what I mean? People who know me know what I meant. It's like, does that even matter? I have to get through this. So maybe he's saying something like that to her. But not knowing the dynamics of their relationship, it's hard to say. But just coming from my point of view and my twisted personality, that's what it sounds like to me. It's like, does it matter? I have to be here for you, whether I'm scared or not. So that's how I see it from my perspective.
That's a really good way to look at it, I think, is, it's what you have to do and you have to do it, and it's okay that you have to do it, but you don't have a choice.
Yeah. Yeah, to be 29, I could see how she would feel like that. Um, yeah, but then there's this thing like you're 29. I think kind of would have seen a sign of him not caring a while back, other than the doctor's appointment, because we're only getting one experience at this moment. And yeah, like Ann said, we don't know the dynamics. So, anyone any thoughts on that?
I feel pretty much the same way. It's difficult when you hear things from one side. You don't know what the other side is.
Oh, we got someone new here. Immediate Earth.
I saw
Immediate
that.
Earth, you there? You think you can turn your mic on?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi
Hi.
there. How
Usually,
you doing?
people, we start with when was your last seizure? When were you diagnosed? And what are you taking?
Um, my last seizure was 2 weeks ago, I believe. I was diagnosed at 11 years old. I'm 22 now. I currently take Lamictal and lacosamide. I was just starting lacosamide like the beginning of this week, actually.
Go on through some questions. Just throw in some input every now and then, some opinions on what people have to say. Jump in whenever you're ready.
Do you want
Oh,
to
little
do the
iceberg.
icebreaker? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. I forgot about that. We got to get you into this. What was the worst thing you ever went through, and how'd you get through it?
Oh man. Um, and I can like say whatever.
Say
Yeah.
whatever you like.
Okay. Well, back in 2022, I tried to kill myself, and that was really hard for me to get through. And I spent like a week in the hospital in the psych ward, and I was unconscious for about 3 days. When I came out, I felt like I had more of a support system than I did before I went into the hospital. I feel like people actually noticed that I was doing bad, and um I guess hold on. uh I kind of hmm I like sorry, I'm trying to think. I feel like that kind of like woke something up inside of me that made me want to actually better myself. And yeah, I'm here now. I'm trying to do better.
That's all that
I'm
matters right now.
glad you're here.
Yeah.
Another icebreaker was, how do you deal with people talking at you and not talking to you? Me, I pretty much just in one ear and out of the other, and I don't let myself get angry about it. Just deal with it like that.
Um, Talking at me? I don't know what you mean.
If you're like, why are you talking to me like that? Ever been to one of that situation?
Um, Kind of on the daily, I guess. I don't know. I am recently like diagnosed as autistic, so stuff is a little difficult for me to understand sometimes.
All right.
I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I have this like I don't give a fuck attitude towards a lot of people that are just mean to me or whatever. I think my job makes me have a little less care in the world.
I got you.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, I
probably
have
better
that
for the
attitude
seizures,
a
that
lot.
attitude.
Say that again.
I was thinking that attitude's probably better for the seizures.
Yeah.
Uh,
Don't
Yeah,
yeah.
stress about anything in your environment.
I feel like mine don't really stress isn't like a super big thing when it comes to my seizures though, 'cause like I'll be my job is really stressful. I'll say that. It's extremely stressful. And I feel like it doesn't really affect me in a way that it affects most people.
So do you contemplate more about the physical stress involved, the hours or things like that that would have an impact on your body, or more the mental stress of trying to keep track or, having to think about what responsibilities to get done throughout the job?
My job is equally as physically stressful as it is emotionally stressful. I work as a CNA and, like being a primary caretaker for other people is hard, really hard.
Yeah.
I've heard. I thought I was
Yeah.
pretty easy, but I've heard, yeah, it can get.
I appreciate you. As a nurse, I appreciate you.
Yes.
I started
Yes,
I
yes, yes.
started as a CNA and I did that all the way through nursing school. I truly appreciate you. I know exactly what you mean. It's physically hard. It can be emotionally taxing, but you got it. You're hanging in there and like you said, we kind of get that fuck it bucket attitude until the bucket overflows. Um, but yeah, I appreciate you so much. I'm so happy you're here too. Um, and I'll just share. I don't know if everybody knows, but I just wanna. I don't know why. I just want to make you feel a little more welcome and like you're where you belong.
Major kudos.
I am in that semicolon club myself. I tried
Yeah.
that in 2020. Um, and most people know why, but I get it, and it changed everything. Um, yeah, I'm so happy you're still here.
Oh, thank
For
you.
sure. Thank
I
you for
came across
sharing.
absolutely. There was another question here asking, do you think the quality of life with epilepsy is better or worse when you get an aura? Because a lot of us don't get auras or feelings or any warning before a focal or a tonic-clonic. And personally, I think that's what's easier on me, but harder on those around me. What do you guys think?
I prefer, the question was, do we prefer an aura or not an aura? Is that what the question was?
Pretty much. It was
Okay.
asking, do you think the quality of life is different when you get
Well,
auras? Because some people only get it when there's certain triggers. They'll have an aura, like the elevation. I think we were talking to somebody a while back who said that elevation is one of their triggers, and they will get a taste or a feeling before those seizures. But if it's just that time of the month kind of stuff, then you might not get a feeling, and it just happens.
in the last week, I've had auras twice at work. That can be frightening because I stand out in the middle of a warehouse giving out food. And being afraid of having a seizure can be a little stressful, but knowing ahead of it, knowing ahead of time that I might have one, it helps me be aware of what's going on. Whether or not I have one, I prefer I don't have one, of course, but if it happens, then I'm prepared.
That
When an
makes sense.
aura when an aura feels like the kind of the same as the start of a seizure, I'd rather have the aura and no seizure and be able to find a place
Right,
to
of course.
sit down. Yeah, so exactly. I personally, I'm on the like I'll take the aura um because
Yeah.
it's not a guaranteed, but I'd rather find out like before falling over in a
Right.
spot
Rather
where it's
that
not
than just a
ideal.
drop.
Yeah.
Yeah, me as well.
All
Um,
right, that makes
I'm
sense.
actually
Go ahead.
I'm having an aura right now. That's why I came and got my CBD. So,
Hello.
um, um, so yeah, I would say I like having the auras better because I I get to take my medicine. It can either help or not, and I'll probably end up having one anyways because I'm getting all sweaty and shaky, but um I'd rather know. before it happens than just
Well, just
suddenly
go lie
fall, which I've
down.
also had that too.
See, you can go ahead and lie down if you like.
I think I'm gonna go sit in the bathtub right now.
We'll be
Whatever
there.
works for you, girl.
Bathtub?
Hey,
Whatever.
that's what the
There's,
animals do during thunderstorms.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
the bathtub trick. I'm safe in there.
I go to my
Absolutely.
bed where it's soft.
I
Yeah,
like
I
to lay
would do that,
down.
but my
nightstands.
kids are napping, so I can't.
I just lie down on the couch myself.
Get a pillow. Please. Please make sure you have a pillow.
That way I can tell my wife, honey, I'm probably going to have a seizure. That way she'll just keep an eye on me. She's doing something. Okay.
The tub I thought was a safe place too until I took down the shower curtain one of those times, and the rod, yeah, that turned out not to be the safe place every time. But still better
Tell
than the
me,
bed.
how long did it take you to untangle yourself from that mess, Kate?
Oh, I wasn't keeping track of time on that day. That was
It
more
felt
like
like forever. I know, I've done that and it's like, oh my God. And I have a double shower curtain. I have the fabric on the outside that's all pretty, and then the dollar store vinyl on
That's
the
where we get
inside.
ours.
but
The
metal
So
dollar
rings
I
have
was,
never been so annoying. I was infuriated by those metal rings. The
oh my
Yeah.
feeling, the
God.
sound, yeah.
I had them on my toe. I was literally entangled. I had the ring, a couple of the rings were stuck on my toe. The rod had bent and it was partly underneath me. I was twisted in both of those curtains, and I was like, I'm just gonna lay here and die. And the shower was still running, ice cold. But yeah, I'm like, I only did that once. I told my brain never do that to me again, ever. Just don't, because that, oh my gosh. No, as long as there's no water in the tub, I get it. I would do the same thing because getting on the bed, I can fall off the bed. I can fall off the couch. I can't fall off the floor.
There
But I
you
can get
go.
caught, but I can get stuck in an area where I can't be helped. In the bathtub, anybody can help you. They can get you out of the tub. It's actually a safer place than we think. Just don't put any water in it. You're fine.
Yeah.
Well, and I
Yeah.
just found out that my son decided to pee in here today, so I can't after all.
It's
Oh
better when you
Oh
shoot.
can
my
find it
God.
out.
I'm just
How
gonna sit
how
on the
old?
floor then.
Oh, come on, Saya. That'll just take you a minute. Grab a towel. We'll hang out. I
All
know.
right, I will.
Yeah.
It's
How old
obviously
is
not
this
the
kid?
first time you've had to clean it up.
I know.
Got
It's
the
like,
resolve right there. Yes.
you know it. Get the magic. Get the mommy magic. This is my space now.
And don't
Wow.
overcorrect him because then potty
Boys,
training is gone for 6 months.
boys will be boys, right?
Unless you get him
No,
one of
and
those
that's the
fancy toilets
problem.
with the
See,
stupid
that's the
flusher thing.
problem, is that he is fully potty trained, but he has
He's just
he
claiming his
has
territory
witnessed his
now.
dad go pee elsewhere outside of the toilet. So he's just like, you know what? I'm gonna be adventurous today.
Boys will be boys.
If he had at least
Absolutely.
if he had at least done it while showering, it wouldn't have been as bad, but
Right.
it's the no water running. Like, come on,
And
bud.
a
Yep.
dry tub is
Yep.
something else.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to clean this later, but it's fine. I can wash
Also
it.
being 2 feet from the toilet, I'm assuming.
Yeah, he was with the potty
Hey,
chair up and everything.
Pokey, would you like to add to that?
Um, uh, when I was thinking about the bathroom stuff earlier, I was just thinking that I haven't had one in the shower, but that I don't exactly know. But I'm sure I had one where I got caught in between the wall of the toilet before.
That happened to me too in the beginning. When I first started having seizures, the EMTs had to, because I fell in our apartment bathroom, and I was sitting on the toilet, and this is the first night I started having my TCs, and I had fallen off of the toilet because it was such a small bathroom that like my mom and my husband, they couldn't maneuver very well in there, so I just, yep, fell, and they had to pull me out of there, and it was gross.
Yeah.
These
Goodness.
things happen as epileptics. These things happen.
Yep.
And this is the perfect space where we just all know. We just all know. We can sit back and nod and understand exactly what you what you're
Yeah,
saying.
And nobody's gonna judge me for sitting in the bathtub.
that's right.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Right. I know
Exactly.
exactly. Yeah. And I will never judge you if you're
No,
found head first in a front loading washer. Okay, I
that's
did that one.
that's the
Oh
good thing
man, that
about
one would
this
suck.
group. You will never be judged in this group.
Hmm.
That's the
That's
good
true.
thing about it. One of the many good things.
The front loading
And then
dryers are even worse though because they're hot.
Mm.
Right when you're taking it out and you get that like dry, that dryer sheet whiff, and then that's the last thing you remember, but you wake up with like something more red than usual. Yeah,
Yep.
I couldn't deny that one.
See, also what I do when I'm hot, there's nothing like that tile in the bathroom. Stays perfectly cold and just
then
lay
I'd
on it.
have to get like fully naked, and then I couldn't use the camera anymore.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Like I said,
Hey,
when
eventually
I'm at
maybe that won't
home,
even be a concern. Safety is
Hey, that's
priority,
true. Yep, that is true.
especially
with
if you're in it,
flat,
you really do just need to get your
I
temperature
think I will
down.
take my sweater off though, because I'm God
I
sweating
was
so bad.
I was also, yeah, I was questioning. I was like, so you're
Bundled
sweating, but
up.
also the beanie and the sweatshirt.
Yeah, I know. It's so yeah. I was freezing cold earlier and now I'm hot.
That
That's
makes sense.
another part.
It's
Yeah.
90
Yeah,
degrees here right now.
yeah, it's 90, or
It's
yeah, it's
96
90
here.
out and humid here.
94.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not doing too bad. How you doing, Saya? Yeah, I saw your face getting a little flushed there too.
Yeah, it's coming on. If I go quiet, it's probably gonna be a focal, so that's probably it.
Yeah, which you just took CBD, so what do you got in your locket pocket?
Well, the only thing that I'm allowed to take right now is the Nasalam because they decided to stop me on the Ativan because the Ativan I was using it for auras like this, but then the auras started just even on the Ativan started just turning into focals. So they were
Yeah,
just like, well, if that's gonna happen anyways, you might as well just wait to take the Nasalam because you can't take them both at the same time. So
right, right. Oh, but you have that close by, right?
yeah, I do. I mean, I haven't had to do it myself yet, but my husband will be home soon, thankfully.
Yeah. And you cannot overdose on CBD, so take as much as you need.
Yeah,
If
I
you
might
need
take some
more,
more in a minute here because I put it under my
yeah.
tongue for 80 seconds, but it's still
Yeah,
taking a little while.
yeah, rub it around your cheek, on your gums, just
Yeah.
use your tongue to get it all in there. But yeah, I hate those. See, and I've had both, the auras and just a dropped seat, just gone without any warning. But to be honest, for me, when I get too many auras, I start to panic. My anxiety goes way up. And then the next thing I know, it's like, oh, I'm going to have a seizure just because I'm triggered by the stress, So it was like, that's where therapy came in. And it's still really hard because it's like, what am I really feeling here? And yeah, but yeah, all the CBD you want.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think I might get up and grab it because
So is that just regular CBD oil?
yeah, I can actually
I always think of gummies when I hear that.
let me
Because
see.
yeah, I
I,
got those. Yep.
I just, I don't eat gummies, but
I have this one. It's the Charlotte's Web. It's
Oh,
oh,
you do have
I
meat.
didn't know
Oh,
that.
you got
yeah.
meatball. You got meatball
Oh,
stuff.
I mean, I could have
Oh,
that at work.
do you know
Oh,
they
it's
just
so
raised?
good.
I got to share this, Charlotte. Okay, I love you, meatball, but they
I
just
never used
built a
it.
barn. Her family just bought new land, and they built a barn and dedicated it to her. And this weekend is the barn, well, what they call a barn raising. I mean, it's up, it's built, painted, all ready to go, and they're dedicating it. So go, Charlotte. We called her Meatball. Yeah, that stuff is
Such a
awesome.
beautiful story.
Oh yes, and it still is. I
Everything
have to
that her
credit.
mom is doing is just like
Yeah,
it's such good awareness for everyone who
yeah.
is still experiencing it, and also to just like keeping her memory alive.
So
Oh
overall, you
yeah.
guys pretty much tend to like the auras, think it's more convenient than annoying.
If I
It's
had
kind
to
of nice.
choose, like between yes and no, I'd go yes. I'd rather go nothing at all, but I think we all would say no seizures at all.
Right.
Oh yeah, also immediate earth, a heads up. Annie has all the connections. She knows everybody.
Everybody about
No, I
everything.
don't.
Yes,
No,
you
I
do.
don't. No,
You
not
a lawyer,
everybody.
a
Not
doctor.
everybody. I know. I came into the cannabis movement just at the right time,
Well,
and
you're basically the hookup. If you need someone to go to, Annie's the one to go to.
well, I'll just tell you who to go to. But yeah, I'm working on that. Things are a little dicey with all of these storms. But yeah, we can talk about that later. But yeah, I know Charlotte's mom and dad and stepdad, and I wish I could be there this weekend. That's all I can say. So we'll all be on Zoom for that. And so far they have 17 channels now or Zoom rooms because there's so many people that are going to be there. And yeah, but that is the best stuff. That is the best stuff. And I'm gonna cry because yeah, I miss her.
Understandable. So has anybody ever found that withholding an epilepsy diagnosis is the better choice, personal or professional?
I didn't get a chance to withhold it because I went into the emergency room with my third seizure, and then they were just like, "You have epilepsy." So I wasn't having to go to doctor's appointments and figure out if I have it. Some people do go get misdiagnosed and stuff. I was told I had it, and I was 16. So 20 years later, it gets better with time.
I
20 years later,
never
you found a positive way to use it. Go
But
ahead,
like
Zia.
if when you were going for like, job interviews and stuff, did you withhold that information or do you ever withhold it from people?
Um, no, I think I was probably
Open
filling out
about it
the
every time.
application. I didn't say anything like as I'm filling out the application, or if I do the application online, I don't have the opportunity. So like yeah, I've had a management position and I just applied and yeah, and I got the job and
I know sometimes people will post a question on the epilepsy page, just being like, do I tell
Should I? Yeah.
do I tell employers that I have epilepsy or do I just wait until I have a seizure on the job and then it's like, oh yeah, by the way.
That's what I do.
On the second on the second
Nobody in
part-time
Costco
job,
knew until I had one.
I was
that's the
not
thing.
suggest that. Tom. But I
I
was
think it
gonna say
depends on
like
the line of
knows.
work.
yeah,
Yeah,
you don't have to. You don't have to say it to them, but once you have the job, they have to accommodate for you once you do tell them. So
They never asked.
That's
And
yeah.
why on the second part-time job after the one that, just called the ambulance too many times, I didn't tell him. It was at a doctor's office. Anytime I was working in a medical facility, it was part-time work. I felt like there couldn't be a safer place. Family was under the impression that management knew, but why not? Why bother? I feel like I got more respect before something happened in the workplace, but it was inevitable. So I guess you got to kind of look at it as, is this a long, if it is a long-term commitment, then you're better off being forthcoming about it, because they'll probably have a different opinion of you, or look down on you after the fact, thinking they could have told us that, and now
I agree
it
with
could happen
that.
again. Yeah.
I agree with that. People were a little bit like, Tom, why didn't you tell us? I guess
It's like,
everybody
seriously,
does
you're
it
you're
or
turning
let
this
it.
back on yourself? You really want to take this personally?
Right,
But
exactly.
a lot of people think like that, especially the ones who might call the shots.
Uh-huh.
Hey, folks, I'm
Especially
sorry. I just want to interrupt really. Is Jason okay? Oh, you are okay. All right, sorry.
Jason
You
just
looked
goes
like
to
you were
sleep every now and then.
Yeah, it's
so
happened
sorry.
before.
Looked like you were zoning
Brandon,
out.
I was about to ask the same thing, and then I realized you're looking at your phone. You look like you fell asleep again, Jason. Yeah, that's okay.
Anyway,
We love you.
Thank you.
we want everyone on the stream to be safe, and we all understand that sometimes it can just happen. Like like with Sarah right now, or
Yep.
a few
Keeping a close eye. I
Ex-
know. It's like,
exactly. We all understand. We just want to make sure. And sometimes if we can be a little like, is that person okay? It's just because we care.
Right.
yeah.
Anyway, sorry, I
I've
interrupted
had
Tom.
one. I've had the clusters of vocals doing it with Sailor Mom. We were doing this one time, and yeah, it's going for like an hour and a half, just laughing in between. Instead of reading the questions, I was surfing the web and showing her pictures of faces and masks and stuff. I was all over the place. And I didn't even know I had that recorded until I had to edit it. And I was like, I don't remember this, and this. And then there was parts that I do remember, and those were the parts where she would ask me, "Are you okay?" And I'd come back and I'd be laughing because I knew I was out of it. And yeah, yeah, editing that was so funny. You got to go watch it. Um,
Sorry, but yeah, I completely cut Tom off. I'm so sorry. What was it?
no. It's all good. It's all good. I forget what I was going to say anyway.
Yeah,
it's
it's
all
gotten
right.
that far
It
ahead.
happened. It's called lamotrigine, or what, you guys know what I'm talking, that Keppra stuff.
Oh, that's
Viatran.
Levitiracetam.
Yeah,
Levitiracetam.
levetiracetam. Yeah,
Yeah.
I have the
I've
bottle
been
in
trying
front
to
of me
say that
actually.
for years now. But yeah, that's my Keppra issue. Yeah, I forget. If I don't keep talking, then it's gone. And obviously it wasn't that important.
Hey Tom, it's not that bad because I have my laptop on my lap because when people are talking, I type what I'm gonna say because I'm gonna forget. I
And
type
then
what I
5 minutes
heard.
later, we're so far off topic anyway, like 2 minutes
Yeah.
later, erasing
I
that
don't even
one.
remember what we were talking about.
Yeah, we went
That
off.
that's when my point doesn't matter anymore.
No, I
Whatever it
remember
was.
I remember what we were talking about. So it was, do you tell people? And then we
In the
sort
work.
of shifted
Right,
a
right,
little bit to talking about like a workplace environment. Like, do you tell
right.
your workplace? Um, I think the consensus was basically like, well, if it's going to be a long-term thing, they should probably know. Um, but if it's just like a short whatever, it's like, I'm just hold this info until like
I
something
like
actually
that.
happens, you know?
Look at
I like
Brandon
that.
showing off that good
That's
old brain, showing off that memory of yours.
there you go. Look at you.
As much as I can. I don't remember what happened 5 minutes ago, but I can remember 2 minutes ago.
Just take it and go with it. It sounds good. Just take it and go with it, guy.
There you go.
I
Accept
got
the
one.
compliment.
I got one here. It says, "WTF is wrong with me? I've been having these symptoms for the third time now. I don't know what causes it, but all I know is it's out of nowhere. I'm fine one minute, and then next minute I get blurry eyes, a dry tongue that kind of feels like it's a bit swollen. I feel nauseous. I'm still okay to walk, but things that move more quickly make me feel like that again, and lights off help. I try eating snacks with high sugar in case my sugar is low. Water doesn't help. Lying down does. I have a doctor appointment tomorrow, and yes, I'll bring it up. It's just that I have so many types of seizures already that I'm exhausted. Have any of you guys ever heard of these symptoms or experienced these? Because I don't know what's happening. I also am being admitted into the seizure clinic ward for testing at the end of the month. So hopefully you guys can help.
Well, be prepared for the for inpatient stuff because I know having the seizures inpatient, waking, coming to in an unfamiliar place is even worse.
Yeah, I've felt nauseous a few times. So I guess that's a symptom. And lying
Brandon, you
down, that's
okay?
I'm
huh?
okay, Saya. I know I'm watching. We're seeing the shower.
I was wondering if
So,
that was a shower head. I couldn't tell.
yeah, I'm guessing she put the phone down,
Yeah.
but trying to check in.
We were asking if
I,
Brandon was okay.
I know our sleepy teddy bear. That's
All right.
yeah, we do keep an eye on each other, don't we? But yeah, about telling people I never went back to work after my clinical diagnosis. I knew I was having seizures and that got confirmed later, but I never had to say anything to an employer. But I do tell neighbors, and I don't like to have to do that, but I feel safer. Um, Plus, until when things get dicey and my daughter can't straighten things out, she'll call an ambulance. So when we first moved here, I was at the hospital quite a bit. Um, so having my neighbors know what was going on, but I've never had to do that for an employer. I really don't know how I would handle that because yeah, I'd be afraid to not get the job. And I think I would withhold that information until I got the job. So I don't know, is that wrong?
Okay, I have something to add to this. At work, the company I work for, we're not allowed to wear jewelry for um um health reasons.
What about a watch?
Nope. No watch, no uh bracelet. I'm epileptic. Gosh, what's that? What am I thinking of? And the necklace, it has medical ID. Thank you very much. I can't wear a medical ID. And I think that's it. Yes, exactly. I can't wear one of those.
Yeah,
And
you need your medical
I
bracelet.
have one around my, a necklace that says do not, it says epilepsy on it. And then on the back it says do not call 911. And I'm not
Oh,
allowed to wear it. But I believe that's against the law, isn't it?
I believe so. I think they'd have to accommodate you with something like that, a special case,
yeah.
That's like an ADA or something, isn't it?
possibly. How long you been going through that? You got some
2 years.
time.
But it's like just my last seizure in the office. They called 911. And I said, "Excuse me, boys and girls, but I've got a medical alert necklace right here that says, do not call 911. Well, we didn't even look because you're not supposed to be wearing one. But so anyway, I didn't make a big deal about it because I signed a release and they didn't take me to the hospital. But in the same respect, if I would have hurt myself and they didn't call 911, no, and I had a medical alert, they would have known that I was epileptic. The people that don't work for Costco, because everybody in Costco knows I'm epileptic. But that's my, but I don't want to make a big stink over it.
Gotcha.
My wife's a bit pissed because she's the one that told me I should have one. Because she's sick and tired of dealing with the EMTs always trying to they had me doing math problems when I came out of my my seizure. My wife says, "What? How long have you been doing this job? He's coming out of a seizure. He doesn't know his name. And you want him to do math problems to see whether or not he's competent enough to even, coherent enough to take to the hospital or whatever."
I remember you had
How long you been doing this, girl?
you had mentioned that last time, and we were all sort of like, aren't they supposed to ask, like, do you know who the president is? Do you
They
know
went
what?
down that road too. I answered all those, and she wasn't that. She wanted to take me to the hospital, I guess.
Said I
Oh, I
went
did
down
go
that
through this
road.
once already, huh? Yeah.
Ooh, this is a good one. It said, "What's something that people pretend to be okay with, but deep down they really don't? No one cares about me in particular." Um,
Trying to be okay with.
I think sometimes there's those people who be like, it's all right," and then when you're done, they're like, "Hey, can you put this IKEA table together?"
I like what somebody typed in the chat before when you were saying people ask you to get stuff like that done. She said, "Can you reach this?" You're definitely
Yeah,
the one that they'll go to for that. I was thinking like decorating parties and then doing party decorations and stuff. You, you would be the one put with the little bobby pin things.
yeah, that's why I said it's like 95% of the time I'm the tallest one in the room. So I'm picking stuff up, I'm reaching stuff, I'm
Implied
place
responsibility.
this here. Yeah, like after a seizure, I don't always have the energy, but don't have the luxury of telling some people no. So
I was excited about this study. It came out on in June of this year, and they're finding between ECGs and EEGs. ECGs are used for cardiac dysfunction and figuring out things with your heart, but apparently there's a lot of correspondence between ECGs and EEGs that are helping them realize that people who are on, and now this is an actual documented study, so doctors have to listen, that trying to look for it. I know they said something about phenobarbital. Definitely carbatrol is on this list, but they're showing that certain medications render patients with epilepsy more vulnerable to cardiac deficiencies. And now they're actually documenting this kind of thing, so it doesn't take a whole generation of more people on the carbatrols to die from heart attacks before, and who knows, maybe that's already what triggered this. But now they are putting things together one step at a time, so that somebody maybe who runs with comorbidities in the family, the neurologist shouldn't even try these medications if they already have any kind of chance of cardiac deficiencies. So yeah, anything that backs up not being on a med, I'm always excited about. You guys ever felt like you were just on the wrong pill, like it did more harm than good?
Kepler.
Not only was for me was Keppra, but right now I'm taking Lamictal, and I feel like the negative side effects are not as worth as it controlling my seizures, which isn't even 100% because I still have breakthrough tonic-clonics all the time. Well, I wouldn't say all the time, but definitely on a monthly basis. So
How much do you take? I take 200 twice daily,
I
and
take 200 twice a day too.
I
yeah,
take 150 twice a day.
okay, yeah, I take the 200, and
Well, no,
I've gotten it
300.
together. I've got it a little better. I'm having 3 to 5 a year.
Wow.
I've only had 2, so I'm trying to make it through the rest. I've been through half the year already, so working
How
on
much
that.
Ativan do you take?
Huh?
How often do you take Ativan?
I don't take Ativan at all.
Oh, I thought you said you take Ativan twice a day.
No, I take the
No.
Lamotrigine twice a day. Unfortunately.
Yeah, that would be a problem.
Yeah, it's caused me to have insomnia. So yeah, that's
Yeah.
a bit of the problem too. So It's all
Yeah,
right.
it didn't work for me. Yeah, lamotrigine did not work for me at all. I had so many catastrophic breakthrough seizures, and I was taking 350 3 times a day. So, yeah, I didn't know enough then to tell my doctor, something's wrong here, and I'm not going to take another, what was it? They wanted to add another 150. I was going to be up to like 1400 milligrams, and the pharmacy wouldn't do it, all of that, but it didn't work for me. And don't hesitate to tell your doctor this. I'm not getting along with this medication. There's plenty for them to try, and you don't have to stay with one that doesn't make you feel like it's working. It's the worst thing to do, because you're going to keep waiting for it to work and it doesn't. And if you're having breakthrough seizures once a month, you might want to talk to them about catamenial seizures that come with your menstrual cycle. They're affected by hormones. So, yeah, I would definitely, it doesn't sound like that lamotrigine is helping. But I didn't, same thing with what Pookie said, the insomnia. I never slept. I I had to literally wait until I collapsed to fall asleep.
And what,
And that was,
lamotrigine?
yeah, with lamotrigine.
Okay, I'm
And
taking 300 of that twice a day.
yeah, I was taking, I think when we stopped, I was at 1350. And but I wasn't sleeping.
1350.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I was at a toxic level. The doctor never checked my blood. Um, yeah, it was quite a trip for 10 years, but I didn't know any better. I didn't know. And I'm so grateful that we have this, and even on Reddit asking questions like that. It's like, do I have to stay with this medication because this is what they gave me? Well, there's, I don't know how many epilepsy medications available, and some are just for focal epilepsy. So there's quite a few.
Mayo
There's more
Clinic
than two.
recommends no more than 400 milligrams a day for lamotrigine,
Yep.
and even that split into 1 or 2 doses.
Yeah. And they wonder why my liver is scarred. Oh, let me
Well,
think.
that's another issue I've got right now with that Excalibur is
Drink a lot of
that they
water.
wanted to put me on is the liver thing. And I did see that guy, and I am not taking that. I'm still on the Kepra. So, and yes, he's a real handbag. The guy I was telling you about who he's a temp. I've never heard of a temp neurologist before, but
Me neither.
unless he's in a ministry or something. But yeah, and he's the one I'm trying to get to turn off my VNS. But yeah, so life is good, Aaron. I see you smiling.
Yeah. We get through it. We get through it. A
Oh yeah.
10th. Wow. Maybe they're just short-staffed and they had to call somebody in. I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
I was told, no, he's been there for a while, but they wouldn't renew his contract. And I guess he's supposed to be gone in about 6 months. And I've seen him
Oh,
once.
wow.
And I've seen him once, and he wanted to change my medication. Takes
Oh,
copper
yeah.
off of Keppra. Well, and now my VNS, I don't know if you were on, but I'm wearing them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I go in on the 14th to see him, and he's going to give me a ration about my medication again. And
Oh, yeah, maybe.
yeah, and I'm going to so I have to get him to turn this VNS off. He still hasn't changed my medication in my uh I get my medication online in the Kepra portal. Not Kepra.
Oh, yeah.
Pfizer, yeah.
Oh,
And
yeah.
It's still not back yet. It still has an ex copre in there. So yeah, but I still have a little bit of work to do to deal with this guy.
Yeah, but if he's going to be gone, do you even want to? I don't know. It feels like you're playing with fire.
Oh, no, no,
I
no,
don't know.
no, 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 no. Just so he put my medication that I need, the Keppra, put it back
Oh,
in there so I can get it.
I
He has
gotcha.
a copre in there, ex copre.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, when he told me he was going to take me off the Keppra and put it on that, he just immediately removed the Keppra out of there and put
Oh,
the.
he does. No, he does not know what he's doing. No wonder
I
he's
know he
tense.
doesn't. He wa- he
Well,
wants
do
he
not
wants.
let him turn that off. You just need a new battery, bro. But no, oh my gosh. He was just gonna, no. Oh
Yeah,
my
that's what
God.
Hold
I
off
said.
on any
No, this is
long-term
not
choices with
happening,
this one.
Bucky. No, you will not take me off a Keppra and put me on this. No, that's not the
You
way
gotta
it works.
titrate. Yeah,
That's
you
not the
gotta
way
do the
it works.
seesaw.
Yeah.
Oh, what is up with these? What
This
is
is what
up?
I'm talking about. And
Making
no,
long-term decisions with somebody who you know is short-term is kind of a red
yeah,
flag.
this guy is no, no, no,
Take a
no.
breath. Take a breath before you do that.
Uh-huh. No.
I'm
Where did
glad
you
you
get this
knew.
license at? And yeah, you
Yeah.
wonder why he's a temp, right?
Well, all you have to do is yeah, just go online to your state Department of Health and they will tell you how to file a complaint
Oh, there
because
you go.
that's what you really should do. Do me a favor, do it for me, Tom, because it's the only way we're going to get these doctors to pay attention and let them know, yeah, we have epilepsy, but we are not stupid.
Not stupid, right?
And what you did was stupid. So I had to let the people who decide whether or not you keep your license, I had to let them know so you don't do
Oh,
it to somebody else.
oh,
You
that's
know?
I told him that I'm on this Zoom, and he told me, so tell me, where did you get this information from? He says the only people that talk negatively about it are people that um it's not working for them or something. They're the only ones that have anything bad to say. I'm like, okay, then why is it? I told them that I went right on their website and it tells you
Yeah.
Keppra, do not just stop taking it. And he's like, well, that's not the way it works. If I don't want you to do it, then and I'm putting you on something else. Homie, it
No,
don't work that way. No.
no, every single anticonvulsant
Yeah, you
has
just
to
don't
be
stop
titrated.
one and stop another one.
This guy has a superiority complex or
I'm not as
something.
dumb as you look, buddy.
Yeah, right. Or yeah, you're not as dumb as he wants you to be. Yeah, yeah. You don't look dumb, bro.
It's like I'm
Yeah,
paying you.
right, right. And it's like this isn't right. And I'm that patient. I'll be the one to say
I know you
this
are.
doesn't this doesn't sound right. And I think maybe I should make people aware of this.
Uh-huh.
And that's all you got to say. And they don't know if I'm going to be calling their boss or reporting them to the state. They don't know. They don't need to know.
Mhm.
But, something like that doesn't sound right. I'll be like, look, I'm not comfortable with this because it's really against everything else that I know is right.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't go to medical school, but that doesn't mean I don't know what's right. Yeah, I was flip-flopped on meds like that, and I ended up in the hospital. And no,
I know. Yeah.
yeah,
They ought to write a medical book with you on the front page.
no,
It's like
no,
you
we
and
all
me,
have our
Tom
stories.
101 and Annie.
Yeah, Tom 101 and Annie. But yeah,
There you
no,
go.
it just blows my mind because I have a friend who's doing her internship for her doctorate right now. And I was on the phone with her for 2 hours yesterday. And she said, my therapist can't even help me with this. The way these people are, and she's doing her internship in an ICU, she's disgusted. She said it was like her third round on that clinical. By the time she got home, she was physically sick because the way that these other medical professionals are behaving. And I'm like, oh God, here she's getting her doctorate in nursing
Still
and she wants to,
practicing medicine.
Yeah, that's a ripoff. What you got, Pokey?
Oh, anybody ever had a nicotine addiction? I did.
Nicotine addiction?
Cigarettes, tobacco.
Yeah, about 30 years worth.
Yes, I do.
All
Yes,
right.
yes, I do for about like at least like I would say for almost 10 years.
Okay, I got something here.
And that's 30 plus years. I started smoking when I was a young teen. And I stopped when I was probably 50.
So I was smoked about like 40 years.
Something like that, yeah, give or take.
Yeah, I got something here. It says quitting a nicotine addiction. Regrettably smoked and been very addicted to nicotine since I was 15 to 16 years old. I'm 25 now. Developed a seizure disorder about 2 years ago, not from smoking itself, but I was wondering if anyone else has tried to quit with epilepsy and had any tips or something, because I was told by a doctor once that if I ever wanted to stop, never quit cold turkey. Take extreme caution when weaning yourself off
I stopped.
that it could cause even more dangerous seizure withdrawing. Should I look into seeing a specialist or something?
I quit smoking, I quit drinking, I quit doing crank, I quit doing smoking cigarettes, drinking, and meth.
Cold turkey?
And pot.
All cold turkey? Just give up everything?
You asked my wife. Yeah, I wasn't a very nice person for a long time. But yeah, what I did is I changed. I was living in Portland. I moved over to Washington. So that was good for my drugs right there because I didn't know anybody over there. So I didn't have any association. So that was they went my drugs and I didn't go to the bar with anybody. So that was easy. The hard problem was smoking cigarettes. But my wife and I both quit cold turkey.
I quit tobacco cold turkey. Yep.
If you get it in your mind,
this one day we were here and they were like, nicotine lowers your seizure threshold. And I was like, really?
Oh, yeah?
I stopped that day.
I'm here to tell you it doesn't.
Well, I smoke a lot of weed, so I smoke a lot of tobacco. So I just smoke papers because, nicotine is addictive because sometimes people around that smoking and I be like, it smells good. And I'm just trying to not axe to hit it.
I love the smell of bud, but I do not like, I can smell a cigarette a block away. I hate it.
Block away.
Yeah, like that's something in my neighborhood because, like, honestly, like I be like smoking cigarettes like out of nowhere, and like my nose be clogged up and everything. It just, I mean, like just like, I mean, I just be smoking cigarettes like literally every day, not even like not even knowing like how I feel.
They say ex-smokers are the worst critics.
Yeah, Brandon.
I cannot handle the smell of cigarettes. But smoking, I love the smell of pot.
So
absolutely love it. Always have, always will, I guess.
So for me, I do use tobacco, but I combine it with the weed in sort of like a one hitter situation. And like that's its own thing, but I've basically kind of trained myself to where I only ever smoke like at my house. That's the only time I ever want to smoke. If I go out anywhere else, I don't need to have anything. And it's definitely because of the tobacco, I think, which I'm not proud of, but it's the way it is right now. Um, I do think that like going cold turkey is hard. So props to you, Tom. Props to you, Pookie.
Say it again. Last part.
I was sorry, I just heard a weird noise. Anyway, props to both Tom and Pookie for being able to cut out tobacco, like cold turkey. Absolutely, like thumbs up. If this person doesn't feel like they can do that, though, it is like a good idea to just, okay, you have your last pack, finish it off, but you're not going to buy anything after that. It's
Don't buy any to put in the house because you know they're there. So I don't
exactly.
want to put them as that way. How they let me see. Don't
Is that your
leave.
plan of action, Brandon?
I'm sorry.
I was
That's
asking
not
if that's
well.
okay.
No, that's not my plan. I'm okay with my tobacco use, but uh, like I also smoke the equivalent of like it'd be like a cigarette a day, So I'm not like
Pack a
addicted.
day.
Yeah, I'm not a pack a day. I'm literally like
Yeah.
a cigarette a day.
The champ is
That's
here.
reasonable.
Hey, Ken,
Kevin,
How's it going?
All right. The champ is here.
Hmm.
I'm
How about
going
you
to be
tell Earth
gone
why
here in a
why
little
Kevin's the
bit.
champ?
How's everyone doing? I mean, what you talking
Super
about?
duper.
We were
Living
just
my
talking about
dream.
nicotine and cutting it cold turkey and how did that go and all that. Smoking for 10 years, nicotine addiction.
Preface this reply with why you're the champ here.
Um, Also, got the icebreaker for you, Kevin. Thanks for attending again and again and again. What was it?
is that why he's the champ?
He's the champ because he hasn't had a seizure in 7 years.
There it is. Okay.
The
Now everybody
man.
knows. Thank you,
Yeah.
Brandon.
Good job, Kevin. Good job.
Almost 7 years.
Almost.
Six,
Okay.
6.5.
We'll round up.
Yeah, a little bit.
So yeah, we were talking about nicotine, but the icebreaker for you is what's the hardest thing you ever went through? And how'd you get through it? Take your time.
Okay, well, uh, 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 besides the seizures,
It's not
just
epilepsy
just
specific.
dealing with just dealing with my family, having to settle issues with that. You gotta make things right with them, you know,
Feel you there.
personal issues.
How'd you get through it?
Never said I got through it, but wait, did I?
No, I'm asking you. That was
Hmm?
that was
Kevin, that's good. I like that one. I like
the
the family
question.
thing.
The question is how you got through it. How do you get?
Yeah.
I just said I settled them. I never said I got through them.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I guess.
that's.
Well, so how did you at
Oh,
like
oh, that was
yourself?
the question.
So how did you yourself sort of like get through it? Emotionally, like
Deal with
you know,
it. How did you
what
deal
what
with
got
it?
what got you through it?
Oh, what got me through it? All right. I just compromise. You know, you can't win every battle.
Good answer, Kevin. I like that.
I like that
yeah,
answer.
can't
Good.
change people, and
Uh-uh.
if they're
That's
gonna be
right.
assholes, then yeah. So you live with them, and
Yeah.
some people are great
That
people.
makes them happy, then that makes them happy, right?
Well,
Go for it. Go with it.
happy or other things, or yeah.
Um, I got something here. It says hobbies. What are some fun and easy hobby type things you like to do? My life is over with now that I have epilepsy. Before I had 2 seizures, introducing to my life now. Going out to these little raves and concerts and playing video games. I don't get to hang out with people anymore, so I'm just looking for something to do before I go crazy in this home. That's the thing. When you get it, you gotta have support, and you gotta find something to do to keep your mind off doing everything else. And yeah, when you have nothing to do and you don't have no support, I got a
Play
friend
some
going through that
puzzles.
right now.
Reading's a good one. Come join this podcast also. That's another good one.
Reading is hit or miss though, because if I get into a book that's more than like 250 pages, I might take more than, 2 days from reading it and then get back into that chapter and have no clue what was going on. Have to start over, and that's frustrating. So that's why I go with the puzzles. You can pick up right where you left off if there's a safe space. So my
Yeah.
favorite post from recently. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I like painting and DJ, and so I got the little turntable, play with it. Um, I got some arts and crafts stuff. I do that. Yeah, things just keep the mind busy.
There's hundreds of hobbies. I was trying to get into board games recently. Uh, I'm still trying to do that. It's actually difficult to break into, but they're very clicky people. But
Wow. So it was an exclusive crowd.
yeah, they're like yeah, a little bit. You kind of learn their language and
Maybe
stuff.
they've had too many intruders kind of come into the group and then just leave like laughing at them.
Yeah, like I walk in the store and they're like, "Oh, you don't know what
How to play
an
trouble or something.
RPG game is?" Like, no, I don't know what that stuff is. Just give me a game to play, Yeah, let's just play games. But
There
yeah,
you go.
it still is. I would still suggest that, look for there's hundreds of hobbies, that even sports, if a safe sport that that might not cause seizures. Anything, yeah.
Something to
Yeah,
keep the
no,
mind
it's hard to
busy.
find. So in this post here, the title is "You're Not Actually Disabled." That's what my mom said to me after I said how I have a disability and probably couldn't handle a disabled child of my own. Quote unquote, "You're not actually disabled because you can work." Excuse me? I'm 100% definitely disabled. Some days I'm physically unable to function. Not to mention the fact that I will never be independent in terms of medication and transportation. And included in here is the questions. What do you guys think? Are people with seizure disorder disabled to you guys? Or is mom just unable to comprehend the disability? By the way, she drives me everywhere.
Ooh, know somebody like that.
In my situation, kind of similar. Before mother realized that I was in a pretty damaging relationship and relying on him because there was no other way around, she was kind of down the same path. If you want to start a family, leave the state, live your own life, feel free. Didn't wasn't in touch for about 3 years, and it kind of took a slap in the face of you can't ignore this anymore. Having a couple tonic-clonic clusters in front of her that she put two and two together about this is for real. So some people do have to find out the hard way. I would respond to this one.
Yeah. Um,
I think it's
so that's
depending on that person. That must be the hardest part.
I
But
got
no
something.
pressure to stay on good terms.
Oh yeah, right. I got something. It says, "Sorry if this is a bit TMI and gross. I thought I was having another aura. Laid down preparing myself, but I ended up just sneezing and throwing up a little at the same time. It felt so weird. Felt the sneeze coming on, not the sickness before you throw up. Anyone else have this strange moment like this? No. My seizures are coming to nothing like a sneeze. Anybody throw up while you're having a seizure? That was another part of the question.
If I chug too much water after, then I'll throw that up.
Right.
Yeah, afterwards, but not before.
I got something here, a different one. It says dealing with the police. Does anybody have any experiences or anything you'd be comfortable sharing of your interactions, good or bad, if you had to deal with the police officers and epilepsy or just any and all the seizure stuff in general? I don't have anything to share, but I do get worried, especially because the cops in my town have always had a bad reputation. 2 or 3 years ago, they went viral because they attacked a woman with dementia. Um, Dealing with the police, it's everything. Just expect the worst every time. Well, with me, is being a bigger guy, they just instantly put me in cuffs. I'm gonna cuff you for me and your safety. That's what they always say. And they're like, you're safe, man, but I'm gonna put you in cuffs for my safety. That's usually what happens.
Yeah, I feel like plenty of us probably have it easier with cops, especially getting when they're called to the job on a seizure or something, and I'm wandering the parking lot with shirt off and everything, and of course they think I'm right across the street from the homeless park, and they didn't even put two and two together. I'm told again the X overreacts for everything, but he was saying these good old boy cops didn't look you in the face one time, and that's how it is. And I wasn't there. Obviously, I wasn't all the way back yet. So anybody who comes to a situation not understanding what's going on, expect the worst. People don't assume the best when they're coming into anything unknown, especially if they don't understand off the bat. That's probably how so many people get Narcan for no reason.
That's why I got the bracelet. Don't Narcan me. Angel got his.
That's right. I think I found it on Amazon. You saw that post?
Yeah.
I
You
replied to it.
found
It
it.
said something looked the same, so
Same one.
hoping it was the same.
Yeah. It's decently priced. Had to get it.
Yeah, it was like $7, right? I mean,
Yeah.
before taxes. Yeah.
Okay. Something saying noise canceling headphones. Does anyone know of any good ones that don't crackle with a long tear either? I had some, but they aren't good because they're going to give me a seizure because they have too much static. I'm not going to say what kind they are, but do you know some hopefully tough ones that can't break easily? You guys ever had a sound that make you have a seizure?
No.
Um,
That
yes.
sounds like somebody who might have an auditory trigger.
And there are a
The
lot of different
next,
frequencies out there. I wouldn't be surprised if something like that does it.
Yeah, but once again, it's usually rare that one thing triggers a seizure. It have to be like a lot of stimulation.
Perfect storm kind of thing.
Yeah.
sometimes I'm not doing anything. Sometimes I'm just having breakthrough. Sometimes I'm taking my meds, I'm doing everything right, I'm eating this and that, and still have a breakthrough. I think
There's
it's just
never a
meant to
pattern to that.
happen. Yeah, there's no pattern for mine. Um, Haven't found
Yeah.
out if it's sleeping or anything. It's shit happens.
I found out walking many times. Just walking.
Was it ever walking the same routes or same day? Any like
No,
anything similar?
different days, different routes. I just go out for the walk and boop, wake up in the ER.
Couldn't track without back to dehydration or something like that. That's usually what they told me at the ER.
Nah. I know the first one, I was on the way to school. And then another one, I was just walking around the corner to get milk in the store. Um, it just, maybe I shouldn't walk no more, but nah, I don't want to do that. I love walking.
Right, and that's how I walked into someone's house. I got something here. It says late taking meds. I take Keppra XR in the evening and Lamictal XR in the morning. But I took Lamictal 5 hours late today. By mistake, I had a meeting at work and missed my medication reminder. Now I'm all stressed out and having a seizure, which now would really suck because in 3 days I have meds. I have made it 1 year without having any. If I make it to October 8th, also worried because husband is not working tonight, from home at least, but he might not hear if it happens. I have a seizure around the kids, a preschooler and a toddler. Has anyone else had a seizure after missing a dose in this sort of time frame? Yeah, I've missed my 10 o'clock dose and had a seizure by 1.
3 to 5 hours.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that was on the Carbatrol, the extended release, those ones that I know are more dependent on the schedule. So it's not all the
Yeah.
pills.
Yeah,
And
there
then
are definitely some
that was when
meds
I
you
was on
can't
Keppra.
miss the dose.
Say that again, Angel.
I said there are some meds you definitely can't miss the dose
Yeah, that's
because
when I was on Keppra.
How about you, Earth? Any experiences with meds?
Yeah, my Lamictal, I cannot take it without food or else I will get violently ill all day.
Ouch.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
You're not the first person I heard say that. Because yeah, I take Lamictal, so I've heard some stories about it. You ever get a rash?
I didn't get the Lamictal rash.
Me either. All right, I got something else here. It says anybody taking anxiety meds with epilepsy meds? I've been taking crazy anxiety due to school and personal reasons, and I really want to take anxiety meds, but I'm scared I will have a seizure. I take Briviact and I research anxiety meds, but all of them have moderate effects. I got Busposerone or Busposerine, but I am afraid to take them. Can anyone taking Briviact and anxiety meds tell me their experience? I don't think we have anyone here taking Briviact this time.
Not anymore.
mm,
I wrote down that
yeah,
it just didn't do it for me. They took me off pretty quickly because seizures were still getting worse.
yeah, Briviact wasn't working for me either, but I was taking it was for seizures. I was taking Clonopin, but it also treats anxiety also. All benzos do, pretty much. Um and they it didn't like do anything extra for me. But yeah.
Right. Okay, you got anything? If not,
Well, I
I
was
got
thinking
one.
about this Briviact. It's saying too that so many of these anti-seizure medications can worsen anxiety as a side effect. So again, I mean, it seems like hit or miss. If you feel like it's what was the question specifically about the medications interacting or the anxiety getting worse on Abbreviact? I couldn't remember exactly what they were asking because I didn't catch the name of the med.
There's one medication that said, well, named BUSPRPIRONE. Not sure what that is, and they're afraid to take them.
Okay, so buspirone and Briviact can interact, potentially increasing the risk of CNS depression. And CNS depression manifests on drowsiness, dizziness, like the kind of, and I don't want to say like common side effects, but it doesn't seem like an emergency until like your brain slows down so much that something really severe happens, like a coma. So that kind of, CNS depression is hard to see coming, it sounds like, until it's too late almost. So it sounds like those meds definitely don't mix. Hope they figure out a way to get the dose right or just get off of one of them. That's the kind of interactions that they don't always tell you about.
Yeah, they're not going to tell you anything. Like I said, I feel like they're on a don't ask, don't tell, and it just take these meds, prescribe you this, and don't tell you anything about it.
That's why it makes me so nervous. I mean, especially, for people even without epilepsy, these drugs are, like you said, so hit and miss. But when you throw in all of our additional medicines, I mean, yeah, they can
Well, a red flag
really
too
set
is
our
when they
brains.
have your doctors ever told you don't take the generic? You can only have the brand name on this one?
Nope. I was
Oh,
always prescribed the generic. Yeah.
even on Medicaid days, they were telling me on some of them that you can only take the brand name on Carbatrol for some reason because the generic didn't come in an extended release. And I don't know why this woman was so positive that that's the one I needed. But sometimes doctors are, I don't know, I'm sure that they get some kind of commission when they're that dedicated to a medication more so than listening to what's going on.
I think they make money off writing prescriptions, but that's my personal belief. But
Right.
I always say research your medicine, you know. You gotta look at it like this is your body, you know. You gotta see what it's gonna affect both organ wise and see what it does mentally and what are some of the severe side effects because you don't know if you might run into some of those severe side effects.
True. Yeah, these side effects are definitely can never really tell. On this one, I mean, somebody just a couple hours ago is saying, "I give up." It's another rant, but hear everybody's perspective on the motivation behind this one. They say, I just give up from having my life ruined time and time again to being told I'm super sensitive to medication, thus meaning I get basically every side effect and more. I have nothing. I've lost all empathy now. I no longer feel emotion or love like I used to. I stopped caring, no longer see any future because for the fifth time it's gone tits up because of my epilepsy. I hope it takes me. Sorry, friends and family, but the pain and suffering isn't worth it. So overwhelmed is the first word to come to mind on this one. They're saying for no seeing anything in the future because for the fifth time, apparently it's the epilepsy's caused chaos. So maybe
Okay.
take a look at the big picture.
And they're
Yeah.
saying the fifth time.
Yeah, that sounds
See,
like a support system type thing.
So,
are they on the SSRI too?
hmm,
That could be a question because
good one.
if they're on that and stuff, it's gonna like pretty much take away all your moods away.
Also, what I was thinking is, how old is this person? Or
They don't give much background. I mean, their name is Orange Sasquatch or Orange Squashy, it looks like. So, yeah, probably no older than us.
okay, so the thing about that is the person kind of sounds like they're new to it. And
Yeah.
if you're recently diagnosed, I can say that it gets better with time. That's what I tell everybody who's new to this. It gets better with time, but for sure, it's going to get worse. Worse, way worse before it gets any better. But yeah, like I said, I'm 20 years into this, so it gets better. Support system is necessary. And hobbies, things to keep you happy and busy. You can get happy and busy in the same one. Works perfect. You got something, Kevin?
Something is on my mind. Yes. Uh,
Floor is yours.
yeah, it sounds like things really suck, and they do. I mean, I've been seizure free for a long time, and yeah, I pretty much don't really feel anything. I feel nothing at this point, and sucks. And uh, I got much better health wise, but I don't know what to tell you. Um, so uh, uh,
Maybe kind
geez,
of a take it one step at a time thought.
no, I just oh, I want to be honest with this person and tell them where I came from.
Tell them they're watching. They need the advice. They need Kevin's story.
I've heard the thing is I've heard this question, and so many people are in this place. I was in this place, and and it's just like trying to put your life back together, and you know, it feels like such a disaster.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's all I can say. But it's just it's not. I don't know. It's not the end. Nothing's the end. Doesn't have to be. I don't know.
There you go. Optimistic words are always a help.
I don't know.
Dreams was one of them that I was questioning because I'm kind of upset that I can't remember my dreams anymore. Does anybody else just feel like you know you have dreams, but as soon as you open your eyes, there's no chance?
Yeah,
Mm.
I
I
don't
pretty much
remember
have at
my
least
dreams
one dream a
much.
night. One. And last night it was one. I told you about that. That was had one hell of a dream.
We can remember the bad ones. We can't remember the good ones.
Yeah. Actually, I think this was a good one. But yeah. I got some here that says can't talk after a seizure. Anyone else experience something like this? After a tonic during my possible state, I will sometimes not be able to speak for 30 minutes or more. People will be trying to communicate with me, and I'll just blankly stare at them with no emotion or anything, wondering if anyone else does this. Last time I did that, I woke up at the emergency room. My mother wasn't there, so I was kind of confused. It wasn't 30 minutes. I think I just didn't want to talk, actually, now that I think about it.
Your memory is
Well,
impressive. I didn't think anybody could remember something for like at least an hour. Go
Yeah,
ahead, Hank.
I'm pretty.
I was going to say, if you can't talk, then there's probably still some seizure activity going on preventing. And that's a good sign. Well, I'm not going to say a good sign, but that's a sign of letting you know where the focal point is in your brain too. I forget. It's I think it's on the left side, or it's the one that deals with your speaking.
Um, right frontal cortex.
Mm,
It looks like it's definitely located in the frontal lobe. They call it
yeah,
Wernicke's area. They're
yeah.
saying it's situated in the temporal lobe.
You can get that checked out and see what's going on, and you know that's about it.
Well, this one's a good one. What's a seemingly small decision that you made that ended up changing your entire course of your life?
Children, hands down.
Mm.
Mm,
What I'll say is I wasn't aiming for children, but it happened. Um,
Kate stole my answer.
Always with the children. Oh, you guys got damn children.
We're
Oh,
all parents.
I don't know. I can't compare to that.
Come on, you've made
You're like
life-altering choices.
you
you don't
got
have to have a better choice. Just something.
No. What works for you? What has been a choice in your life that made a difference? We
well
can
you
all
got your
benefit.
you all got your parents club. I was loud. I would say if I didn't have epilepsy, I probably would have done something different after high school. Uh, maybe not have even gone to college. I would have just been like a drifter or something.
I'm
So
thinking you're good, about to say trade school or something else, getting directly into, a different trade or something, and no, you would have
yeah,
gone the hippie van, huh?
yeah.
Right on,
Yeah.
man. Never too late.
Right.
Never too late to become what are they people who what's the word?
I mean, I'm not talking about sign on the corner, but
No, I mean they yeah, the thumbs up. They
oh, hitchhiker.
hitchhiker. I'm gonna be hitchhiker.
Yeah, make sure you're in the right area, I guess.
You know,
So, Kevin, what's a sign that you've got good friends?
um, that they reciprocate and don't. You can reciprocate each other's needs, and they don't. Uh, you prevent each other from doing stupid. You don't bring each other down. You know, like if you're doing something stupid, like I did in my past, I'll tell you, or vice versa.
Oh boy, I've been there, done some
You know,
stupid stuff. I got something here. It says repeating seizures. At first, I thought my seizures were triggered by my period, but now I'm noticing they're happening every single Thursday, every week. Is this a weird coincidence or is it something else? Can anyone relate to any type of all? Um, we got a total dude fest going on in here, so no. Every week I couldn't relate, especially on the same day. Um, but yeah, triggered by the month and the week. That sucks. It's a win. Are you ever going to a time where people don't treat us Are we ever going to have a time where people don't treat us like we're absolute shit? Disabilities don't discriminate, so why does everyone else still have to? Seizures have been around for I don't know how long, and they're still like this. Sorry, but what the fuck? And when are things gonna change? Kevin.
What up? I think yes. I think it's I think information will get out on this, but slowly. Like I've compared this to other things, autism and ADHD, but I this is probably not the right word to use. Those are the popular neurodivergent um, disorders right now, and apparently a lot of people are autistic and ADHD right now. So, and how many people have epilepsy? Uh,
Like
Not as many,
3%.
Like one per,
three
yeah,
percent.
single digit
Um,
percentage.
so we're not going to get the attention that they get, but so yeah, I think over time we will get more exposure. Yeah, just time, and
That's why we're
yeah, hope so.
awareness.
Well, to put that in perspective too, the architect that was in the group at the beginning is in Romania. And they were telling me that they can't get treatment, or they would have to go to Germany to get the treatment that's recommended. I'm thinking that's from, maybe like the distance of the Carolinas. I don't know why I thought Europe was so small, but I look it up and it's actually 16 hours away. That would be like a almost coast to coast thing in the States. So just to put it in perspective, I mean, they're saying if they make more than it sounds like a similar to us where it's private and public insurance, but where they get you again is if you make more than the nation's average, the benefits that you could be getting medically are just not allowed. It sounds like nothing will be approved. And if you're in a rural area, you're shit out of luck because you would have to go to another country to even find a specialist. Understaffing is a lot worse in other parts of the world for
Mm.
specialists.
I got one. What is the hardest thing to explain about your seizures? For me, it's the sensations. Roller coaster stomach, heavy head, waves. It's so hard to get across to what it feels like. The question is, what is the hardest thing to explain about your seizures? The headache. That's the hardest part. Because I explained it to someone else as it feels like your brain is just loose in your head. Feels like when I lean to the left, I could feel it on the left. And if I lean to the right, I can feel that's what I mean by brain just feels loose in your head. And I think you guys can understand that more than anybody. Um,
Definitely.
except for Kevin, he hasn't been popsicled in a long time.
So part of the crew, now.
Come on, you're our hero. You know that.
Part of the ship, part of the crew.
What do you
Right.
think, Angel? What's the hardest part of explaining seizures for you?
It depends on who I'm explaining it to. Most times, if they're willing and understanding, it's the side effects of the medicines and like what everything can do. But if they're not willing and understanding, it's trying to explain that, you know, like the seizures isn't all just a, a grand mal or what's it called, tonic-clonic.
Yeah, I I imagine someone like, what is say, let's say you're sitting next to someone on the bus. And they're like, oh, my family has seizures and you have seizures. What's it like? How would you explain that to them, Angel? Or would you just be like, I don't want to talk about it? Because we've had a few people who just said, I don't want to talk about it.
I have tried. I have looked up on the Epilepsy Foundation to look up, like, show them exact, like, I have absent seizures. This is what an absent seizure looks like. Clusters are multiple seizures happening, you know, and they can happen, 2 to 3 times, or they can happen for hours or days. And sometimes that's just the hard part of getting through to people.
Yeah, yeah, those are all really good points. I mean, besides just the sheer physical pain of it, I mean, I guess you can describe that, but I mean, the medical effects that I didn't, yeah, the side effects that Angel described, I didn't even realize I had those until a few years ago. Yeah, that wasn't even apparent to me. And yeah, that's I didn't realize that was having such a deleterious effect on my life. That's something you got to describe to people. And yeah, so many factors, so many factors.
I mean, Pepper Rage was a big one for a reason.
In the comments, someone said how it feels to have memory lapses. Like to everyone else, I'm asking the same question about every 5 minutes. But to me, it's like the thought just popped into my head for the first time, or when I have a gap in my memory. It's not like I was sleeping or even partially aware of it, of what was going on. To me, I'm just in one place doing one thing, and then I blink and I'm in another place doing a different thing. Someone said it's like time traveling to the next injury.
Yeah,
Yeah.
memory lapses suck, especially when they're trying to tell you something to remember and they're trying to think you're, like, faking it or something. I'm like, I don't remember it, and I'm trying to remember. Describe a little bit more or whatever. You're like, sometimes I would get a memory from my mom, and I'm all into the memory because I don't remember it myself, and it's
Hmm.
about me. And it's
Yeah.
like, or it's something I did or something, and it's like I don't remember it no more. It's like my cognitive stuff is different now.
Oh, yeah. That happens all the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
People, like, might say something like, remember this incredible thing that happened that one time? And I'll be, no, I have no memory of that. And I just, yeah, just huge chunks of, I don't know. I don't know where they went, but but I do believe they're still there, though.
Yeah.
They don't, they're not gone. I feel like they're just covered up by the medicine. I feel like you can
Not even
retrieve them. Hmm.
not even that. It's like sometimes you process things a little bit slower to realize something because you're trying to think through too many things,
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, And that's when I forgot because I was trying to do this and that, you know?
Yeah. Back to when Kevin was saying it's just covered up. I feel that because it's like I can think something I want to tell a person. I'm thinking so hard on it, and the person will leave and all that, and I'll end up remembering it tomorrow morning. This is what I was going to tell you, and I call them, you know. So yeah, the covered up part is a good way to say it. The memories are there, just all hard to find, and sometimes people don't believe that the memory is that bad.
Well, that's one thing I'm hopeful about is that they're not gone. You can still retrieve your memory. It's something we can come back from.
How I don't intend to become aggressive afterwards. I panic because I have no memory of what happens. I apologize afterwards when I come back, but sometimes people don't understand. First time I had a seizure and my boyfriend came to my rescue, he knew what to do and he knew I would have memory loss. Well, he didn't anticipate that I would forget who he was. I woke up and he stayed the night and he said I woke up and panicked and staring at him, asking who the heck he was, and he got into my house, etc. We laughed about it, but he said in the moment it wasn't funny. I forgot who my mom was once upon a time.
When I was really, 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 really stressed out, yeah, I've forgotten what people faces look like and everything. And I had to keep a card. Like one of them was my father's face. He died 21 years ago, though. But I kept his funeral card in my wallet just to remember what he looked like, you know. But I forgotten what people's faces were looking like and stuff. And I'm like, I need to see the pictures and stuff.
Kevin, one of the questions earlier was, what does a seizure feel like? Um, Let me find that. Yeah, that was a good one. What does a seizure
Okay.
feel like? It says, "Hey guys, I'm not diagnosed with epilepsy, but I think I had a seizure. I know not all seizures are the same, but would love to hear your experience to help me come to my terms of what just happened to me. I remember abdominal pain to a point where I couldn't stand up. Then the pain got so bad that I couldn't breathe and my head started to rush and it felt like I was going to faint. I blacked out after that. Um, my significant other said I collapsed, but thankfully he was there to catch me and take me to our bed. And I started convulsing with my mouth open and I was shaking uncontrollably. I don't remember anything. I just woke up with my body aching and sore. Sounds like a seizure. Um,
I that might be a non-epileptic seizure, but
Possible.
I think something sounds seriously wrong with his stomach. He said he had pains in his stomach, or
That's
this
just,
person has pains
yeah,
in theirs.
yeah.
Um,
Abdominal
um,
pain.
Yeah, abdominal pain. That sounds maybe something with I wouldn't say what I forget what that section of the body's called. I'm not a doctor, but the gastrointestines and stuff like that.
Gastrointestinal?
Yeah,
Gastrointestinal.
thank you, Lupa. It could be something that they need to get checked out.
um, yes, I did. I actually saw someone have a seizure, and they had pancreatitis, and um, I don't know. I don't know any of their other symptoms, but if they have pancreatitis, that could be they had a seizure from pancreatitis. Um,
I've seen someone have a seizure, but I think it was like a diabetic seizure. It was real short. Um, yeah, it was short, but it was a seizure.
yeah, it's very short. Yeah.
This
My
is one. Oh,
my
go ahead, before.
my cousin had he like passed out, I guess, but I mean if you're shaking and convulsing, it's probably a seizure. But um nothing since then, just really bad anxiety. Like his mindset has just kind of changed from extroverted to more introverted now. Um, but he was really stressed out at the time. He was going through college and stuff like that and working, and I think he was also drinking. So I think a lot of factors can play into having a seizure, even if you don't have epilepsy. I think that, it's still a very common thing to have a body's reaction.
Yeah, the body's going to warn you that something's wrong somehow.
It says, does anyone else's eyelid twitch regularly? About a month ago, I had a streak of seizures, 3 focal awares and 1 tonic-clonic in less than 30 minutes. And I went from status epilepticus. Ever since then, I am functioning perfect. While my right eyelid twitches pretty fiercely sometimes when I'm feeling seizy, having auras. It doesn't do it every single time, but it's becoming a little common. Does this happen to anyone else? During oral seizures, does your eyelids twitch, start to randomly twitching? I just want to know why it started randomly twitching and started randomly doing this. I didn't start until I had a bad seizure streak, so I can only assume they're related. I'm genuinely just wondering if anyone else has had to deal with this. I was diagnosed at 22. No, I was diagnosed 22 years ago, and I'm pretty sure this has never happened before, at least not enough to remember it. Whenever anything CZ changes, I instantly wonder if anyone else has had anything else to do with it. The eye twitching, I think I get that without a seizure sometimes. Like where it feels like an eyelid twitching. Yeah, I get it. Um,
If it
I don't
happens
always.
to
Sometimes I just feel weird. I don't feel like I'm gonna have a seizure. I just feel like, what the fuck is going on? Like,
Yeah, I feel
why?
like ever since I got tardive dyskinesia and then the myoclonic epilepsy, there's always just like some sort of little tick, even if it's not super noticeable or if it doesn't affect like what I'm doing, there's always just like a little tick here and there that doesn't really ruin or change or make anything better or worse. But if the eye thing is really super noticeable, though, I might get that checked out because
Right.
then that might be a little, you know,
Yeah, there
maybe
was
it's
one
not
day.
a stroke or anything.
There was one day I could say I couldn't necessarily control it because I was thinking about it the whole time. I was like, somebody's gonna think I'm winking at them. And I was walking to the store and it just felt keep like I'm winking one eye, and I was like, somebody's gonna think that. But I got there and back and nobody seen me or thought that I was winking at them. Um, luckily. If that's what this person's talking about, the twitchy eyes, then yeah. Me, yeah. Someone said, not just the eyelids, my bigger muscle groups do it too. My leg twitches aren't too bad, but the bicep twitches can drive me mad. Yeah, that rhymes. I don't think he was trying to. Um, oh, that's rough. I'm not hungry. I want to run away. My EEG, and I'm at my EEG and I'm weaning off of lacosamide, and they won't let me access my MMJ. I have zero appetite because I'm going through withdrawals because They put me on 300 milligrams twice daily. The doctors and nurses are just getting really annoyed that I'm not eating, but I'm not hungry, not even a little. The smell of food is making me sick. The nurse basically forced me to eat an applesauce before she'd leave the room, and it was horrible. It was green apple, and it was so sour my eyes were watering. I didn't want to eat the apple because I knew it'd be sour and kick my senses around. I didn't help. It didn't help. My eyes still hurt, my head still pounding, and water has too much flavor. Also, the food sucks ass. So that's another reason I'm not eating it. It's all microwave food. Tried a black bean burger, which they didn't tell me had corn in it. I can't eat corn, noted in my diet. It was dry and hard on the outside and cold mush on the inside. I tried chicken tenders. They were slimy and the breading fell off before I got to them. Tater tots are mushy. Like, how do you fuck up tater tots? That's the point where I stopped eating. If I can't get any edible food, I won't eat. Like, man, this shit is so annoying as fuck, and I just want to RP to rip these nodes off and run. Part of me just knows this is a waste of time and they won't find anything. Another part of me feels like this hospital system sucks so bad. Even if they did find something, they wouldn't be able to figure it out. Had a nurse complain to me, this was her 12-hour shift this week. WTF? I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here after hearing that. It makes me think all the nurses are overworked and tired, or prone to mistakes or miscare. Anybody have any advice while I'm sitting here?
I don't naturally have any advice, but I don't think I ever been in a hospital that had good food anyway.
I don't think that was the point, Angel. I think I think it was eating the food. You have to eat. Any advice on have to eat? The food sucks, but having to eat, sometimes you just got to.
I've been to my fair share of mental hospitals, and those have even worse food. My advice to eat would maybe be to find a good drink and kind of think of it as like
Chase.
taste shot. You know, it's like a shot and then you chaser, shot, chaser, shot, chaser, just to get it down. For me, it was cranberry juice. I love cranberry juice. It's super sweet, and it'll perfectly take away the flavor of the mushy peas and the nasty tater tots and chunky chicken or whatever, mushy chicken. But have a good drink, not milk. Don't do milk. That's people get milk a lot. I don't like milk though, so that's just me. That's
Yeah, I've had someone make some salty broccoli, so I mixed it with the mashed potatoes and it helped it. Like you said,
yeah.
you gotta
Sometimes
chase
if
it with
you
something.
yeah, like if you mix the mac and cheese and mash I know it sounds, but it's Great Depression food that we're having there.
That
So
was literally my family's dinner tonight. Nana hooked up the Velveeta with some broccoli in it, and bro killed it. But I think the full moon is like in full swing tonight because he just fucking lost it in the bathtub. So yeah. But anyway, you call it depression food? It works for babies too.
um Great Depression food. Because people would like because it's like weird mixtures, but you
I think
know,
comfort food is a more common term.
yeah. I just feel like sometimes for me, plus I have autism, but the texture is very makes a very big like I can't eat Velveeta.
I can't either.
It's so
Fake. It's like cardboard.
oh my
That's
god.
not cheese. That's not even close to cheese. I don't
No,
know what that is.
thank you. Thank you. Kraft
Yeah.
is better. Kraft is better. I can eat Kraft because I can turn it into cheese and I like it. It tastes good at the end of the day. But my favorite is if you can
The
make a
powdered
cake.
substitute is better than that liquid mush, whatever is in that
Why
box.
is it
Yeah.
liquid already? And why
I don't
is it
even want
sitting
to
in
know.
the box?
make a big pot of that mac and cheese, and I just eat it from the pot with a serving spoon. It's a disgrace, but
And
you
heavy
know,
cream, like
it's
making your own sauces is so fun to experiment with.
it's so
So
good.
yeah.
Just the Kraft mac and cheese. I just
I don't
love.
like to cook, so Kraft is always my go-to, but I'll only do the regular Kraft because if it's any other type of noodle, it doesn't hold the cheese properly.
Ah, so that's like the difference between like a rotini and an elbow noodle or something.
But like, if you throw me a pack of Kraft mac and cheese, but it's SpongeBob edition, I'm not gonna eat it. It's not gonna taste the same.
Really?
The
Oh,
OG Kraft mac and cheese. It has to be original. Nothing. No,
that's sketchy. All
it's
these advertising when they put a superhero on it, it doesn't taste the same.
it doesn't.
I
It
mean,
does.
SpongeBob's far from a superhero, but they did the
Oh,
same thing
he's
with like
a
Bluey.
superhero. Plankton has done his fair share of damage.
Okay, okay. They
Um,
they did that with like South Park characters too. All right, go ahead. Enough for Pookie to cut. Go ahead.
this person needs advice, but it's pretty long, so pay attention. Says so. The last month has sucked. October 7th, I get a call that my 87-year-old father was admitted to the hospital with
Oh my god.
aspiration pneumonia. Fast forward, he was hospital for 6 days, and we moved him to a rehab facility. They had talked about him applying to Medicaid, and 2 days before his Medicare ran out, they tell me I have to spend I have to spend down his bank accounts and sell his house. Despite my name being on everything, this is I questioned this and they refused to answer. 2 weeks later, trying like hell to get his house cleaned and repaired to bring him home. He's 3 hours away from me, 3 hours away from me, and I hadn't been a while and didn't realize his house was fully infested with mice. The rehab are trying to take every penny he has and won't answer me when I ask if my if my money is safe. I'm all on my own with this. I have two other siblings who are just, when you look up trash in the dictionary, it's their pictures next to it. They always figure out a way to take it from him. They always figure out a way to take from him. My other sister is the sole caretaker for our mother, so she's got her hands full of that. I've had his dog with me for the last month as well. I've also been sick with bronchitis this entire time. Not to mention, we're headed into our busy season at work. So considering the stress of me being sick to the point where I lost 15 pounds and I can't eat, my seizure threshold is on the floor. Last weekend, I had a feeling I had a nocturnal seizure. Woke up without without a body intensing fear thing. It happened again last night with the addition of the inside of both my lips are chewed up now and raw. I just don't know what to do. The stress isn't going to go away. I'm not going to get any healthier until it does, but if I don't reduce my stress and try to get healthy, I'm at risk for seizures. My sister says maybe it was just a weird dream. No, I know the difference between a weird dream and an aura. I'm just at the point where I can't function anymore, but I have to, but I can't. I'm so tired of being sick and tired. Advice for this person. Ugh.
Jeff?
Yep. Coincidentally, my wife and I just looked into this recently. Uh, if he's got Medicaid, they will take the house. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter if his name is on the title as well. They'll definitely take the house and any assets he has. And it doesn't matter about his siblings if their name is not associated with his or on, on the same house. Because we were thinking about my, ending up on Medicaid. Uh, and we were advised not to because she would lose it, everything.
That sucks.
Yeah, it does.
So it'll be different if you buy property once you're on Medicaid? or you just can't own property?
Um, it's just that if you are on Medicaid and you go into a nursing home, they can take that money, but not just if you're on Medicaid. They can take certain things, but if depending on your level of care. But if you're in a nursing home that costs as much as it does these days, they take everything.
Yeah, you can definitely lose personal assets, even to medical debt. You file for
Yep.
bankruptcy, that's it.
And
That's it.
and we even looked into divorce, and it's the same thing that in Pennsylvania anyway, they have a 5-year look back.
Yeah,
Uh,
that look back.
yeah. So that didn't pay because I'm trying to protect her if something happens.
And the first thing they'll take off the top from too is if you have life insurance.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't get life insurance.
No, but I mean the people who think they're protected get
Yeah.
diagnosed later in life. You think you're still safe, but your
No, you're not.
401k, anything on the books, that's still, you know, gotta come,
Yeah.
debts come right off the top.
And one other thing, Kate,
Mhm.
uh, I sold the hyperbaric today. Thank you.
Oh, but what about the joints? What are you doing for treating what the
I'm
hyperbaric did actually do good for?
uh, I'm putting my mind in California,
Oh,
and I'm smoking a little extra weed.
I'm so
And
happy for you. Anybody that gets to spend more time in Cali.
yeah,
Sounds like such a beautiful
and
place.
I canceled my um, my oral surgery so that I can go back sooner.
Oh, hello. Well, hopefully that was, looked at reviewed from all perspectives. Make sure that's the right kind of thing you want to skip out on.
Oh
I
my
don't care.
goodness.
Yeah, sometimes they just trying to make money.
Yeah.
My bad. I got stuff on auto pay that I don't want to pay for at the moment. Too late now, but
Yeah, we got to look over those subscriptions like once a month at least.
you gotta make sure you turn that lock card on. I mean, too late now, but yeah, shit's paid for.
I like the
Uh,
idea of these high school checking accounts though. I think daughter's actually gonna get the hang of it because now she'll see, every little 5 for 10 points or stars or Robux or whatever adds up quick.
I got something here, guys, and I think we could all help this person. It says some advice. Feeling defeated. A 1 year seizure mark free. My 1 year seizure free mark was next month. Lo and behold, I got hit with a massive grand mal today and got completely set back. I feel like I made so much progress going seizure free for 11 months, and all the progress got getting taken away when there was no triggers that would have caused this seizure. The uncertainty and lack of independence this condition can cause is awful. Any advice? Uh, that's 11 months. There has to be something, unless you're just having breakthroughs. Yeah, we all got to worry about a breakthrough every now and then. Just a possibility.
They'll put a
Maybe.
time frame on like when you're supposed to not have a seizure, I guess, because I would always get super upset when I get to the 3 month mark, and then I just realized, like, oh, like, I can make 3 months, and then once I get there, I'll just expect to have one then. So maybe, like,
Right, it's like any day now.
yeah, like, don't put such an expectation for, like, the times that, like, maybe if you know that, I don't know how to explain that, like, I guess there's no specific amount of time that you're not supposed to have, like,
Yeah, they can happen at any moment.
yeah.
Random.
So it's like 11 months is amazing. That's more
Yeah.
than a lot of people, and that's less than a lot of people, and that's a lot is the same as other people, you know? So
It's,
yeah,
it's a win.
yeah,
Yeah.
It's progress. Yeah, it's good
yeah,
progress. That's amazing progress. Yeah.
yeah. That's better than having a seizure like every month or every week, you know?
Yeah. Tell them, champ.
It's the whole point of what we're trying to do. We're trying to just go longer and longer now. Yeah. So that's the way I'd see it. Yeah.
Yeah. Um, if you're worried, like you want to try to take as much stress as possible, but if you said nothing triggered it and anything, um, it could be the meds that you might be becoming tolerant to it. You know, you have a talk, the next talk with your neurologist or hepatologist and ask, you know, to get blood work done just to double check. But as of anything, you know, these breakthroughs do happen. Just notice if they start to happen more and more, then something's gotta change. But other than that, that's a win. You know, 11 months.
Yeah, I think I could see how it could be let you down a little bit. You feel like I was doing good, I'm doing everything right. In 11 months, there's one thing you probably slipped on, probably one. Um, Sometimes it could be like someone smoking a cigarette around you. You get that nicotine secondhand. That could be it. Um, so I'm just
It,
hoping
it,
that's not the case with mine because I avoid the nicotine, but it's still around.
it's like you said, Pookie. You remember me?
Right. It's like that person, friend that you forgot about.
Yeah.
They just come over like, hey, how you been?
You
Miss
know,
you.
epilepsy is for life. So there's no cure for it yet.
Mhm.
But the longer we can go, that's great.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm sorry. Amazon order on the way. Anyhow, um, this one says getting aura checked 5 times a day is annoying. I need advice. Anyone who does it frequently is an asshole. I'm just venting. Sorry. Someone I'm living with keeps hitting me with the you good, you okay? Because they think I'm seizing or I'm in an aura. I have told them before when I have a seizure, oh, when I'm in an aura, I have told them before that I had a seizure. I told them last time I had a seizure too. I have also told them I do not want them asking me like this, yet they are asking away like I'm some sort of robot with no feelings. I don't know. I just want them to act appropriately when I tell them I'm not good, not feeling good, and I don't want them to act any differently any other time, and they absolutely refuse. I don't know what I am supposed to do. I'm not sure how much more clearly I'm supposed to make myself. Any advice is appreciated. Sometimes those people could be like a little traumatized and they're just making sure you're good. It's kind of out of love. It's like I see you, but maybe you don't look all right, but you don't know because I know I've had some times where they like, why are you looking like that? And I can't see my face, so I don't know my facial expression, but I assume I wasn't looking okay. So yeah, they sometimes it's just out of love. Um, yeah, sometimes people ask too much because they really think something's wrong.
Hey, you got support at least, you know. but
it can get annoying. I know.
yeah, yeah. The best you can do is try to educate them some more and like show them exactly what what to look for. It might take some repetition.
Anybody got over checked 5 times a day? I got into an argument and I went home early. My boss is mad. Now I can't stop shaking from adrenaline. It's not even my second week on the job and I'm already training someone. The lady was just disrespectful, said multiple comments like, if you want, if I want your help, I'll ask you. Just go stand in your area. When she was clearly struggling with the task I knew how to help with. She made multiple mistakes booking rooms, and when I tried to keep her from making mistakes, she gave me the same attitude again. At this point, my adrenaline is going because I hate confrontation. I have PTSD, so it doesn't mix at all. I try to go sit down and chill out with my head between my legs. She comes by. Well, what's your problem? You can't help me with this? In reference to the booking she messed up. I can't even speak because I lose my voice during an aura. So I just looked up, shook my head no, and put it back down. I text my boss I was going home, text my dad for a ride, and I took my ass home. I laid on the couch, had a nice long aura where I shook from adrenaline, sweat, and dry heaved, but didn't have a TC. At the time of posting this, I had the pukey feeling and sweat have gone, but my hands won't stop tremoring. My boss was mad that I left early and that the coworker texted me telling me how unacceptable it was to leave her. But I really honestly genuinely don't give a fuck what she thinks and I hope she's fired fired fast as fuck. Any advice? Um oh yeah, is it any advice dealing with people you don't like? Um Advice for dealing with people I don't like? Ugh, I don't have any advice for them.
So
Have
I
really,
heard how do you deal with people you don't like was a question?
yeah. How do
Okay,
you?
so maybe it was just kind of look at the big picture here. See, remind yourself why it's worth it to put up with them.
Lofa, Kevin, you got anything?
I know we don't like them, but it's their world and we have to deal with them. So um, we just have to find a way to make or let not make let people in this world that we don't know or like we have to find ways to let them understand further about this disorder. So perhaps they have a little more patience. Um, so they're not so short with us. I know it's difficult, but I just trying to get across, the difficulties of dealing with a disorder or a disability. And like I said, it's got to make compromises. That's the hardest part.
Okay. On to the next one. My meds are working, but I am higher than a kite right now. Envy, Vimpat, Nexcopric. Holy shit, is the double vision real? I can't wait for docs to schedule to drop me down. That's for sure. Has anyone else done this? Can anyone else just tell me it's going to be fine or what to do to help? I've only taken what the doctor has prescribed, but I can't walk across the room. I'm totally cool with video games, like as a distraction. Just anything to help me for the next week so I don't feel as high. Um, I haven't taken those Envy, Vimpat, or Excopper yet, and I don't plan to, but you guys ever taken any of these and got
I've been
high?
on I've been on Vimpat and or lacosamide, and I smoked weed, and it was just fine. It didn't do nothing. Like, you get a normal high. Um, as far as Excopri goes, I haven't experienced any of the double vision or anything. So it's try small doses and see, try a little bit, and if it doesn't work, then you can't do it. Or if the medicine says no, you shouldn't do it, then don't do it.
Hmm.
Yeah, so it sounds like those were all AEDs. I wouldn't expect them to actually have some kind of different side effects. Were they asking, why do I feel like this now that I'm taking these meds and smoking?
No, they just said taking the meds. I feel high as a kite.
Yeah, so maybe they are just on too much.
Oh, I thought they were smoking too.
No,
Yeah. If they're not smoking, then yeah, the dose is too high and you need to bring it down. And if that's not controlling your seizures, you need to find a different treatment. Talk
Especially
to
since
your
they're all AEDs. When you take more than one
yeah.
of those, it makes it more likely to have the side effects. Double vision is a side effect on Excopri and Vimpat, and that's like the AED and the benzo I was on. Sometimes when you double those together, it doubles the risk of like some of the more serious side effects. So I would assume it does have something to do with the medication interaction.
Yeah, my one doctor wanted to put me on a medication that had a side effect that wasn't rare, but it wasn't common. So it was somewhere in the middle of tardive dyskinesia. And since I've already had that, and that was a rare side effect for the Abilify, I was just totally out of that.
I guess everyone can answer this one. It says losing self seizures. Question. A few times I've had seizures where I completely lose where I am and where I am. Oh, where I am and where I'm going. Yesterday I had one in the last 2 to 3 miles from home. We were picking up dinner and I was holding our food. Part of me was unable to identify where we were going where or what we're doing, while the other part of my brain was yelling at me that I absolutely had to know both things. Has anyone else had this happen and happened multiple times? Um, guess the question would be, you ever get lost during a seizure? Completely lose where I am and where I'm going. Yep, I've wandered off and sitting there just wandering and not thinking, why am I going here? But I was still going there, didn't stop. But yeah, been there, losing myself. I just pray it does not happen when I'm with my children, but been there. Oh, this is different. Said, anyone tired of sleeping a lot? I'm sleeping an incredible amount, both night and day. Currently, I'm sleeping 9 to 10 at night, another 3 to 4 a day. I recently started Prozac, but given that it is a stimulant, shouldn't be happening. I find myself nonstop yawning and doing the head bop because I just fell asleep. Anyone tired a lot? I used to get that, but this B12, this B12 been keeping me up, keeping me pretty well energized. Shout out to Nature's
Again,
Made.
I was going to say it's the dosage. If the dosage is too strong for you, it's going to have that drowsiness effect strong on you too. And if you're on multiple ones, I was on, well, currently I'm on 4 at once. So yeah, it's gonna hit you like a truck.
I say bye bye benzos. Do your research. It's worked for me. AEDs, in my experience, don't have as much of a sedative effect as the benzodiazepines. Since clobazam is gone, the last 2 weeks ago, the last 3 nights, I've slept 7 hours and not been able to get another wink of sleep and still had busy days, not just lounging lay around days, and even stayed up all night like 2 days ago and still didn't feel it the next day. Went out, got some things done, ran errands, didn't feel foggy or, any less able to keep track. I do still have to write everything down, but the sedation, that like just tired feeling, is not there anymore without the benzodiazepine for me.
The benzos are a big concern with everything, but I used to sleep a lot in the past couple of years. Falling asleep wasn't a problem. I did drop 500 milligrams of Depakote, and I'm having a little more trouble sleeping, still little, but I don't know if that's because of the dosage or I don't know.
Well,
Could
and
be other things. Go
I,
on.
I think that I've been on clonazepam for like I think almost 5 years now, and 4 or 5 years now, off and on. And a big part of it has been getting used to it. But you also have to account that with AEDs, most of the time you're not gonna get an upper. You're most likely to get a downer because the sorry, my family's out there. Because it's more likely an upper is more likely to interfere with your epilepsy and to cause it to spike up more. So which is more you which is why you would look for a medication with which medication would make you less tired. So for everyone it would be different, but every medication that you try as an epileptic will most likely be a downer. So I would also just keep that in mind.
Yeah, basically it works different for everybody. Somebody here is since deleted, but saying, has anyone else been diagnosed with epilepsy but goes years in between seizures? My first seizure was in 2010, then 2013, 2017, 2023. They said back in 2013 and 2017, I was experimenting being off of Keppra. In 2023, I got lazy with my meds after finally accepting that I have epilepsy. Never found a reason for the seizures, and they are always grand mal, so I never remember the signs and always wake up in the hospital. Anyone else like this? Also, I want to be clear, I'm not complaining. I seriously don't know how some of you in this group live, blah, blah, blah. I would have opted out a long time ago just looking for some guidance. So anybody else go years in between tonics, TCs?
Nope, not yet. I plan to. Um,
You
that's
got your
been
Nature's Made.
that's been the plan for a long time. Hopefully, Nature's Made will work with me, and we get to a year, then we get to 6 years like Kevin.
Yeah, we want to be like Kevin.
Yeah, everybody wants to be like Kevin.
Everyone except
Forrest.
Kevin.
I want to be like Kevin.
Right. Yeah, I haven't had I've gone years now, and when I was first diagnosed, I had my first seizure, then it took like another year for my second seizure, and then they got really bad, and then now I'm here. So, yeah, I mean that's pretty good.
So, when it comes to focals, you having any focals?
No, I actually looked up my diagnosis. I finally found it, and focals are, you see where the hell this is. Um,
So what kind of epilepsy did they diagnose you with? Was it one of those G40 codes?
uh, Jesus Christ, let me see.
It's okay. They don't put the codes on the my chart. I'm sorry.
No focal parenchymal brain abnormality.
Okay.
That's just what they said there, but uh, generalized convulsive epilepsy,
So that's
unspecified.
what defines it.
Yeah, unspecified epilepsy, juvenile myoclonic epilepsy,
Several
alcohol
losses,
abuse.
both sides of the head. That's the tonic-clonics.
Well, what I'm finding out when I did the research on the codes is that they have to be really specific now in order to get paid. When they give that generalized idiopathic epilepsy, that's just saying they don't really know where it came from, whether it's localized or generalized. They might get denied on that and definitely get any referrals or testing or treatments as a result of that diagnosis, more likely to be denied. So now I'm understanding why they have so many specific diagnoses. It seems like they're saying the same thing with one word different. They have to be more specific on what's causing. And if it's idiopathic, then they have to specify whether it's localized or generalized, symptomatic or asymptomatic. And they have to justify things before they even really know what it is. So I'm not going to say I understand why it's more likely for neurological conditions to get swept under the rug, but the system, the way it's set up is not conducive to a good doctor-patient relationship when the doctors just want the patient to tell them what's
And
going on. And obviously that's why we're going to the doctor. We don't know what's going on and definitely not what caused it.
what if the focal point moves? Like if you have secondary generalized seizure, which is basically it starts at one point, but then it turns into a tonic-clonic. You know?
I'm curious to see if we see fewer resections because if one, I mean, if there's, an MRI abnormality like a cyst or something, I could see that being an obvious surgery. But if they actually do resection on what they think is the foci in the brain or the focal point, and like you said, things develop, those pathways are opened up now. Everybody knows their epilepsy kind of evolves. So later on down the line, if they end up getting diagnosed again after having a surgery, big picture insurance companies probably see that first surgery as a waste. Why not just, keep them on the meds and keep them coming back every couple of months and managing the seizures that they're having when that's kind of better for the bottom line. So maybe that's why they did RNS kind of overkill with all the electrodes inside to hit every focal point possible because
Yeah.
that's more likely to stop the seizures. But I am down to one med. Now it's just the Keppra 500 twice a day.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can't wait to get down on my meds.
This one I had for Lufa. Well, I mean, she just happened to be here when we were talking about clonazepam. Lufa, you there?
I'm still on clonazepam too.
Oh,
I am
okay.
here.
It says, I am lost my mind. Firstly, I need help. I pray every day to start my life after addiction to that shit I was talking 5 milligrams of Klonopy 2 times a day and reduces the dosage to 4 milligrams. It's horrible things. It's horrible things, guys. I cut off 0.5 milligrams every 15 days, and now I need to take dose 3 times a day every 7 hours when I felt mild withdrawal and panicky from smell like the shower. Can you imagine? Seriously, I need a help because here in this country doesn't have protocol for slow tapering. I go for 3 doctors and told me you can cut off 1 milligram in a week. So I'm so anxious. I'm an anxious person and borderline with no meds. I need a safe tapering, please. That's it. I'll go for a dose now. 2 milligrams morning, 1 milligram every 6 to 7 hours. Then I don't sleep more than 7 hours if I slept already. What a joke from withdrawal. Heroin like compared to clonazepam and thanks. Yeah. Someone else in the comments says don't taper so quickly. It should take quite a while to come off 1 milligram, not in a week. Find a doctor that will help you. Use the Ashton's manual for tapering. You shouldn't feel symptoms too intense that you are. You'll need to find someone that knows what they're doing and understands tapering off benzos affects the brain. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, sheer hell. Please be careful. This person is losing their mind and they said, I need help. Then
The
it's
longer you've been on it, the longer it's going to take
Mm-hmm. And the
to
high
get off
dose.
of it.
Yeah. So they're on a pretty decent dose. And it sounds like they've been on it for a pretty decent amount of time. So they're gonna have to take it's probably gonna be like a couple months to
Yeah.
get off of it. It's not gonna be in a few weeks or a month or two. It's probably gonna be like 3, 4 months, 5 months to fully get off of it comfortably if you want to stay safe.
Yeah.
Because you can do that several different ways. If a doctor's not helping you, but then that'll probably make it the tapering slower because then you'll have to do like the pill cutting and the you're gonna have to kind of if you don't have people in your country that's not helping you. But if you can find a doctor that'll help you taper off of it, that's what I would definitely suggest because it's the safest route. Because just doing it too quickly can result in more trauma than good, especially with benzos.
You can result in more seizures.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it could even result in death. Not to get morbid, but that's
Status
like
is right around the corner.
high dosage. That's a high. That's if you're really, going ham. Don't go ham.
I am also on the clobazam, taking 20 at night. It's it. I don't think I like it very much, and yeah, the only time I missed a dose really was I had to split because they had the clobazam shortage, and they always make you beg for it when you you know when they give it to you. So I took 10 at night instead of 20, and the next day I felt really weird. Like I don't know if that was withdrawal or not, but yeah, my body was definitely off. Yeah, but that's definitely a drug I want to get off eventually, but I got to focus on the other ones first. Yeah.
I got something else here, and it said carbazam. 0.5 for 2 weeks and then taper off. My psychologist wants me to take 0.5 milligram once daily for 2 weeks 2 weeks only, to try and break my anxiety loop. I have been using SSRIs for a long time, but I recently switched to Lexapro 10 weeks ago and have been on my current dose for 6 weeks. I am still having bad morning anxiety, and she wants me to take the clonazepam in the morning. Will I develop a dependency if I take it for 2 weeks? I'm concerned about this plan causing more harm than good. Someone in the comments said, wait till you come off the antidepressants. The withdrawal's worse than the Klonopin, but they don't tell you that. I don't know anything about clonazepam. Is it, can it,
I've only had good experiences with Klonopin because for me coming off of it, well, it controls my myoclonic seizures, which is something that it's specifically targeted for. So it really depends on what you're using it for and the dosage. If you're gonna do 0.5, I don't think that you're gonna form a dependency on it. That's a pretty
Did
low
they prescribe the Klonopin to you long term, or was it always intended to be short term?
for me.
Yeah, because I'm seeing here that it looks like this is one of those benzos that when it's used for anxiety rather than the seizures, or more so than the seizures, that maybe it's only intended for short-term use.
Sorry. Um, for the
And that dependence might be one of the reasons that it's not a first choice for anxiety. Go ahead.
um, it's not a first choice for anxiety. Yes. Benzos are never a first choice for anxiety. Those are always a last resort for anxiety, like Xanax, things like that. Because they are more likely for you to form a dependency and to get addicted to it. They are controlled substances. Um, Same thing with stimulants. They are controlled substances like Adderall because you can form a dependency on it. So when it comes to using clonazepam or Klonopin for anxiety, they're going to be more iffy about it. They're going to really try and avoid that. For me, for my myoclonic epilepsy, the 0.5 that I'm on, it doesn't do anything for my anxiety necessarily. I'm still anxious as always, but if I were to be taken off of it, um, it would definitely make me more anxious because I know my myoclonic jerks will come back. So I think that would be a little different for me, just because I know what would come of it. If I were to be taken off of my 1 milligram and my 0.5, which I'm still trying to get that increased a little bit so I can have a little more control over my body, but you don't need a lot. But for them, if if that's what the doctor thinks, adding that on 0.5 as a is that what they said, 0.5 milligrams for the clonazepam?
Yeah,
yeah,
that's what I heard. It was like a
That's a
supplement or
yeah,
addition.
that's a low dosage. That's one of the lowest dosages, if not the lowest dose that you can do. Because, um, I mean, you can get up to like, they really don't go past like 6 milligrams a day for clonazepam, but there are cases where there's 10 milligrams a day and stuff like that, and whatnot. But those are very advanced cases and whatnot. So the 0.5, uh, in my opinion, with my experience with benzos prescribed, clonazepam is the safest to be on and not form a dependency because it doesn't really like make you feel any like I don't know how to describe it.
Like the side effects don't outweigh
Yeah,
the
like
benefits
it's
kind of
not
thing?
it's not side effects that are like addictive. You know, like Xanax would
Like a
have
headache within 30 minutes of not taking a dose or something.
yeah, like the clonazepam really doesn't make me feel any different emotionally or like it doesn't do anything. It doesn't get me high. You know, like if someone was prescribed Xanax, then and they're taking more of their Xanax, or they're trying to get it increased, it might be because it's making them feel really mellow and really chill. The clonazepam doesn't make me feel really mellow and really chill. I've tried different substances in the past that have made me feel that way. Klonopin is not one of them. It's more just kind of like a baseline almost of like we're just I could see where the doctor is going with just trying to mellow them out and taper them by using the clonazepam added on as well. I could definitely see where they're trying to go with that. Because I feel like that would be an easier one to get off of at the end of the day. I haven't been on the other Clobaz.
Orgasm.
But I've only been on Klonopin, Xanax. Um, I'm sure there's other ones. I don't know what else falls under the benzo category, but um,
There's Ativan
oh
and
yeah, I've done. Yeah, not done. Sorry, I've
dial,
been on
dial,
Ativan. I've been on it. I've
dial,
been prescribed it. Guys. My wording is not great. I'm sorry. Benzos are not the first choice for mental health. They're not the first choice because they're most dependent. Because people get dependent on them and they're easily abused and they like to be resold and things like that. Kind of like pain relievers.
Xanax.
Yeah, Xanax, but you don't really see like Klonopin going around like the streets. You don't see, like, hey, who's got Klonopin on them? Like you'll never hear someone say that. You'll
No
hear someone
nickname for it yet.
or Xanax or they'll say something like that, but they'll never be like, who's got Klonopins on them? Because I've never heard anyone say that in my life.
yeah.
Not a party drug.
People take
It's,
lorazepam though.
but that's
It
different.
it's a rescue only type thing, and
People do take it to like mellow out, and like it's not a
Really,
party drug.
no. Those are downers. Xanax,
Oh,
those are downers.
okay.
But benzos are downers.
Yeah.
You just ate. They, oh, I'm sorry.
No,
They,
you were just describing the perfect cocktail of medication for anxieties and uppers and downers.
yeah. So if you're on a benzo and a, I'm sorry, Tony, dude. If you're on a benzo and an AED, you're probably going to be tired because they're both going to most likely be downers. Benzos are usually downers. Clonazepam is a downer. Benzo as a class is a downer. Um, when you see people taking Xanax, like not prescribed, they're taking it to be super mellow, mega mellow. When you see people taking it as prescribed, they're taking it to be mellowed. Um, whereas other drugs or other substances and whatnot, some may be taken to explore the third eye or to feel more senses at a rave or something. Those are party drugs, party substances. whereas benzos and even pain relievers are meant to kind of get you through the day, not get you excited, you know, kind
So
of.
that baseline anxiety. So people who are really anxious
Yeah.
and might take benzo and feel less anxious. Let's
Hmm.
say people who never feel anxiety or are just not anxious. What would their baseline anxiety level be? I mean, how would they feel? I
Well,
mean, how would their stimulation level, how would their mental stimulation level be?
I wouldn't know because I have a lot of anxiety. I personally wouldn't know, but I would assume that they would probably mess up the receptors in their head so that when they come back from taking that, because they'll probably take it a couple times because they'll feel even more mellow than they usually do, which will make them feel even kind of happier almost. Uh,
Oh,
when they come back from that and after long-term use or medium-term use, even short-term use, they will start to form a dependence on it and they'll mess up that natural non-anxiety kind of baseline that they had before, and now they're left with a need, a feel to always want it, which is why it's so hard for addicts to recover, because a lot of times they are people that are introduced who are perfectly healthy, and don't need any of those substances in the first place. They start taking them, and they do fry the receptors in your brain. Dopamine, serotonin, those are all very important things. And especially as your brain is developing and you are younger, you're impressionable. Those are all very big things that'll play into it. And by the time that you come out of it, which is probably college, you've now messed up your entire brain and you have depression and anxiety and all these different things. And you're sick and you feel like this and this and this and this. But a lot of it can be connected to substance abuse, because it it's a fact. It just, there's like, whether it makes you feel good in the moment or not, at the end of the day, you are frying your brain. And a good example of that is whippets. People do whippets. It makes you feel good for 2 seconds. It is killing your brain cells forever. You're never getting those brain cells back. Um, and in the amount of time that you're killing them. So you're feeling good for those couple seconds, but eventually, like, people's faces, they turn blue and everything. And just because you're inhaling oxygen, helium, to feel something or whatnot, but it's a it's a petty game.
Now let's hear Rick's take on that icebreaker. Who
Ooh,
can you say
yeah.
best?
Either way.
How you doing, Rick?
Hey, I'm doing good. How you doing?
All right. The icebreaker today got a couple. One of them is, what's the worst thing you ever been through and how'd you get through it?
Ooh, what's the do I give a top five? No. I think the actual worst thing was we had a double gas oven. Uh I bought one for my wife when we moved from New Jersey to Kansas. That was her consolation prize. And the so we had a top oven and a bottom one. The bottom one was a larger one. And it broke, so we had it repaired. The repair person put a part in incorrectly. So for the next 10 months, we were slowly getting poisoned with carbon monoxide. And we didn't know why. Randomly, we were feeling like crap. Migraines, passing out, just not feeling good. And doctors couldn't figure out what it was because it was so random. in hindsight, it was every time my wife made a bigger meal, she used a bigger oven, and that's what was causing it. So we were cooking for the church Christmas dinner, and my wife decided she wanted to do most of the cooking, so cooked a bunch of turkeys, cooked a bunch of potatoes. I'm talking like hundreds of potatoes. So the oven was on all day, and she she had called me. I went to work not feeling well, but I was taking off a lot of time at work, so I forced myself to go. And she said, something's really wrong. You need to come home. So I fought with my manager. I came home, found my son was passed out on the couch in the living room, and my wife, she thought it was just a migraine, but um, trying to make this shorter. So needless to say, I knew something was more wrong with her. So I had the called 911. They brought an ambulance over. On the way to the hospital, I was following the ambulance, and I got a phone call from one of my friends who was watching over my son. And she said, "You need to go to the hospital." And I'm taking Alex to the hospital. This is my son. I said, "What's going on?" And they said, "Well, in the ambulance, they did some tests and they found that my wife had a high concentration of carbon monoxide in her blood, and they're assuming that we did too." So they flew her from Topeka to Kansas City. They were going to put her in a bariatric chamber, but she recovered enough that she didn't. But she had long-term heart damage and lung damage. I had more lung damage than I did before, and my son has PTSD from that, and also he gets a lot of migraines. So that was my most traumatic experience because I thought I was going to lose them both. And friends of mine from church came over, thought that they were going to be setting up 3 funerals.
So real
So
estate agent, needless to say, did not tell you that the carbon monoxide detectors are not required in that jurisdiction.
At that point, they were not required, but everybody I know bought them. And my friend on the fire department said that from telling our story that the whole area, increased usage of carbon monoxide detectors.
That's a shame. That's so unnecessary. That did not have to happen. That should not have happened.
Yeah.
Ah, sorry you had to go through that.
Oh, thank you. So when I tell people I know a thing or two because I've seen a thing or two, I have. So, but we got through it. Fortunately, it took a really long time of therapy and doctors and other things after it, but we did it.
You keep the house?
No, we were renting, so
Oh, okay, okay.
we moved.
Needless to say.
Yeah,
Oh, glad you're out of there.
thank you. And what sucked, that was an expensive oven too. That was like a $3,000 oven.
Don't tell me you didn't get a refund.
Um, we did a settlement because of COVID kind of interrupted our court litigation and stuff like
Litigation,
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that was inconvenient for everybody, but now I'm gonna shut up about it being inconvenient for somebody not in litigations. So what was that second icebreaker? Mute it.
Second icebreaker was, what do you do when someone's talking at you and not talking to you?
Oh, my mom. So what I do is either I wave and like, hey, I'm here, talk to me, or I guess I'm very vocal, so I'll call them out on it. Sometimes I stand up and, hey, if we're not going to actually have a conversation, I'm going to do something better, and I'll go out and do something.
Lufa, did you have something on that?
I am. I didn't hear the second icebreaker.
Oh, okay.
Um,
I forgot what it was already. Oh, what do you do when someone's talking at you and not talking to you?
okay, because I only answered the first one. I think in the beginning the other one. I forgot what that one was now. But a lot of people still refer to me as a kid.
How old are you?
20. I'm about to be 21.
Got
So
you.
I can see, where I'm young, I appreciate youthfulness, but it's not being used in the terms of like, wow, you look so youthful. It's more of like kid. And I'm like adult, um, adult. So, um, I feel like a lot of times when people refer to me as a child or refer to me as learn like a child or something, um, or talk to me like a child or not talk about my diagnosis around me like it's not my diagnosis. It almost feels like they're avoiding me while being like aggressive in a sense. And it's like this weird um yeah. Yeah. I actually dyed my hair gray too. So, and I shaved it twice.
That's one way to make a point.
I've been called an old soul my whole life, but for some reason people still like to be like, "Where?"
So that's embracing it for
But
you.
I think it's just because too I'm
In the room.
so I think just being the youngest means I'm always the baby of the family, which is fine. Whatever. I'm the favorite grandchild. So say anything. It's okay.
Kate, I got something here, and it was about Kepra, so I want to ask you because I think you're the only one still taking it, right?
Everybody's had their experiences, but yeah, I'm taking 500 milligrams twice a day.
All right. It says gut issues. Been having the burning sensation in my gut and have been worried if it could be caused by Kepra. Started having bad intestinal inflammation and difficulty eating enough. I also have cystic fibrosis, so I'm not sure if it's it. Actually, if it's that actually caused by Kepra, been on for a while now. Maybe I should skip a dose and find out. What do you think?
I don't think skipping a dose would be the rational way to figure out if that's the issue. I have never experienced any gut health problems. I hear a lot of people say they don't have an appetite anymore. I mean, at this point, I am eating less and less, but I think that has more to do with the clobazam being out of my system now after like going on 20 days. So gut health and Keppra, I wouldn't associate. If they want to figure out if it's cystic fibrosis or something else, they could definitely do a lot of other tests instead of skipping a dose and risking a seizure. Because Keppra is one of those for me where if I skip 2 doses, not 2 whole days, then something's probably going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay, I got one. Doctor falsely told me Vimpat doesn't cause heart issues. 23-year-old male, so not only did I wait over a week for my doctor to get back to me about heart issues, I was experiencing a feeling of slow heart rate and electric shocks feeling in my chest. He finally got back to me a week and a half later and I told him to keep and he told me to keep taking Vimpat. Doesn't cause that. Yet a simple Google search will show you that it's not true. Vimpat, lacosamide, can affect the electrical activity in the heart and may cause cardiac rhythm and heartbeat palpitations, fainting, syncope, um,
Yeah.
and in rare cases, cardiac arrest. In important considerations, increased risk. The risk of heart rhythm problems with Vimpat and is higher in patients with pre-existing heart disease or those taking medications that affect heart rhythm. Also, if I didn't have this symptom until I started the Vimpat, then what is causing it then? I never take Vimpat. I never. Yeah, I didn't ask who's taking Vimpat because I haven't.
And it does. It does have a side effect warning that it can cause your heart rhythm to increase and stuff. So if your doctor told you that, yes, definitely file a complaint or whatever. File a complaint. Because and it always goes with saying, look up the medicines before you start it and then talk to your doctor about it, because you don't want to go into something that's going to end up, killing you when you start it, basically. Like some doctors these days are just putting you on a med just because it's the next one on their list that you haven't tried.
Okay. Rick?
And Xcopri is another one that causes heart heart symptoms if they try to recommend that.
Yeah, I'm actually on I'm on lacosamide, which is a generic of Impact. And I already had this researched because my wife was worried about this. So I'm actually posting what I researched in our chat. So I'm okay. I get checked out regularly, so my heart's okay. But yes, if somebody has pre-existing conditions, they should definitely, work that out with their doctor. And like Angel said, there's other medications and stuff out there. So just because it's next on the list doesn't mean that they should be on it. Definitely be careful about that.
What does the PR interval mean?
So the PR interval, that is, let me see what my notes had said. Hang on one second.
I feel like we're in a free lecture and we're all our own different. We're all teaching each other something. It's
I'm
like
telling you, these medical studies actually make sense sometimes.
yes, it's nice to learn about these things, and then because that's how I get well spoken is by taking on information that doesn't necessarily always apply to me, but you never know. You never know.
And when you are confronted with this, you won't have to just accept what some
Yup.
professional says blindly and,
And they're like,
because you
trust
don't
me.
know any better.
No. Trust me. Trust me. I know I have no degrees, but that's what makes it better.
Less
That's all.
chance of being spoken to, right?
Yeah. Don't speak at me. Don't speak at me.
Now we can be some of the ones that speak up instead of just letting it roll.
Angel actually said something about Xcopri. I seen something here. It says Xcopri sucks so far. I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter, but I have left temporal lobe epilepsy. I laid down today and I had a seizure. I just remember my shoulder popping in and out and the pain in my dream, sleepy state. Now I'm awake and it's killing me. I also remember getting up and the world was just like going down. So I hit my weed pen, sat on my bed, and decided to lay back down. I'm only getting on Xcopri, the 25 from 12 phase, but I'm still on my full dose of Impact. I feel very tired, moody, and I'm seasoning more. I don't know if it's because of the Vimpat mix, but I'm on one medication while trying another. I'm really not sleep deprived or dehydrated or any of my normal triggers. This stuff just has me bouncing off the walls 1 second and sleepy for 8 hours, interrupted the next moment. Any advice? Because I don't know what I would do if I keep taking it without advice. That's not funny.
I guess I can go with it since I am on Xcopri. You're like me, you're still on the titration, and I'm also on the 25, going on to the next level soon. I'm about to titrate up soon. Um, and with, and this is not just with like Xcopri, switching medications and trying to figure out the doses, breakthroughs will happen, and that's the scary part. I don't want to say scary part, but just like it's the part that you don't want to happen that might happen because you're going on to a new medicine that you haven't been on. You don't know how it'll work for your body. You don't know even if it will work. Um, for me, I was also on Vimpat. The Vimpat is no longer um, holding back my seizures. So while I haven't caught a seizure on my nanny cam yet, you know, doesn't mean it hasn't happened. But it is a scary part while you're titrating up until we're fully set into our dose. That's the advice I can give. You just gotta try to focus on keeping yourself being less stressed and try to keep all your thresholds as small as possible. What did I miss? I feel like I missed one of my, you know, I'm forgetting something and I can't remember it right now.
All right, you can just bring it up later. Sounds like basically you're saying the titration or switching meds always has to be gradual.
Yeah, and it's just like it's a scary period during anybody switching meds, you know.
I got something else here. It says I need to report my doctor, but the patient advocate line is unavailable 24/7. What do I do? The UH Healthcare sent me to a physical therapist after I did damage to my shoulder after a seizure. It didn't do any CAT scans or MRIs or even x-rays of my shoulder. All this PT did was set warm towels on my shoulder, which hurt because my shoulder is in extremely poor state. Any kind of weight hurt. I told him that, and he told me, just man up and deal with it. I sat there for about 10 minutes. The pain was so bad, I had tears in my eyes. Then he took the towels off and sent me home. I was built for this. Warm towels that were so painful on my shoulder that I cried. Are you serious? This is the treatment? Accurate, helpful, medically based treatment? The second appointment, I showed up and he said, well, we can do the towels again. Do you think that will help? I nearly lost my cool, but I kept calm and asked him if we even knew what was wrong with my shoulder. He said he didn't know. I said I didn't know. So why are we guessing on a treatment that just hurts me? I ended up going home with zero treatment. I am still being billed for that appointment. What the actual fuck? So at this point, I've lost my cool. I called and tried to get a hold of the patient advocacy line. Guess what? There's no one there at 10 a.m. There's no one there at 1 p.m. There's no one there at 4 p.m. The hours are Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. How is there no one answering my call? How is no one returning my call? At this point, what do I do? Is there anyone who can help? I have brain damage from my seizures, front temporal lobe epilepsy, and head injuries. Navigating this kind of stuff by myself is really hard. I just feel like they're not doing things right to an extremely bad degree. Left temporal lobe epilepsy. Um, I haven't had to report anybody. I don't want to give any false advice out. Um, yeah, I guess
Yeah.
what you should do is, I don't know. That's a
Well,
hard one.
yeah, first, what patient advocacy are they contacting? Is it a hospital clinic? Because if it's the hospital patient advocacy, even if there is somebody there, they're not going to do anything for the patient because they serve the hospital. They don't want to tell you that, but they serve the hospital. Um, I can't tell, is this person in the States or because I don't know what to say for the UK, but I know in the States I learned not to bother with like the hospital or clinic patient advocacy because they're not there for the patient. Um, the best my best recourse is going right to the state and let the state decide if it's something that they need to investigate. But yeah, I go back to the primary care provider and ask for an MRI for that shoulder. That's how I did it. I was like, I'm not doing anything for anybody until we get a look at this. And then it's like, oh, we got a problem, you know. But then getting somebody to do anything, you know, it's the same story. It's really tough sometimes to get a surgeon to work on someone with epilepsy. So, yeah, wow. We need like professional advocacy groups for people like us. We really do.
Right? Someone to actually answer the phone.
Yeah, yeah. But I learned at two different hospitals that, and they told me in Baltimore, the patient advocacy department is not set up to help the patient. They're set up to save the hospital money from lawsuits. That's that's what they're there for. Um, but yeah, I would definitely go to the primary care provider, start back at the beginning, you know, and see if they can get the primary to order an MRI and go from there. But therapy is funny. They don't always get the MRI unless you literally hand it to them. And I've learned to do that too. But damn, that sucks. That sucks. It's like the injuries that we get from seizures and then we get the how did you do this or why did you do this? Um, I wasn't I wasn't aware I was doing this at all, you know, but that's gotta hurt. I mean, just putting the towels because they're that weighted like sandbag stuff. I can relate to how much that hurts. Um, yeah, it sounds like they definitely need to start over with their primary and just say, this is just, this is too much for me to handle, and I feel I need a closer look. But yeah, stay away from the patient advocacy for clinics and hospitals. They're not patient advocates at all. Um, I mean, tell me I'm wrong. Somebody please tell me I'm wrong. But that's never been the case. And knowing a few people that work in hospitals, yeah, I worked in admissions at the emergency room. No, Yeah, the only thing in a hospital that really could help you, you may not have access, is it's called corporate compliance. And it's the compliance officers that will take a patient's complaint like mine and research it because I have every right to file. I'm out of time, but I had every right to file a malpractice lawsuit. And because I ran out of time, the only option I had then was to report it to every organization I could. So it comes down to self-advocacy. Calling somebody and saying, "Can you help me?" doesn't really help. And I get it. When you're not feeling good, you don't want to do all that, you know? Just, man, I feel bad when that happens. You guys know it. It's like I just want to reach out and say, "Here, let me help you," you know? Yeah, yeah, Rick, you're right. Patient advocacy is set up like human resources at work. It has absolutely nothing to do to help that individual. It protects the company. So, yeah, and that's sometimes that's the best thing. You can skip that step altogether. And, like I did, it's like, okay, who's the accrediting body for this um, epilepsy center? Boom, I'm going to talk to them, and you just kind of keep digging until you find that needle in the haystack. But yeah, I get it, man. I need 2 surgeries, maybe 3. And yeah, they're not going to fix this. But if you don't know what's wrong and you're going to physical therapy, it can't really hurt, but it's got to hurt. You know what I mean? That's painful. Mm. Yeah, we got to advocate for each other. I think we need professional organizations. Do they make professional advocates?
No, never heard of it.
No, why?
Never heard of it, but I do have something here.
Yeah.
Says, do you ever feel rested? 28-year-old female with epilepsy, about 6.5 years now. I'll have a couple TCs every 1 to 3 months and focals a little more often. I feel like no matter how much I sleep, I never feel fully rested. I assume it's due to the meds. I'm currently on 300 milligrams of lamotrigine, 200 milligrams of lacosamide, 50 milligrams of Briviact. I'm on 4 of Briviact and notice I was even more tired than usual when I started taking it. But even before before Briviact, I've always felt chronically tired. Is anyone else in the same boat? And is there any tips? Um, B12, it's been working. B12, shout out to Nature's Made. Um, it works. Um, yeah, like I used to be able to sleep, well, have to sleep. Like my body would tell me you need more rest. I get up and go to the bathroom. I sleep till my pill alarm goes off at like 10 a.m. So like I said, lately I got up at 7 and I could not go back to sleep and I felt fully rested. And I was just like, all right, well, let's get started. Yeah, it's wild. Speed 12 is working for a little bit of everything. And I'm kind of hungry lately. I'm eating stuff more often. I'm eating way more often than I used to. I'm making food more often. So taking it with my pills on time and it works. It's balanced me out. And yeah, at first I was like, this is some unnecessary energy. Like, what am I going to do with all this extra time? Um, yeah, seriously. A lot of extra time lately. I don't feel tired at all. A whole lot. And once I'm up, I'm up. Yeah, because this morning I did not want to be up at 7, but I laid down for like 30 minutes and I just could not go to sleep. I was just like, I guess it's that time because I'm not tired. And yeah, try B12, everyone. Let me know how it goes for you. Does anybody ever feel rested? Advice for this person? That was the question. Do you ever feel rested?
I never do.
I never have either. Like even when I was taking the B12, now I didn't take them. Like I didn't keep taking them. I'm gonna try it again, but I don't know. I always feel like something's always being exerted out of my body.
Try to take them 2 times a day. That's what it tells me. And they're the extra strength. They're 3,000 micrograms. So they're
No.
pretty, and it's
Yeah.
gummies, so it's not a pill. They taste good, so just don't take too many. Kevin?
Yeah, yeah. I sleep okay sometimes, but I'm not as tired as before. I think that's because I'm down on Depakote. I lowered my Depakote a little, so I'm not as tired during the day. Um, but yeah, I get some good rest every now and then, But I have to get my good routine in during the day. I have to, and exercise is learned. So you know, if I fall asleep around the right time, if I take my medicine around the right time, you know, don't drink too much water so I don't wake up. Have to go to the bathroom. Everything's got to be in the right place. You gotta get a good routine. I know at 28 you're doing a lot of stuff. You're probably busy, but you still, you know, our body's got to have that circadian rhythm and everything. So you should get everything in order. That's my advice.
I say take some B12. Let me know how you feel in a week. Got something else here. It says, does anyone else feel the same? Does anybody else feel the residual uneasiness about the way a room or place looks after you have a seizure? What do I mean in this? What do I mean is that the space that you had a seizure in now feels contaminated. I can't look at my room. Hell, I can't look at my own place in the same way. I don't like the way certain lighting makes me feel, nor do I like ceiling fans not moving. These are visuals I recall after regaining consciousness from a seizure. I didn't feel this way before I started having seizures. I'm guessing this is a trauma response. No? Guys, we need some advice from this person.
Um,
Going once, going twice.
I'm not sure if that's because of the seizure, but again, if you had a tonic-clonic or hit your head against something, maybe something might have like happened that like I don't know. I was trying to say like certain things happen when like you hit your head and um like you might be more sensitive to certain things like light or and you might not be a photosensitive uh epileptic, but you might be more that day. It's hard to say.
All right. Toaster, anything?
Well, I um started having seizures when I was a teenager, and I had so many in my high school that I can't really walk into a school now without feeling like, oh my God, get me the fuck out of here. And it's the strangest phobia. It's like some people have normal phobias, like I'm afraid of heights, or I'm not going over that bridge. School hallways. It makes parent-teacher conferences fun. And I do get through them, yes. Just as fast as humanly possible.
Kevin, you got something?
Yeah, seizures are very physically traumatic, and what I think getting back to the question, it, it, I think coming out of them, you might like associate. I sometimes did this. I would like associate like I think I talked about this before. It's hard to explain. Like like a I would be so sick coming out of a seizure that I would like watch a TV show and I would be throwing up and maybe like I couldn't watch that TV show anymore, or I couldn't eat a food that I ate after a seizure. Like like a it was just a negative association with certain things, almost like that phobia, but I don't know. It's strange how the brain works. But yeah, but yeah, that's how physically uh, traumatic the seizures were. That I actually got sick from other things, or like second degree sickness. You know, I don't know. I don't know if that helps at all, but yeah, negative association. That's what someone's talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I'm in the dark. That's why I have my camera off. I'll probably doze off on you guys. But yes, thank you for that, Kevin. Um, and the negative association, a lot of that I had to work through because of the PTSD. And, those of us who have had the catastrophic seizures where you're waking up and they're pulling the tube out of your throat, that's traumatic. And, it's just like any other PTSD. You have to find a way to work through it. And the only way to do it is like for me, it's like, okay, that happened. Damn, that happened to me. Wow. And if somebody else were telling me that story, I would be looking at them like a hero. And, like, wow, you survived that. And I had to learn all over again to look at myself like that. And it made a huge difference for me because those things are so traumatic that, yeah, that negative association. I have a thing for, excuse me, um, certain stairways, like a porch stairway that has a railing, or like, like the motels where you have to go up the outside stairs. I have had seizures on stairs like that so many times that I'm terrified.
to go upstairs like that. And yeah, it's exactly what it is, Kevin. 100%. Yep.
I had a seizure on a fire escape. It was all iron, just metal stairs, and
Oh my God.
oh, that was awful. That was like 9 years ago, I think. Um, 8, 9, maybe 10 years ago, and I woke up and then just two guys over me, and they said, "You fell down, man." So thanks for the help. Oh, jeez. That was
Wow. Yeah, right? It's like,
that,
wow.
I don't know how many stairs I fell down, but I fell down a lot. I had to wear a neck brace for 6 months or so.
Yeah.
That was awful. Oh my God.
Wow. Amazing. You're absolutely amazing. Wow. We have to start a book, you guys.
It says seizures while sitting down. Does anyone else only get seizures while being seated? I get half complex partial seizures a week, and only while I'm sitting down, and very often when eating. Would be interested in seeing who else's potential experiences surrounding this. I have seizures sitting, laying, running, walking.
Yeah, they can happen at any time.
Yeah, this person's only says partial seizures while sitting. So was a little different.
Anybody ever have one while you're standing up and
Oh
didn't
yeah.
notice? Yep. I was on the phone and my sister said, I think you just had a seizure. And I'm like, no, I'm fine. I'm fine. And I hear knocking at my door. She had called 911. And when I moved, I realized I was standing in a puddle of urine. But I didn't fall. I was standing up through the whole, obviously, must have been a focal, like a focal unaware. But I was like, I didn't even know I had a seizure. But yeah, standing up, leaning against my stove, of all things. No burners were on, thank God.
Right.
But yeah, I didn't even know that could happen until it happened.
Um, I got something. We all got orals, I guess. This one says oral symptoms when waking up. Need advice. Hello, everyone. So this one is a little complicated, but I'm curious. Often when I wake up, I startle up and feel this almost like adrenaline rush in my legs, kind of shaky, etc., and lasts for a while. The shakiness in the legs reminds me some of when I've had tonic-clonic seizures. The only time it happens is when I wake up super gradually. I had a breakthrough seizure around a month ago during the day, and the neurologist had me do a 72-hour EEG after, which revealed I had been having seizures in my sleep, but small ones at like 2 a.m. in the morning in the middle of sleeping. Not those more standard falling asleep or just waking up ones, in addition to having some pretty petty mouth seizures during the day that I was completely unaware of. I'm really frustrated and sad because I thought we had it a lot more under control than that. But the point is, does anyone get the shaky legs, adrenaline feeling in the morning when they wake up and then it doesn't go away for a while? Is it seizure related? It's also a little bit tricky because I have PTSD. issues as well from my childhood stuff, overseas stuff, etc. So I'm trying to sort it out. Any advice?
Um, I go ahead, Rick.
No, you could go first.
I was gonna say you can check your medicine because some medicines do have uh side effects that do say like shaky limb movements, stuff. But as far as auras, I wouldn't know about an aura of what seizure, but anything that feels off to me, I'm definitely like sitting down until. Go ahead.
Yeah, so yeah, I was going to add, same thing, Angel, about check your meds. There's also meds that will deplete some of your vitamins and also cause problems with absorbing it. So for instance, I'm on lacosamide, and that um, depletes your vitamin B12 and also works with your system that it doesn't absorb B12 as well. So I spoke to my neurologist, and he's on board with me taking B12 supplements. Um, so that also falls into potassium and magnesium, as well as the way Vimpat works with the salt channels and sodium levels. You have to make sure you're hydrating properly. So, like my neurologist said, don't gulp water, sip throughout the day. I also take electrolytes to help keep things balanced because I had problems where I had extreme muscle fatigue, and also my legs didn't want to move and my arms shook. So I increased magnesium. I also increased potassium, and that helped that. And the B12 helped with other things too. So I'm not a doctor. I don't pretend to be a doctor. This person, he or she should speak to their doctor about this. It could very well be, that shakiness and stuff could be a vitamin issue. That was my point about that post.
Poster?
What I was going to add is that if they, in this instance, I really do think it might be the PTSD that they mentioned, because that is oh, and this is just personal experience. A lot of people that I know who also have PTSD will just, when it's time for them to wake up, it is, holy shit, get my bearings. Where am I? Okay. And sometimes it doesn't go away until you're absolutely sure, or not your brain, but your body realizes, oh, I'm safe. And when you're still waking up, your brain doesn't always work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Um, I got something else here. It could have been used as an icebreaker. It said, "What's a seemingly small decision you made that ended up changing the entire course of your life?" Go ahead.
Moving in with my sister.
Say that again.
When I moved in with my sister,
Oh.
that because I left my own apartment, and yeah, I know that we believe nothing happens by coincidence. Everything is, planned out and happens for a reason. So, but that little decision, as big as it seemed, it literally changed the course of my entire family's life. So, it's like, yeah, that one did it. The seemingly small thing. Oh, I'm going to go stay with my sister for a while. and check out Johns Hopkins. But yeah, that changed everything. Maybe that's not small enough. I don't know.
Does no condom count? Yeah, so the kid changed your life basically. Uh, yeah, that changed the course of my life. Yeah, it did because I was actually doing a lot of stuff before I found out I had a kid on the way. Yeah, so having kids is one thing that changed the course of my whole life. Anybody else? What steered you in this direction, Kevin?
In this direction,
I mean,
how I ended up
this point
here.
in life.
Actually, funny enough, I never used social media before until I had surgery in January. I keep mentioning the surgery. Um, I used Reddit for the first time in January. You messaged me, and I ended up here. But uh, but how did I end up here? Jesus Christ. That's an even bigger story. I would say the smallest decision, probably what college I chose. Because yeah, did I mention that earlier?
I don't think so.
I don't know. Yeah, yeah, I chose to uh, um, stay. Shoot, I chose a college in the city at home because of my epilepsy, and I probably would have gone further, maybe abroad, if yeah, that's a pretty small decision, but yeah, would
Yeah,
have gone would have gone further, or chose a different group of friends or something. You know, that's something small, but
I know what you mean. It's something. The burning sensation. Does anyone ever get a burning sensation in their head? It's like not uncomfortable, not painful, not hot, but the best way to describe it is a small burning circle that comes and goes anywhere in your head or brain. I tried telling my neurologist this and he wrote it down and never asked about it again. So now I'm asking, does anyone else get a burning sensation? Rick?
Yeah, and I used to also get electrical charges. Kind of felt like, all of a sudden, that's why my wife called me Sparky for a while. Um, right after I had my first brain surgery, I definitely noticed that I was getting, so this is the side I had my surgery on. I would get burning sensations, and then it felt like electrical shocks in different areas. So my neurologist said it could be nerves waking up with the electrical sparks, but definitely the burning sensation. And I'll notice if I'm going to have an aura, um, the same area. So I have temporal lobe epilepsy on the side that they did the surgery. I will feel burning around that area. So yes, definitely feel the burning.
I haven't got that personally. Mine's is on the right side, where it comes from at least. And I haven't got that over there nowhere. But I do have another question. So I broke my jaw during a seizure. Has this happened to anyone else? How did it help you? How did you help deal with it in the meantime? Have you ever broke anything during a seizure? If you have, I'm sure you understand. And how'd that go for you? I'm still waiting for the specific surgery doctors for a couple days. All they gave me was some fentanyl. First time I've always felt weird, but about that drug from personal friend experience. Anyone ever broke anything during a seizure? I have not that I know of.
I did. It was, well, the thing that I missed the most that I broke during the seizure. That was my it was okay. During my bat mitzvah, I used a glass of wine. My dad bought it for me. It was very, very pretty. It had my name engraved in Hebrew. And I was saving that to be my wedding glass. Didn't happen. It it phased through my hands during a seizure and just bye bye, broken too soon. Should have been a sign. Yeah, that's it.
I shattered my foot. Uh, Stairs again. Stairs, my greatest enemy. Um, I just I was getting into good shape. I was running. I was. This was one of my last seizures, and I just kind of there was no auras or anything. I just woke up at the bottom of the stairs and shattered foot. That's it. Nothing really complicated about that, you know. You know, and that was pretty nasty.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
Sorry you had to go through that.
Yeah, sorry to hear it, Kevin.
Comes with the territory, you know.
Right.
But you know, we all go through it. So
Angel, you had something?
I have broken the front teeth on the upper front teeth about 20 years ago during a tonic-clonic. I fell off um my the outside steps. I fell straight onto concrete, and one got stuck in the ground. The other two died on impact, the nerves. So yeah, those were gone. I have a bunch of fractures that didn't heal right in my left foot. I dislocated my shoulder. Um, who knows what else? Yeah.
Yeah. Um, I haven't broken anything during a seizure. I chipped a tooth. Um, um,
yeah.
yeah, I think the person asked how was our experiences. My experience was I was digging a hole for a foundation at a patio and fell in the hole. Had a seizure. Woke up in the ambulance. That was my experience.
I broke some of the bones around my eyes when I changed my major from nursing to forensics, and I can't remember the name of the microscope, but it's a very specific microscope, and you literally set your eye bones on it for the stability. And I had a seizure, and I fractured a couple of the bones above and below my eye, and that ended that major. It's like, okay, if I can't look at a microscope, I can't do forensic biology. So, but yeah, that was a seizure. But I did break my jaw. It just wasn't during a seizure. And that I can attest that is it's painful, not excruciating, but it's more inconvenient than anything because you literally can't talk. You can't open your jaw. And eh, you feel like I felt like a a puppet. What is that? Like a what do they call those people? Um, People that can talk, ventriloquist, where they can talk without moving their lips. And that's what I had to do for like 6 months while my jaw was wired shut. But I didn't do that one with a seizure. It was my eyes that I broke, the bones around my eyes. And yeah, that one was fun.
Mm, okay. Got one. First after 20 years of epilepsy. Oh, that's nothing like your first time. It says, I had something happen tonight that had never happened before. It's shaken me hard. And it made me wonder if anyone else here had that experience, had to ever experience it. I was mid coitus with my boyfriend. Oh, okay. Yeah. I was mid coitus with my boyfriend, and as he was causing an orgasm, I had a fucking seizure. No pun intended. We've been together for 6 years, and until recently, I would have been feeling too crappy pre-seized to even participate. Since my RNS and newest medication change, the seizure auras are practically gone. If I have something else to focus on, I guess my question is, has anyone else had a seizure while having sex? And how embarrassed were you? Uh, I didn't
I
know.
I have many times. It's kind of just my ex-husband was not a really nice person. And if he didn't feel like he was getting enough sex, oh, he'd just take it. It didn't matter if I was post seizure, mid seizure. I would say that during the seizure, I'd be tighter. Yes, I know this is sounding awful. And it was. There's a reason I have a therapist. I actually have read some Reddit posts a lot like that. Annie can relate. Annie, you and I can relate to a lot of things. So to each other, you were like my
Oh yeah.
hero.
You know I got you, girl. I get it. I get it. And to this day, I'm just gonna throw this out there. He still claims that he never knew that I was having seizures. But during my first pregnancy, I had a seizure at my doctor's office. So he knew the entire time.
Yep.
Yep.
They just don't.
I got you.
They don't fucking care.
That's them. It's not us. It's them.
She won't remember it anyway. Sorry.
No, no, they don't. And it's like, oh, I never did that. That's just their personality. And it's like, how do you do
They can
that?
never be wrong.
Right. Well, there's that. But man, I'm sorry you went through that. But I know exactly what you're talking about. And waking up, yeah.
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 It's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Mhm.
Fucking. Sorry. Like, I don't know how I stayed with him that long, but I did.
But now you're out, and that's what counts. And you're here,
Yes, and I'm
and
here.
we get it. We support each other, and these things, people don't talk about. And I'm so, so grateful that I have a therapist that has the skills that she does. And getting stuff like that out of me was not easy.
Yep.
And it's like, but once you get like where you are right now, it's like, oh, wait a minute. I can look at that now and say, he is such an asshole. Okay. And
Yeah,
I
but
am,
then it made total sense.
yeah. And now it's like, you fucking asshole. I almost can't wait to see him again
I
through
can't
the
wait to see
glass.
you in hell.
Yeah, it's, oh no, I can go talk to him through glass right now.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
you gave me an idea about the federal restraining order.
Yeah.
I actually talked to my parents about it earlier, and my dad is going to talk to my well, I call my lawyer, the one that's
Yeah.
handling the divorce, and I mean, because that assault was completely documented.
Right. And you can prove that vulnerability and how he took advantage.
Yeah,
Yeah, then you might be able to get that. But yeah,
and if that
no.
happens, that means I can keep my Jeffrey Dragon for like never have to give him up to his dad.
Yeah, that's
And
possible.
that's it's not just good for me, it's good for my son.
Yeah. Well, hey, hang in there. And that's, if you have evidence, oh my God, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But
It only sucked that both of us were taken to jail because I bit him.
oh, I got arrested once. And
Oh, going back to have you ever had a seizure while sex? Yes, I've had a seizure while giving someone head.
oh God.
Oh yes, they
Sorry.
went to the hospital. It was
Okay.
bloody and terrible.
Okay. So how's the weather there?
So it's the weather. Raining.
I'm gonna wake my daughter up. I'm gonna have to go outside. I have to laugh. I'm so sorry.
Go ahead and laugh because I have to laugh. That's one of the tricks to surviving is laughing.
I don't think he expected that level of circumcision.
Sorry about that. Yeah. Joe, if you're out there, I'm sorry.
Okay, we're making the guys start to squirm.
The squirm.
Well, I'm glad it's me with this seizures, so I don't have to go through that. But during sex, it has happened, and yeah, only twice though. Yeah, since I was the one having the seizure, I didn't have to go through what you guys went through. Sorry to hear that.
You provide us a bubble to, what is the term again? Trauma dump, which is healing. So you were following your calling as a therapist. There's not a day that goes by that I'm not thankful.
Sorry, what exactly was the question?
Uh, we'll start with the question. The question was, have you ever had a seizure while having sex?
Oh no. Um, I honestly think more women have um seizures during sex. I just don't know why. I don't think men have that as much. But
I think we're
I,
not so
I
scared
just
of it. So
I I
What'd you
just
say, Kate?
I'm just thinking it's worth it. Where maybe we're not so scared of, having to take a break, but it's not worth actually just going to sleep.
I don't know. I think it's just more of like a maybe it's like a chemical or uh, uh, hormonal thing. I don't know.
Well, coming off of these meds, I think the benzos suppress women's libido just as much as men's.
Do you have a family, or do you have anyone in your general circle who does not take your limitations seriously? Uh, I would say seriously, maybe just not as harsh as they really are to me. The person takes it serious, but maybe as not as serious as me because it's me, probably. And yeah, go ahead, Rick.
So anybody who has heard me at all past couple months are gonna not be surprised. My mother, uh, so like for example, yesterday I went to a birthday party at a restaurant, and everybody else knows, okay, if I get up and walk away, it's because I'm overstimulated, get away. But she follows me, and she has to finish her sentence for some reason and tell me about what's going on when she thought she got a delivery from Amazon and she didn't, and I have to hear her going on and on and on, and I just have to say, "Well, can you leave me alone for a few minutes?" And she, "Oh, you're tired? Yeah, that's it. Just go away." So she doesn't get it, and she doesn't take it seriously.
Yeah, that sounds familiar. I think it's probably easier for mothers to treat their children like their children forever if they
Yeah, I
might
keep
have to
reminding,
take care of them.
sorry, I keep telling her, put a 0 after whatever age you think I am.
Right. Or at your age.
Yeah, I think there's always someone, even some people who you thought might have took it seriously, they want to use it against you and stuff, or they say, "Oh, it's not that serious" and stuff like that. Yeah, there's always someone everywhere.
Yeah.
The
Someone
yeah,
does
the
not take your
drama.
limitations seriously. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I should show you my new toy, my lawnmower. Yes. The new responsibility for I can't complain. I love it. I love it. But I don't know if you can see it. Yeah. I don't know. Let
Right
me
on
see
it.
if I can flip. It's a riding mower. Yeah, it's a Craftsman. And
My
it looks like
neurologist would kill me if I ever went on one of those.
I almost tipped it on a slope the other day and scared the shit out of myself. But yeah, it's I had to have a conversation with my daughter because she was like, I didn't know that she expected me to be the only one doing this. And I'm like, you got to get on this mower. You got to learn how to do this. Oh, I'm back in the dark again. But she's like, well, I don't have the time, and I'll just sell the mower. And she like snapped kind of. And I'm like, I don't think you understand what you're expecting here. There's a reason I can't drive a car. And this is a motor vehicle just like a car. Oh, yeah. And I'm like, go ahead, tell me how you're going to mow that slope without tipping the mower. And she started thinking about it. And I'm like, yeah, I really shouldn't be doing this. I can't be out in the heat. I mean, I can work around that for a good portion of the summer, but not the whole summer, you know? So it's like we have a half-acre property and we're on a corner. So you know what kind of string trimming I'm doing. And I'm like, look, yeah, you're gonna have to pitch in. But yeah, they always think I can just keep doing the Mama Dukes that I've always done. And I can't. So yeah, my whole family's like that. They really are.
But here I
And
am hearing you expected of that, and I'm kind of looking forward to trying the same thing.
yeah, I
I figured
love
if you can
doing.
get through it, then I could too.
Yeah, exactly. And I love doing it. I'm not gonna lie. But I'm not gonna put myself at risk and get heat stroke and have a seizure, you know. But it really bugged me when it came out when she was like, "Well, I'm expecting that you're going to be the one doing this. I don't have time." And to be quite honest, she doesn't have time for much of anything, and I haven't been doing all of the things I used to do. I used to do all the meal prep, I kept the house clean. I can't keep up. And she's starting to notice it. She's like, "How did you do this?" Okay, this is how I did it. Good luck. You know, I don't know what else to say, and she's what? She's going to be 43. Yeah, she'll be 43 this year. I'm like, okay, it's time to learn how to do these things. Adulting sucks. But yeah, that it gets me going. I don't know about you guys, but that kind of stuff can really piss me off. And
I mean,
yeah,
maybe that's why moms act the way they do, so that when we do get to that age, we could never imagine asking them or telling them to do chores. I know I can't.
yeah, right?
But yet my mother asked me to negotiate the purchase of a vehicle today. So I come in handy sometimes.
Yeah, right. It's like I'm okay. Like I really am okay doing it, but when it's a time crunch, like we had all that rain and I had to wait for the lawn to dry out just to drive the tractor on it. And then I only had a short window and we were supposed to get thunderstorms again, but it was 90 degrees. So it's do it or it's going to be knee high. And I'm like, you're going to have to help. And I think she's afraid of it. I was. Shoot, I still am, but I love it. I'm having a good time, but man, I shouldn't be doing this kind of shit.
Right.
Maybe that is a way some, kind of all families have to figure out how to cope, like spin a situation a different way to see some positive in it. Because I know everything that we have to do, a normal
Yeah,
family does not have to do together. But
yeah.
mommy can't really do shit on her own, especially if it's new or in a new place. For example, if anybody knew I was out walking the neighborhood right now, they'd have something to say.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. My
But
daughter doesn't know I'm out here, but I didn't want to wake her up. I was laughing so hard. Sorry.
that's what I'm saying. Like, I can't do this in the closet or something. I want to be able to speak.
Yeah, right, right. But yeah, the crazy, crazy shit. And I didn't know until just a few months ago that my daughter that I live with doesn't even understand the side effects of my medication. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Um, yeah, because she had to give me the Nasolam, and she didn't understand why I slept for 18 hours. She was all worried. She called her sister. What do I do? Her sister's mother-in-law is the psych nurse. And oh my God, this, that. Oh, get her to the hospital. She's in canatonic state. No, I was given the most potent um, benzodiazepine in a nasal passage. Okay, that goes right to your brain, and they didn't understand what was going on. And I'm like, I I don't know how to explain this again. Do you know what I mean? It's yeah.
They definitely don't print it right on the box.
Basically, you gave yourself a tranquilizer, and they're wondering why you're tranquil.
Well,
Uh,
yeah, yeah. And this woman is a nurse practitioner. I'm like, what do you mean you didn't understand? Oh, we were so worried about you. Why? I had a seizure, a cluster that was going into a tonic clonic, and I had medalazam. What do you have that for? And I'm like, oh, I can't talk about this. If I have to explain this again, I can't. I tattooed it on my arm for everybody. Why did you do that? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can't get through. And it's like, okay, never mind. And that's why when we talk about what do you do with those people that either just don't get it or they just talk at you, because that's what they do a lot. They'll just talk at me. Oh, you have all these mental issues. We think this. Well, tell me what kind of therapy you would recommend. And they don't even know that there's different kinds of therapy. So it's like, yo, okay. But the mother in law will recommend every single pill that is inappropriate for epilepsy. And this has been going on for 15 years. So I don't think they're going to get it. But yeah.
I had someone recently tell me to move their car.
Yeah, right? It's like, are you
And I was
kidding?
like, I can't drive, right? I'm not supposed to drive. And so, lately I've been feeling a little uncomfortable with the shit I've been going on lately, wandering off and shit.
Right.
I explained, I can wander off in your car because I do know how to drive. So me and my mind just not being there, thinking, oh, let's just leave. Me not being there, we fucked up. And he was just like, you just moving the car out of the red. There's a spot open right there. Just put it in that spot. I was
Yeah.
just like, no, you're not going to keep telling me. I'm not going to do that for myself. So
Yeah.
I'm
You
not
know,
saying
and
no because of you asking me. I'm saying no because myself. I don't want to do it. I don't trust myself.
right. I know
Not that I
better.
don't trust myself. I don't want to put myself in a position like that. So
Right. I don't want to be responsible for damaging your car or anybody else's, and sometimes it's got to go to that, where it's like I could total your car.
But instead of somebody acknowledging that that's the more responsible route to take, they would take it personal and stomp off and throw that back in your face later.
Oh, right, right.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
then it's
that's
like,
out there.
okay, that's when I say, okay, that's you. I see that you have made up your mind, you have your own opinion. That's you. I cannot change clinical evidence, so I can't change your opinion, but that's you. That's not, your opinion doesn't change the truth for me. And we've had that conversation over and over, to the point where we said on Mother's Day that if my son-in-law creates another problem on a holiday, I will never go back to that house. And he did. And I've missed 2 holidays because of it. And the last one, well, for the 4th of July, it's like, why, why didn't you come out Sunday? Because, they went somewhere else and everybody got together on Sunday and I didn't go. And they're like, well, why didn't you come out? What's going on? I had a really bad seizure Wednesday and I still haven't recovered. I don't understand. I don't care. I don't care if you don't understand, you know? But yeah, and then it'll come back on me. Oh, you never participate in family events. You didn't go to the kids' concerts. Because I can't. Unless you want to put me in a wheelchair and put a hood over my head, I can't get through that crowd.
But what do they say when you rationalize the alternative? Yeah, I'll come to the kids' concert, and if I fall out and everybody ends up looking at me, they have to stop the concert when the paramedics come to get me.
And that's basically what happened at a kindergarten graduation. Because that's when the kids were wearing all those flashy sneakers. And I am not photosensitive, but between that overstimulation and then the crowd, I got stuck in the middle of a crowd in the hallway. And I started shaking. I had to sit down. I was drenched in sweat. And everybody was mad because, well, some people had to change their plans. They were going to, what, Texas Steakhouse, whatever, and I couldn't go. And my daughter, who drove me there couldn't go. So everybody got mad at me. And all I kept saying was, told you so. Do you believe me now? What do you want me to do? They insisted that I be there. I said, I really would love to, but that could be a problem for me. And it was. So, yeah. So I don't do those things now. And it's like, oh, well, you never do anything. Yeah, it sucks.
Has anybody else gotten more emotional after starting meds? I was formally diagnosed with JME 5 years ago, but I've been dealing with it for 7. I've started thinking and noticed that since I started taking meds, I'm more emotional and cry at small things all the time. I'm talking like you could say something to me, and if it's even slightly in an upset tone of voice, I'll get upset. I cry at least once a week, if not more. Do I just need therapy? Uh, I guess I cry time to time.
I wouldn't suggest a therapy route unless it's actually interrupting your life, though.
Like some things, like watching the first 48, I call myself crying because I was like, this kid's mom is crying, and 3 or 4 kids are dead or whatever. I can't watch people's mom cry. Come to find out, the first 48, I can watch it until it's somebody's mama crying. That gets me. Um, for some reason, I cried when the Eagles won the Super Bowl. I was just like, they were excited, and I seen some other guy crying that was on the team, so I was just like, that's a exciting moment for them. I was like, they're all crying and hugging each other, and a tear went down my face, and I was like, okay, yeah, I'm not even a fan, but watching grown men cry in football uniforms and helmets did something to me. Rick, you have something?
Yep, we'll see if my dog behaves while I'm talking. Stop it. Just give me 2 minutes. So I'm not one of those macho jerks. I just don't cry that often usually. Um, and my son's really been freaked out since I started having seizures that I cry all the time. So he's like, dude, what's the matter? You don't do that. Um, I'll have a song on the radio, I'll start singing along, I start crying. I don't know. That song's not a sad song. I just start crying. Um, he's reading, something from school. I start crying. Like, I don't like math, but just because there's a math problem in the book, why am I crying? So that does happen quite a bit. My neurologist said probably has to do with the area of the brain that's being affected. For this person, if you want to go to therapy and that's a thing, or talk to your doctor about it, or just accept that you're going to be a little bit emotional either while you're getting used to meds or for what's going on.
I would think therapy comes into play if it starts interrupting your life or activities. Otherwise, we all have to learn to deal with things. I know we've covered this topic a lot, but personal relationships definitely get strained.
So
it's not really something they discuss from a clinical perspective, but it happens. It's better to hear other people acknowledge that you're not the only one to definitely not have a normal mother-daughter relationship.
I got one here. It says, I'm really looking for support because I'm feeling discouraged after a normal MRI. I'm just starting testing to see if I can have surgery. Just got brain MRI results. I've had one before and it came out normal. So I was already expecting the answer. But man, I'm just feeling like I wish they could have pinpointed something, and they were so cheery on the phone congratulating me. I've already visited the EMU about 8 years ago, and they think my seizures are right frontal lobe, but nothing specific located. I've got another EMU visit lined up in 2 months. I've heard with the absence of any sign of lesion, it can make everything more difficult to diagnose. Just dreading what's to come and trying so hard to not think about it. But times like this, I just get so down. Anyone else go through this? Any thoughts on normal MRI struggle? And if so, what are the tests they did they do? So hard to find anyone that understands. Just wish I had some answers to all this bullshit. Person said they're just looking for support. Um, I've had some good MRIs, some bad MRIs. I guess I've always had ones where they say, um, yeah, normal MRI, same thing. Advice, you guys ever had some MRIs that went unexpectedly or expectedly?
I think all the clean MRIs were more frustrating because that was around the time that they were still trying to pinpoint what options are. They know the meds aren't working. They've gotten plenty of seizures on EEGs, but for some reason, they always need a clean MRI before you move on to a different kind of treatment or even start talking surgery. So that took some years of clean MRIs, like every, no lie, like 4 months.
Had a seizure at work, and my students were great about it. I teach at six. I teach at a sixth form of college, 16 through 19, and have focal aware seizures, rarely tonic-clonic. Normally, I get an aura, ocular migraine, dread, sweating, etc. a couple of hours beforehand, and I can get myself somewhere safe. But this morning, it hit me out of nowhere as I was walking across my teaching lab. Apparently, I just sat on the floor before falling and said out loud, "Please get some help." One of my students ran to the reception to get a first aider. One gave me her unopened bottle of water, and another brought me my lab coat to use as a blanket. I don't remember any of this. Lost a good 45 minutes of memory there. Apparently, my right arm was seized up and shaking, but I have been told by the first aider that my class was super calm. And one had started a timer, and another had Googled what to do if someone has a seizure. And they were reading out instructions of what to look out for on the NHS site. I am home taking the rest of the day off, but I am very proud of how well a group of 16-year-olds responded to what must have been a very freaky situation for them.
Can you just sum it up? What was there a question in this one?
There wasn't, there was just that. I thought there was going to be a question. I got one. It says, what is something you enjoy doing alone? Kay, you want to start? We'll go around.
I'm thinking anything I can handle alone, from puzzles to reading a book to getting the fuck out for a midnight walk. See the full moon, anything I can do alone. What about you, Anne?
With me, what I enjoy doing alone, like I said, just about anything. I like to do things alone. Everything feels awesome alone. Rick, things you like to do alone? Angel, you're next. You ready?
Yeah, I would say read, listen to music, just be around quiet because that's very rare. So that's what I like to do alone.
Play video games. Like I don't like going on the online anymore for video games. Definitely read, uh, take walks, just sit around and just like uh what is it? Like think, you know?
Sit around in deep thought by yourself.
Yeah.
And you got anything?
I gotta turn my mic on first. I'm always alone, but uh, so most things I do like to do alone, but I kind of like I like working in the garden alone, and doing the stuff I have to do outside by myself without, but I really do have to have somebody around when I'm driving that beast, but um, I just like puttering in the garden or with my plants by myself without anybody else around.
I like being with my kids alone, although I should not be. I love it. I love just being me and them, and they love it. It's a great feeling, just me and them. It's nothing like it. I'm the cool parent.
And there's no other place that you can totally feel free to be yourself around others unless it's with your children, in my experience.
Yeah, I always have
Nowhere in public or with the family or any, grown members of the family anyway.
try to make sure they know how important the father is. And I tell them, you guys, this is kind of a luxury. I didn't have a dad, and they're like, oh, why not? Why is he here now then? I'm like, he wasn't there when I was your age. Just know that. But he's here now for you guys. So yeah, there's that. Make sure they understand I'm the cool parent. I'm here.
I can say I like doing chores alone because everybody has their own way of doing things and want to do it their way, and they want you to do it their way, and you want to do it your way. Yeah.
You guys have anything, a skill that you'd look forward to learning or something you still want to do?
I want to drive. Let's
Well, your
see.
street racing days are out.
Yeah, I would love to street race. Um, that was my dream, like Fast and the Furious. It's like you can't drive, but I just got my permit. That was shot down fast. So yeah, things I like doing alone. Basically everything, and being with my kids is the best thing to do alone with. Um, yeah, it's a good feeling. Next, I got something. This says, does anybody else feel terrified about the research being defunded? The seizures are not controlled. Meds have never worked for me. I'm counting on new treatment, and now Trump is making that research hard. Makes me want to scream and cry and punch a wall. I feel like there are so many new ideas out there, but we need the money to fund the research. I'm scared. I was feeling hopeful for a while that new things are coming. Does anybody feel terrified? I actually did not know that to feel terrified. So, um, thoughts, you guys? Rick?
Right. So I'm going to start off with I am not very political. I don't lean one way or the other.
Me either.
I've worked with pharmaceutical companies. I worked for pharmaceutical companies. And also I have friends that work in big media companies. So with that, a lot of stuff that you hear in the media is overblown. Either there's an agenda or they want you to be scared, they want you to be nervous because that gets ratings and it also pushes an agenda one way or another. Working with pharmaceutical companies, they want to make money. How do they make money? They come out with new therapies. Not necessarily to cure you, but to make you feel better so you keep buying their stuff. And there's also this little place called Europe and Asia. They have, from what I understand, scientists, but don't quote me on that. I've never been there, but from what I hear, they have scientists that are researching and finding out things too. So whether there's a temporary drop for 4 to 8 years in the US because of administration, that's not affecting other places. So if that's really happening, it's going to be a small blip. I'm rambling now, so I'm just going to say, no, I'm not terrified. Whatever could be overblown in the media is overblown, and anything that, if there is real change, it's temporary. And there's another 3/4 of the world that's also doing research.
That's a good way to look at it.
Yeah, just to piggyback off of what Rick said. Yeah, there's research constantly being done somewhere else in the world. Um, Me myself, I have lived with epilepsy for 28 years. I am not terrified by what Trump said. I would say I accepted it, I have epilepsy, and you know, if a cure comes out tomorrow, sure. Will I be the first one in line for it? I doubt it. They want you to have it, but um I will want to be the first in line. But yeah, I've accepted epilepsy, so I'm not terrified about anything slowing down. I've been living it with it so long.
Yeah, I like your answer.
Does anybody have suggestions on how to manage epilepsy, or maybe something I haven't thought of when you're on a trip?
So when
About to
you're
go
on a
out
trip,
of, yeah, we're about to go out of state for a couple of weeks, and I can't help but think maybe I forgot about something.
I had one about that. But let me
Rick,
read this one. Oh, go ahead, Rick.
you're on mute.
Man, okay. Now I'm unmuted. So when I travel, I make sure I have extra medication with me. So if I'm traveling for 5 days, I'll pack an extra 3 or 4 days just in case there's delays, whether it's uh, airplane delays, weather delays, car breaks down. You definitely want to make sure you have extra medication with you. Also, advertise to people that you're spending time with in case they don't know things to look out for. So, for example, I went to go visit my sister recently for her son's high school graduation. I just reminded, hey, I have epilepsy now. So if I'm acting like this or you notice this is what you need to do. So awareness. I have an ID bracelet that I bring with me, even though my wife doesn't leave my side, just in case. Make sure people know. And I don't know what type of travel. So if you're going to be traveling on a plane or something like that, check with TSA and bring the actual bottle with your name on it. That way, just in case something happens that the bottle becomes in question, you do have proof that you're taking it because your name's on it. Lastly, check with your insurance and your pharmacy in case something happens that, oh, now you're going to be delayed an extra week or two, that you could get your medication filled.
Yeah, so mail order pharmacy, that's definitely something I didn't think of. But then again, I've been taking like a quarter of what I'm prescribed, so I got a pretty good stockpile of Keppra.
Oh, okay,
But
that's good.
thank you for the suggestions. We're going to
Sure
be on
thing.
the road for a couple of weeks.
For a couple of weeks. Well, usually when I went on vacations, I would always plan it right after I had picked up my medications. So yeah.
All right, so it's mostly about the meds. I'm looking forward to still participating though with the family
Yeah.
if they find some kind of theme park or something. I don't want to
Yeah,
slow anybody down, so
meds, and
You're
let
that's what
people
I'm
know
looking
around
forward
you.
to.
Yeah, you're gonna be with your mom too, right?
You guys ever still do the family vacation or have things like that.
It's fun. I might
What
be.
about roller coasters specifically?
I never tried roller coasters after I had epilepsy. I liked theme parks when I was smaller, though. But yeah, that worked.
Okay,
I
I
got
hate Wi-Fi.
Kate,
Sorry,
I
Dave.
would
I
just
was
notify your
asking about roller
doctor.
coasters.
Say that again, Angel.
I would just say notify your doctor that you're going to be gone, and like, hey, I'm going here,
Yeah, that's something to
Tennessee
think
or
about.
whatever, you know, and let them know where you're going to be at. So if you have trouble, they know you're there, and they can like, um, I guess talk to them. I don't know how to say it properly, but like
No, I think that
talk
makes
to the
sense
right
because
channel.
if I end up in the ER or something, I should at least have the contact information for the physician so they could get my records better.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
I got something here. This person does sound like they need help. It says, "What is something you had to stop lying about, lying to yourself about?" Um, uh, my mom didn't know I've had epilepsy for the past 8 years. My girlfriend did not know that I did not tell my mother. My mother has been around the whole time and I live with her. She's never seen a tonic-clonic, and she's always wondered why I'm spaced out, so she doesn't understand what focals are. Being that I know what focals are, I would lie to her and tell her it's just me blanking out, and she would say, okay. My girlfriend never, I mean, my boyfriend never told my mom because he thought it would be a problem with me because I had always said that I didn't want her to know. That's messed up. But unfortunately, this morning, I had a tonic-clonic. What I was told was 4 seizures back to back in front of my mother, and this is the first thing she's seen. And my boyfriend told her that I've been having seizures, and she was hurt. Um, she was hurt. That was all. There was no question. Oh, the question was, what is something you had to stop lying to yourself about? Um, mm,
I think I was lying to
anybody?
myself about using epilepsy as an excuse,
Mm,
saying that I just have to do what the doctor tells me and I can't get any better because of epilepsy. But that's more of an excuse. I was lying to myself about that. But this group has helped reveal that.
Go
So
ahead,
once
Rick.
again, thank you.
I guess I had to stop lying about those stop signs weren't there. Um, so I realized, hey, even though I'm legally able to drive, it might not be the best idea right now. So I held off on that until I get used to medication and really think about how my focus abilities are. Because I did drive through a few stop signs with my wife yelling, "You didn't stop at that stop sign." I'm like, what stop sign? It wasn't there. So I stopped lying to myself about that.
When I was younger, I guess I I don't know if it was lying to myself, but it's also accepting. But it was like, yeah, I have seizures. Telling myself that, like, stop doing the dumb stuff that going on roller coasters, the stuff I shouldn't be doing, other stuff I shouldn't be doing because I have epilepsy, accept the risk factors that come with epilepsy and think everything through. And that was when I was younger and like accepted it. Yeah, I have epilepsy. Yeah. So I guess that's lying to myself. I don't know.
You in denial?
Yeah, the
Things I've
denial period.
been there.
Would you guys ever trust a politician more if they were epileptic?
No.
No, because they have a certain agenda coming in, and it's not epilepsy. So
Yeah, I don't think the
you don't believe
disability would
for
make
the
anybody
job.
more genuine.
Yeah, I agree because there's, we have governors that are in wheelchairs and we have, we had presidents that had polio and other things. So I don't think having a disability changes, politicians are egomaniacs and out, for themselves and they have agendas. So I don't think having epilepsy would change anything with that.
I mean, it doesn't accept it with like celebrities who have epilepsy. Epilepsy. Uh, sorry, I think my meds are getting to me. Um, but it's like we don't view them any higher than we normally did. So
Might help with fundraising. That's about it.
Yeah,
that's
that's what
about
I'm
it.
thinking. I think it would earn respect more in professions that are service oriented though, more like, things like teachers and nurses and customer service type stuff. If I don't know if they have a disability, then I would probably empathize.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
And my mind is still on the girl that said she was having seizures for 6 years and basically told her boyfriend, "Don't tell her mom," because she wasn't having tonics in front of her mother, she was having focals. That's kind of messed up. Uh,
You see why the mother would feel excluded, like that was dishonest.
yeah, yeah. She's like, now she's hurt. The way she put it is seeming like, oh, now she's hurt. But yeah, man, that sucks. Like all that time and no one's knowing what's going on, and you just. My parents had to know. Um, yeah, I was a kid. You got to know what's going on. Um, this person didn't have an age up there, so I'm assuming they're one of the people that are grown and got epilepsy and moved back home with parents. And yeah, she's just like, I didn't tell my mom. Yeah,
That's got
these
to be
things
hard
like
though to conceal epilepsy from somebody you're actually living with. Yeah, that would be
that's why.
impossible.
I was gonna say I can kind of see her side, but I kind of can't. It's like I guess if you don't have one in front of her, you might not think about it. Oh, later on, you're like, oh, I had a seizure. Maybe that doesn't come to mind. And yeah, but 6 years to not have a seizure in front of someone you're living with, you're doing pretty good while that person is around. Um, yeah. Now she can't lie to herself anymore or her mother.
Yeah, I hope she can turn this somewhat into a positive experience. Just be totally honest about, I didn't want you to find out because I didn't want you to have any more of a burden or responsibility. Obviously, that's probably what this girl felt to try to hide it for so long. So,
Well,
yeah,
yeah, obviously her mother didn't know she had epilepsy, so this wasn't a situation where she got epilepsy and moved back home, didn't have any options.
right.
But yeah, yeah, I guess you don't want her to be hurt. I don't know. She was still hurt. I'd tell my mother in that position because you can get hurt, and yeah, she could have been having them home alone, and mother didn't know, or in the room or something alone, and mom hears something fall in the shower and don't think anything of it because you're not having seizures that she knows of. Could be one of those situations. Um, think she dropped shampoo. I'm not gonna check because she doesn't have seizures. Know what I mean?
Yep.
Another one says possible PNES. How would I get diagnosed with seizures? Do they do scans of the brain? I've been struggling with jerking movements before I fall asleep. I think I might have PNES. I snap out of it when my attention's occupied, so I'm not understanding what's going on. The first comment says talk to your primary care about what you're experiencing and ask if you can be referred to a neurologist who can run an EEG. This is Reddit. I'm not a doctor, but it's possible you're experiencing sleep myoclonus, hypogenic jerks, which are muscle jerks that occur in the transition from wakeness to full sleep. They are completely normal. Talk to your doctor if you are concerned.
Makes sense. You definitely got to get EEG and imaging done to try to get to the cause. But I guess you're starting off right by trying to figure out exactly how to get to
When you
the
start off right, at
cause.
least
Yeah,
asking somebody.
yeah.
But
Doing
the person,
Yeah,
research.
the person
you
was like,
want to
not a
get
doctor. This is Reddit.
Right. Yeah, but she said she could snap out of it when she focuses on something else. And
Mhm.
that's a precursor for psychogenic, um, because she can bring herself out of the seizure. But yeah, I think what that person said with the myoclonic, the sleep myoclonus, yeah, it's just muscle jerks when you're falling asleep. And it's not threatening, there's nothing wrong. It's very common. It's kind of like restless leg syndrome. And I have a friend who had it, and she started taking magnesium, and it went away. So yeah, I wouldn't worry about seizures in that case because of what they said, that you know focusing on something else will make that feeling stop. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it sounds like they were maybe not aware the whole time, but if they're able to stop, then it might not be the same kind of epilepsy that's uncontrollable.
Yeah. Hmm.
Anybody ever accuse you guys of being selfish for having children or starting a family when you know you have a disability?
No, I'm not gonna say all mines were accidents, but since I'm a guy, I didn't have it planned. I just was like told, "Hey, yo, I'm pregnant. Time to figure it out." So yeah, I wasn't being. If anything, we're both being selfish. We're not using condoms, so you know I have epilepsy. Um, yeah, just never got used to those things. So kids were just popping out left and right, and now they're here. If you guys see this, you're not accidents. You just weren't my plan. Yeah, so I wouldn't call it selfish.
Good.
we were planning to have our daughter,
Yeah, you're different.
not when it happened. Like it was just not at that time. We were planning though. But I don't think I'm selfish. Uh I actually maybe I had to get talked into it to wanting to have a child because I was afraid of passing on the epilepsy.
That makes sense. Do you have a way of telling if you have the genetic form?
No, my wife, ex-wife, soon to be, um, said like she had a couple talks to me, and it was just like one talk that said something to me, and it was like, look, if she gets it, she's going to have the best guide that can help her because you already been through it. And at like I was still scared for it, but it was like truth. It's like I know how to handle the epilepsy part, you know?
Yeah, so definitely will always be a good example as a dad or a patient or whatever it is.
I got one. Does anyone else struggle with spelling? For the past year, my brain's been getting all confused. I'm never sure if I'm spelling things correctly. Not not in the dessert or desert way. I legitimately misspell canceled or border in many other ways and have been relying on spell check at this point. I used to love writing and memorizing how to spell words because it was fun for me now. But now I can't trust my own spelling from my seizures. Does anyone else feel like they're declining? It's getting scary. Sorry if I'm posting a lot here. Does anyone struggle with spelling?
I
Go
think
ahead,
that's
Rick.
kind of why I play crosswords so much.
Oh, okay.
Well, I got a new quote where I say, I swear I really am educated. So, never mind the spelling mistakes. I have spelling errors so bad, spell check just looks at me and says, I ain't working on that. Um, for some reason, I type out the word lasso instead of also. I don't know why. Like I even like slowly type it in and it still comes out as lasso. I'm like, okay, I don't know why that's doing it. So yeah, my spelling has gone from not great to whoa. Um, and what's interesting is my misspellings spell other words, so spell check doesn't think it's a it's
Yeah.
a misspelling. So I read stuff. I'm like, oh, I wrote that. Oh, I got to redo that. Oh no, I already sent that. All right, just let my boss know. Hey, just let you know, ignore all the spelling mistakes.
Yeah, with me, I turned off autocorrect because I thought I was having that problem about forgetting how to spell words. So when I turned off autocorrect, it kind of helped me type and keep knowing the words because you use autocorrect too much, you're gonna let it finish words for you and all kind of stuff like that. So I turned it off and I've been just typing out my words and some of them I've noticed that yeah, I forgot how to spell this. So typing it out helped not forget the whole word and eventually using it more. And yeah, like sending messages sometimes. Like I can type pretty fast just looking at the keyboard, but it's the time where I look up for a second, then I type something else. And by the time I'm done, look down at it again, sentence is done, text is sent, stuff like that. Well, I mean, on my laptop, the message will be sent, and I didn't notice I pressed that. I looked up for a second. I'm usually really good when I'm looking at the keyboard, and it works. But it's that 1 second I look up and then I don't notice in the message because it's already 3 or 4 sentences past and didn't proofread before I sent it, stuff like that. Yeah, I just suggest try not to use autocorrect too much and try to, well, yeah, it's hard to remember stuff. So, yeah, if you give up on trying to spell, might just
Uh,
forget to spell.
I tried to spell it in my head first, and sometimes, yeah, that can be a challenge with some of the more difficult words. Um, and I just go like, "Hey, what's the letter?" Or I even go, "Is this even a word? Like, is this even the right word? Like, you know what I mean? Like, is this even a word? Am I spelling like a right word?"
Yeah, I had to look up a few words sometimes. I'm like, yeah, I thought I was good. Let me still look this one up because it doesn't look right. Stuff like that.
I do have one funny thing is after I had my first brain surgery, I was able to say some words and not able to say other ones. So like for some reason, I always struggled with the word relevant, where I kind of would merge reverent with relevant, and my wife would make fun of me all the time. And all of a sudden, coming out of brain surgery, I was talking and I came up with something where I had to use the word, and I said relevant, and my wife just started crying. I'm like, "What's the matter?" She says, "You've never been able to say that word. How are you able to say that now?" So even though that's not a spelling thing, that's a speaking thing. That was funny.
Um, yeah, struggling with spelling. No, Angel, you get that struggling with spelling?
Yeah, I do. I do. And I don't try to use the autocorrect as much. Like sometimes you can't help it with the phone,
Yeah.
but I like I said, I try to spell it in my head first, then try it. And even with like the green line, I'll look at it and I'll see what I try to do, what did I do wrong first. But yeah, I do get it wrong.
Has anybody heard of sunflower syndrome? I'll read about it. It says, just learned about something called sunflower syndrome, and I'm honestly shaken. My kid is autistic and nonverbal, and for years we've seen him spin toys, wave his hands in front of his face, toward lights, stare at ceiling fans, get totally zoned out. I always thought it was just stimming, but now I learned it might actually be myoclonic seizures, like real seizure activity. I had no idea what was happening to him and myoclonia. I feel awful. No one ever told me seizures could look like this. He might have been having them for years and we had no clue. He spins his monkey noodle in front of a window or fan and it just disappears into it like he's stuck. Sometimes he gets irritable after or lashes out randomly. Is starting to make much more sense. We don't have a diagnosis yet, but he's being rushed through referrals now, trying not to spiral, but honestly, I feel like I failed him. We've already started dimming the house, avoiding bright lights, covering windows, switching bulbs. He still has the noodle, but we're working on slowly weaning him off it. If anyone else has any experience with sunflower syndrome or thinks their kid might have it, please reach out. This is terrifying and lonely, and I just need some advice right now on what to do with him. Um, Advice on what to do with a 12-year-old Angel?
Um, I think I don't know about sunflower syndrome at all, but I think any child or preteen who's lonely and feeling out of place with something like epilepsy, bring them. You have to. It's hard to find um a local spot where they can meet others who are just like them. But hey, there's online chat rooms just like Epilepsy Universe, you know?
Hey, we need a
And
one-on-one.
oh, we're on a one-on-one now?
No, that's me and Kate need a one-on-one. We haven't had one yet.
Uh,
I need one for this weekend too. So
She's trying to dodge it. I think she's the only mod that hasn't had one.
no, she would be the first actually. Yeah.
No, Rick's already done one.
Oh yeah, Rick's already done one. Okay, yeah.
All right, we'll see what we can fit in.
um, yeah, my head's all crazy.
So you guys got any icebreaker questions for a doctor? I'm thinking about when I got to get a hold of a new care team in a new place. What should be kind of the first question I ask to get a good vibe from the doctor, see what kind of vibe they give?
Icebreaker for the doctor.
I don't know if they would get offended if I go to ask them something like, how often do you do this? You know, how good at this are you, basically? But
I
not
was
like one
thinking
of
of
those things
something
where they
like
could tell
that.
you how many patients they've cured. So
Yeah,
we,
I usually research my doctors up and look at them ahead of time and see. But
Yeah. Lately, an icebreaker would be, how you been? What you been up to, Doc? I don't know. Get them to loosen up a little bit. Then you go in for the hard questions. Then you could possibly ask them um,
the
questions
season.
like you said earlier. Yeah, kind of change up the vibe to a smooth vibe and can ask pretty much anything. Where'd you get that license from?
okay, now we're connected. Okay, so what were you guys saying about doctors' questions?
You weren't connected?
No, I've faded out that whole time.
Oh my.
It's all right. You don't have to waste your breath.
You
Did
might
you
have
have
to wait
anything?
for the edit. I forgot.
It's all right. That's why these are recorded. Your words are never
He
wasted.
said, I'm trying to remember. He said, started off slow with like a nice, how you doing, Doc? How's it been? And
Oh
then
yeah. Change the mood, lower the mood. How have you been? What you been up to? Not there's a certain way to ask certain doctors what you've been up to, because not all of them want to talk about, oh, how's your week been? Oh, and they'll probably say something you can lean into. Oh, me and the kids, this and this. How old are your kids? And some people overshare, and that's how I get information to continue the conversation. Um, I'd be like, I didn't ask you all that, but instead of saying that, I just go off one of those things. Um, but I've heard people say things like that. I didn't ask you all that. All I asked you was, how you doing today? Yeah.
I just went with the joke of how's how's your season?
Right. So I had a question to you guys. How do you guys talk about epilepsy when you don't want to talk about epilepsy, but you have to somebody because they're family and they're around? I read that somewhere and I
I
lost it.
love you.
Say that again.
Oh, I was talking to my mom.
Yeah, I read it earlier. I forgot where, but it said, how do you talk about epilepsy when you don't want to talk about epilepsy, but you have to talk about epilepsy because it's your family? How do you do that? Ooh, you don't want to?
It's
I give them the least
very
amount of info and fast.
See, I don't mind talking about epilepsy when we're here together like this. But there's some people, like in my own family, where I try to talk about it and they just refuse to want to accept it. And it's just like, I don't want to talk about it, but it's like, hey, this is that, you
Okay,
know?
now this thing let me back in. All right, well, this time I heard the question and I planned on if, family or anybody starts getting a little too nosy, I'll, try to be polite, but the question was something about how would you describe epilepsy when you don't want to, like when you don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, it's how do you talk about epilepsy when you don't want to talk about epilepsy, but you have to talk about it because it's family?
Okay, so I'll give them the basics, just kind of what they need to know, and if they get any more pushy after that, I could always try to make it awkward. Then they would shut up.
Yeah, I give them the quickest explanation as fast as possible, the least amount of information, but enough information to something. Yeah.
I mean,
Leave the patients.
if I have their phone number, I just text them the stuff I got off the Epilepsy Foundation saved off my phone.
Yeah. Wow.
Here, look at it.
So
Yeah.
you
So,
prepared.
I didn't have. Let me see. I think I had some more.
I think the hardest thing to really, really talk about is what people don't really understand also is definitely what the medications do to us and everything, and how much more we have to work here.
Damn, the video cut out at the worst time. I missed it.
I got something I can read quick. It says
Right.
girlfriend had 3 seizures today. No seizure history. Hey, I honestly know nothing about seizures. I woke up at 7 this morning and my girlfriend was having a seizure, which only lasted a couple minutes. She has never had history of a seizure. I called 911 and they checked her vitals, then pretty much left and said call back if anything happens again, which I thought was odd. Around 12:45, she had another seizure, which was worse than the first. So I called 911 again and they took a look at her at the hospital. All they did was give her nausea medicine for her CHS and did a CT scan, which they said was good, but said they couldn't do anything with medicine until she was seen by a neurologist. Correct me if I'm wrong, but shouldn't the hospital be able to figure out what's going on? They sent me home with her, and at about 5:55, she had a third seizure, and I'm honestly pretty worried and have no clue what to do. The paramedics this time checked her vitals and said nothing was out of the ordinary, but they just keep getting worse. My only guess is somehow she's seizing from withdrawal symptoms of stopping marijuana and attempt to get her CHS episodes to stop. I guess my questions are how worried should I be? And should I drive her to the hospital in a different town in hopes of something different happens? One comment says, she wouldn't be having seizures from a marijuana withdrawal. No, the hospital is for emergency treatment. They stabilize, then refer to specialists, which in this case is a neurologist.
So
Ooh,
that one sounds like they definitely should have brought her to the hospital.
Yeah, they definitely need to go to a different hospital. It's might be a rural area or something. I don't know. I'm getting that sense like it's a rural area.
Anywhere some paramedics would come and maybe not believe them, because if they showed up, she was probably out of, not she was
Yeah,
probably post-ictal when the paramedics got there. So if anything, they might have thought she OD'd. She was just real high, or anything else that could cause daze or confusion, and more likely not to believe without some kind of video evidence, because that's the only thing that would make a paramedic want to just say, good
yeah,
luck.
but 3 seizures in one day definitely need to get checked out. They should definitely give her something
especially if you have
to,
no seizure history.
yeah, they should
Um,
at least give her something by the second seizure.
Someone said, yes, it is from withdrawal. You need to do it real slow. No, that is not true. Um, well, I can't be 100% sure, but what works for me may not have worked for others. So maybe, you never know. Um, but I don't believe you cut out weed and you just have seizures. Like that personally doesn't sound like a thing. Like I'm gonna stop smoking and then I'm gonna have seizures. That doesn't go together for I don't understand why some people say such things. Um, that was in the comments. Yeah, titrate down off of weed. What the hell? Yeah. Let's keep going through these comments. One said a neurologist would need to see her to confirm epilepsy or non-epileptic seizures if that were the case. Using EEG. Seizures wouldn't be due to marijuana withdrawal, though could be a contributing factor to non-epileptic. Someone else commented, she needs to go to the neurologist and get a proper medication. Some seizure meds work differently for others. I got seizures out of the blue around 3 years ago, and I still have them now. So my medication is continuously changing. Yeah, someone was really crazy talking about it's the withdrawal from the weed. You gotta need to slow down slow. My absent seizures are weird. So I have absent seizures. I can feel it about to begin, barely a second, and to me, what feels like just a blink. It's actually a whole 3 to 5 minutes that's gone by. I also apparently look scared, and what I've been told by others, kick walk always do really fast. Told by others, kick walk away real fast, and try to find a safe place to curl up in. Does anyone else know anything about this happens during them, or has anyone experienced similar things? I don't think I've had absent seizures. Have you? Can you explain to me what they're about? What's an absent seizure?
An absent
Some
seizure is no more different than the, like daydreaming. Someone saying you're daydreaming or fantasizing or whatever. Um, and they only last. They're short. Um, they're less than a minute. Sometimes they're very unnoticeable, which is, I'm sorry. And what was the full question?
it's about what is an absent seizure, and I think you covered it. You know, they're brief, and the only point that I wasn't positive about, but it sounds like nobody is aware during that blank stare or the daydreaming. You
Yeah.
nobody's that's having an absent seizure is actually aware of what's
Um,
going on.
yeah. They're not they're definitely not aware. You can call their name and they won't answer you. Um, and from when I was living with my wife, when we first started seeing my current neurologist, he she described to him how my absence seizures were. And he basically said she can look inside my eyes, like looking and see I'm not home.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, and I had, uh, I think the better one for is, I don't know how to say it, is you'll fix side, but I take methexamide for my absence seizure. because of my liver. It's an older one.
That's what I'm here. Wow. There are people who slowly wake up on a Saturday morning and leisurely climb out of bed, make some coffee, and decide what they're going to do that day. Then there are people who wake up crying and feeling like death with a sore tongue and a headache and need to immediately strip and wash their bed and take a shower because they peed all over themselves. Hi, it's me, the peepier. Thank God I got a waterproof mattress protectors. I'm just ranting, I guess. F my life. In the comments, someone said, been there. My dog and I pee in the bed a little too often. At least when I do it, it's an accident. Someone else said, I pee myself every time I have a seizure and puke. So it's both ends. It's okay. We all do it. Comments are the best.
That's nothing to make fun of, even with people who don't have seizures.
Someone said it happened to me twice so far. I live with my mom and was so embarrassing to tell her what had happened. I couldn't speak well. I chewed my tongue up too. But yeah, they thank God, thank goodness for the mattress protectors.
I agree with that one.
Yeah, mattress protectors will save your
Especially,
mattress.
yeah, especially now that they want like $1,000 for a decent mattress. That's not a twin.
I got something feeling conflicted. 21-year-old female started having seizures at 6, and they stopped when I was 13. And tonight I just had my first seizure in 8 years. I guess it's kind of considered myself cured, even though I'm still taking medication, Vimpat. It was very scary because I haven't had one in such a long time. I thought I was having a stroke. My right side started drooping, and I started having a severe panic attack. And in the car, on the way to the hospital, I started to have a seizure, but I was completely conscious the entire time, which was even more scary. I was feeling funny and weak on my right side all day with severe anxiety and brain fog. The ER did a CT, did a head CT, which came back normal. So it's a good to know that I'm not having them for any other reason than epilepsy. I'm going to go call the neurologist in the morning and figure out where to go from here. I feel like this is just, I feel like this just really shook me up after everything not being very good to begin with. And on top of all of that, on my hospital paperwork, the ER is trying to convince me that I had an anxiety attack. Why does no one ever believe us? It's only a seizure, but maybe it's just me. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
no one wants to ever believe it's just a seizure. Most people don't even realize what seizures are outside of a grand mal or tonic clonic.
But
And
but this
to,
one said 6 years too. Could you
yeah,
imagine after going that long? That would be like, one of our heroes going that long
yeah,
without a seizure, and where we're all about asking them how they do it. How's that
that's a big
feel? What you
win.
doing? And then it hits you again. That's got to be devastating.
There's never a cure for epilepsy, you know, just hope it stays away. Um, as for part of the part that might have been a stroke, it might be the Vimpat. Just double check with your neurologist and whatever, your doctors, all about that because we said it, I think, earlier tonight about Vimpat and a few other meds. They do cause problem with heart rhythm and
I was just happy to find it in an actual published study. It's like we all have our proven theories, if you will, of what happens to us, but before they actually put it in some kind of medical document, doctors and insurance companies, it's just too easy for them to say, oh, it's just a seizure. You just have heart problems. And make it sound like
Yeah,
there's no connection and it's just something else to deal with.
yeah.
It was
Don't let them.
frustrating. It's like it sounded like that person who posted was more ranting about, or frustrated rather, about that, not being
Don't.
acknowledged.
Yeah, don't get a misdiagnosis or something like that.
Please take your medication as prescribed or whatever works for you. We're not doctors.